This really is a very short lesson. Basically, I've taken a snapshot of the CorelDRAW interface, as you can see here, and I've drawn some arrows and placed the varying names or titles that I will use throughout the training around this interface. If you don't know what it is I'm referring to, you've heard an unusual term, and it's referring to the interface, simply come back to page 2 and have a quick look, and most likely you'll see what it is I was referring to highlighted here for you. Okay, we'll now minimize CorelDRAW and play the next video, video number 3. We're now on page 3 of your working document. Open, New, Close, and Save. One of the things you'll quickly learn about CorelDRAW is there are many ways to achieve the same result. For example, opening a file. Well, there are many practices for opening a file, and so Corel basically have built most of those practices in, so that whichever one you're used to will most likely work. For example, Ctrl+O works for most Windows programs, or we have the icon up here that we can choose to open, or go to File and choose Open, or of course we can go down and open a recently saved document, as you can see. You'll notice up here under Open, it also tells you the keyboard shortcut, and many of the menus will contain the keyboard shortcut to bring about that particular event. Well, I'm going to use the icon, so I'll click Open. And here in the Open dialog box, you can see across the top here, there's a path. Now, I created this path for this training as I was creating it, and it's not going to be the same path you will be utilizing. I'm going to use this to build up files over time as I create the training, but what you're going to do is you will have downloaded your files, and I recommend, if you haven't already, place them in a folder inside of My Documents, and then you'll see a path up along the top that's relevant to My Documents and whatever folder you place all of your files inside of. For right now, I just have this one file here. You'll notice that we can see what's inside of the file, and that's because of the icon that is saved when you save a file. Now, from version X4 up in Windows Vista and Windows 7, if you select a file, you can actually see a preview, and if there are multiple pages, you can see a preview of all those pages and actually scroll through them, which is really very handy. You can change the size of all of your icons by simply choosing that little icon area, depending what version of Windows you have. Click on that to display varying sizes, or use the little drop down, and as you can see, choose your option. A lot of people have extra large icons selected because it makes it easy to see what's in the file. Now remember, the icon normally represents the first page of the file you're opening. So select that and click Open. Now the first thing I want you to notice is CorelDRAW did not ask us to close down, or it didn't automatically close down the other file we had open. The reason is you can have multiple files or multiple documents open in CorelDRAW at the same time. To access them, come up to Window, and right down the bottom here you'll see all of the presently open files. Notice this one here has the little tick alongside. That means this is the one that's presently selected that we're working on. Well, Untitled is just a blank one I created to show you I can have more documents. And this one here, if I click on it, well, of course, that's the document you have open right now. A quick way to navigate through is to use Control+Tab. So hold your finger on Control and tap the Tab key. And I can quickly scroll through or rotate through all of the open documents, as you can see. Okay, well, I'd like for you to go ahead now and choose one of the open options, and I'd like you to open the COGS file in this path, or if you saved it to an alternate path, please go to that path. Open up and then move through selecting each one and try the Control Tab option. Come back and we'll look at part 2. You'll notice now that I've actually included the title bar across the top here so that you can see that the document you have open, or the document you're creating, you can see the path to that document. So for example, if I go back to COGS, notice the path up the top here, which lets me know where I have got that file from, is being displayed, which is really quite handy. If I go ahead and create a new document by using the New icon, so I'll click. The nice thing about CorelDRAW X5 is you have the ability to set all of the parameters for your document before you move on, rather than having to do that later, etc. Well, I'm going to leave that as the default untitled one. I'll show you why in a moment, and click OK. I'm going to go ahead and create another one. And this time I'll call that Test 1. Test 1, click OK, and one more, I'm going to call that, I'll leave that as Untitled 2, and I'll show you why. Alright, so here's all of the open documents we have, and presently we're looking at Untitled 2. If I go ahead and I simply close Untitled 2 down, and you'll see that's what it's called up there, it doesn't have a path because we've not saved it anywhere. If I close that, well, of course nothing happened. Automatically we move on to the next document. Why? Well, because no change was made to that document, therefore you are not automatically asked to save it. However, let's make some change to this one. If I, for example, change the page size, you'll notice right now I have an A4 page by default and I work in millimeters by default. However, if I go to a letter, automatically I change to inches. But the point is, I've made a change to the document. So if I now close, click close, I'm asked to save. So I'll say yes and navigate back to the same path we've been working with, and I'm going to call it Test 1. You can see that I've already been practicing and I've done this before. So I'll save that as Test 1. Now automatically it disappears because I closed it down, remember? So now I've got Untitled 1, cogs, and of course our working file. Well, I'm going to close Untitled 1 down, and again nothing will happen. But this time I'm going to go ahead and open up that document I just created. Click Open, and well, there's Test 1 and Test 2 that I was playing with earlier. I can actually select that file and hold my finger on the Shift key and select that file as well. Or if I had a list of files and I only wanted particular ones in the list, use Control. Click Open. Now both of those files have opened, as you can see. So I'll simply use my Control tab and I can navigate through my opened files. So what I'd like for you to do is to go ahead, create some new files, change one of them, save that file, open them up, move through them, and then we'll move on to our next lesson. The wonderful thing about CorelDRAW is you can have multiple pages to one document. That means that you can ultimately create magazine layouts, multi-page brochures. In fact, that's what you're looking at right now. This is a multi-page document. We call this a scroll bar, and just to the left of the scroll bar you'll see three little dots here in X5. Earlier versions you won't necessarily see the dots, but just hover until you see the double-ended arrow, click and drag, and look at that, you can resize the scroll bar, revealing more of the page tabs. It's quite handy. Or I personally prefer to work with a single page. And of course the page you're on is always highlighted, so if I move down, that'll slowly highlight. We can move through all of the pages in the document by using the inner arrow, and you'll notice I'm now on page 5 of 36, 6, and so on. Multiple click and away you go. Same with the other way. Move to the front or move to the back of the document. You can actually double click right in the middle here where the numbers are, double click and type in a page number you want to go to. Click OK, and there you go, automatically you've moved to that page. If you don't still have it open from our last lesson, I'd like you to go ahead and open the test file we created, test CDR1. Click Open. Now we're going to add some pages. So I'm just going to plus, plus, and plus, add some pages. Now in an earlier version of CorelDRAW, the little plus doesn't become available unless you're actually at the end or the front of the file. Just keep that in mind if you're in an earlier version. Now I can right click on any page tab, right click and rename. Rename, and I'll call this front page. Now I'll rename the last page, right click, rename, and call that back page. Now I've done this for a reason. The reason why is I have found so many times I've named a page with a number or some form of relevance as to where it should be within the document, and then inevitably I change it. Click and drag, and look at this, I can reposition where that page goes within my document, changing the order of pages. And then, well, of course, the page name doesn't make any sense. So I highly recommend when you name a page, call it a useful name. Click OK. And that's what I've done. I've called it a useful name. So a name that means something about the page, not so much where the page should sit within the document. Now remember, you can right-click and you can delete a page. You can right-click and duplicate a page if you wanted to. If I right-click and insert a page after, notice page 2, I inserted after the page I had selected. Well, there are a number of things that you can do here, of course. I'd like for you to play around with all of these, remembering there's always more than one way to do something in CorelDRAW. So under Layout, you can also perform all of the same tasks you can as right-clicking on a tab. So go ahead, open up your test1 file and play around with adding, deleting, renaming, copying pages, and so on. We're going to quickly look at page setup. Now, the best way to look at this is simply to start a brand new document. So I'll come up here and I'll choose New Document. Well, the Create a New Document dialog comes up, and of course all the parameters we can see here will affect the size of our page. As you can see, I can change from my default to an alternate page size if I want. I can manually type in a size. I can choose my primary color mode. Just quickly on that, if you're sending your design to a professional printer, you will most likely want to work in CMYK mode. And usually your local inkjet printer does a fairly good job of CMYK as well. If you know you need an RGB output, which will be something like a wide format printer, or you might have a specific printer that simply works better with RGB, you would choose the RGB color mode. But for most things you'll work with, CMYK will be what you choose. The rendering resolution will affect things like drop shadows and things that Corel makes for you on the fly when you begin to work with effects. It'll work with this resolution of 300 dpi. Anyway, I'll simply click OK to that, create our new document, and what I want you to see is that when you have no objects selected, so I may have some text and some squares and all sorts of things on here, if I don't have any of those selected, the standard property bar generally displays all of the information or parameters about our page setup. Again, there's our page size. We could choose an alternate page size, manually type in a size, go from portrait to landscape if we want to, and so on. This next one is quite interesting. We've got all pages versus current page. What this means is, if I go and I click the plus to create a new page, the new page will be identical as the page that I'm working on. Or if you like, I'll say that another way. If I make a change here, say I type in, say, 250 wide, you'll notice that every page is 250 wide. However, if I choose this button, current, and then I make this, say, 300 wide, what happens is only the page I'm working on has been affected. Can you see that? So that allows you to change the page you're working on without affecting everything else. And that's pretty important to remember. Well, I'm just quickly going to delete this page and delete this page. Let's just go back to our standard A4 size. Moving along, you can change the units you want to work in on your page right down to working in miles, or if you like, kilometers. Maybe a town planner might use such large measurements. I will discuss with you the other parameters in some future lessons. Now, to delve down a little deeper, if we want to actually change some more parameters about our page, we can come up to Layout and go to Page Setup. Or, what's easier, because there's always more than one way, is double-click the drop shadow around the edge of the page. So double-click, and as you can see, that brings up my options starting with page size. So we've fairly much got all of the same parameters we've got across the top, plus a few others. This one's interesting. Add a page frame. So if I click, and I click OK, can you see that? Automatically, I've got a rectangle that's the identical size of my page, and that can be quite handy. I'll just delete that. Double click again. Moving down, we can change our rendering resolution. We can also insert a bleed area. So if I require, say, a 5mm bleed area, turn that on, click OK, see the dotted line around the outside. We'll talk more about the bleed area down the track, but for right now, for those of you who know what that means, that's very, very handy. So I'll just turn that off. Okay, let's move down to the next one, Layout, And under layout, you can choose from some varying options, a full page, a book, as you can see, tent card and so on. But for right now, I'm going to just stay with full page, and I want to demonstrate facing pages. If you were going to create a magazine or a multi-page brochure, this would be a great way to do it. Start on the right or the left side. I'll start with the right and I'll show you why. Click OK. Now notice the page starts, see the 0 there? It starts on the right side of the center of my working area. Now if I add a page, you'll notice the page comes to the left of center. Add another page, and now can you see what's going on? Now if I add another page, see, left and then right. So what's happening? Let's go back to the beginning. So there's page 1. Now we turn the page over, go to page 2, page 3. If we go to page 4, the page has been turned over and I'm seeing 4 and 5 and so on. So that's a great way to do a magazine style or multi-page brochure layout. So I'll just turn off facing pages. Under labels, that's a subject we're going to cover later on, so I won't talk about that now. Under background, however, this is a great place to create a permanent background for your design, whatever it is you might be doing. For example, if I click browse here, I could go and find a particular photograph I have, and every page could have that photographic background. Or I might choose a solid color. For example, you might be creating a brochure, and that brochure basically is a very light, you're going to print it onto a light yellow paper. Now notice how every page here has the bright yellow page paper, as you can see. Now remember, I turned off multiple facing pages. That's why it's one page being displayed at the time now. Here's the thing. So I do my design, I lay it up on the yellow background, and if I go back in here, I can choose, based here, whether I'm going to print that background or, without printing it, really what I'm doing is I'm just seeing what that print is going to look like on yellow coloured paper. And that can be really handy, particularly, you don't want to spend a lot of money, so you're using coloured paper to help create the effect that you're looking for. If you want to print it, just make sure that option is turned on. And finally, the one that you'll mostly work with, no background at all. So click OK, and that's all we're going to look at for page setup, and that's probably enough. So go ahead, create a brand new document, play around with some of this. I recommend that you actually try and put an image in the background, create some facing pages, and so on, and we'll move on to our next lesson. We're on page 6 of your working file looking at the subject of dockers, or docking if you like. Every one of these bars that contains information, the toolbar down the bottom here, the standard toolbar, the property bar, etc., can all be undocked and moved to alternate locations. First of all, in X5, we now have the option to lock bars. We never had that before. So you right click on any one of the bars that you can see, and down the bottom here you can see we can unlock the toolbar. So first of all, we'll unlock, and you'll also notice these little dots appear. We call them handles, so they're the docking handles. You'll also notice you can actually turn on and off the display of a bar. For example, the black menu bar, I can turn that off. Right click, I'll turn that back on. The status bar at the bottom, right click and I'll turn off the status bar. Some people don't want it, and it gives you more working space. Personally, I do prefer to have it there. Well, now that we've unlocked by choosing this option here, I can actually dislodge one of these bars. So I'll dislodge the toolbar, pop that there, and you can resize the toolbar maybe into what is more preferable for you, something square like that, and you might like to have that floating around your screen and work like that. Some people do. You can redock this to an alternate location if you want to. For example, I can dock the toolbar up the top there, and I might find that more convenient. Anyway, it's very, very easy to remove and redock to any location. Now if I do the same with the colour wheels, I'll show you a really cool thing. I'll grab the colour wheel and I'll dock them down the bottom. Now if I right click my mouse on the handle, right click and go customize, I can actually alter the display of colours. I'm going to turn on wide borders, large swatches, and I'm going to put in 4 rows of colour. Click OK and look at that. I'll redock back over to the right hand side. Now if you have poor eyesight and you find it easier to see the larger display of colour wells, this is a great option for you. And you can display as many rows of colours as you want, and of course move through those colours. I'll just quickly right click, back to customize. I'll turn off large swatches, turn off wide borders, and I'll go back to just one row. Click OK. So that's a good little tip for you. Well, finally, I just want to quickly show you how the larger dockers on the right hand side here work. Now, by default, when you first open particularly X5, you'll see the Hints docker. You'll also see the Object Manager. Now, see how I'm alternating between dockers by clicking the tab Hints docker and the Objects Manager docker. You can add more dockers over time. So if I go to Window and Dockers, I'll just choose another one there, and you can see how this docker has been added to the outside. That's because I've been playing a little bit with the way that they work. But I can simply grab that docker, pop it over there like that, and if I take it and put it back over the top, automatically it'll rearrange in another alternative way, where that docker's sitting at the top and the other two tab dockers at the bottom. But if I just pull that back up like that, I can have them all sitting on their tabs like that. It's an interesting area. You can pull them all away at one time, stretch it out, work with it however you want, and choose each one separately. Double click to dock back to the last location. Why don't you have a play with that? You can also close them down like that, and I'll primarily work with the dockers turned off for the rest of this project, but I want you to have a play. If none of your dockers on the right hand side are showing, simply come to Window, go to Dockers, and you can choose your dockers. Mine are displaying off the page there, as you can see, but there's Hints right up the top and also the Object Manager right up the top as well. So go ahead, have a play, make sure you, if you're in X5, you unlock your toolbars, and you can move your toolbars all around and play and do whatever you want. Now let me give you a tip. If you get everything really messed up and you can't figure out how to get everything looking back the way it was looking, close CorelDRAW down, then hold your finger on the F8 key on your keyboard, start up CorelDRAW, keep your finger on it, and shortly it'll ask you, do you want to reset to the factory defaults? Just say yes, and your interface will all come back to looking to how you're used to seeing it. And that's a good little tip to remember for the future. We're now on page 7 of our working file, the subject of import. Why do we import rather than open a file? Well, basically, we want to bring an asset, some form of design or some form of image, into our existing document. Whereas if we were to open, of course, it would open up in its own document. So how do you import? Well, again, work with a keyboard shortcut, Control-I, up to File, and choose Import. Or, as I mostly do, I work with the icons. So I'm going to choose Import. Now, here in Import, remember that you can adjust the display of the files you're looking at, again within your Windows browser. And the thing that I want you to see here is that I've added a couple more files, and that I can actually choose from many different file types. Now right now I'm working with CDR files, as you can see there, but you'll notice here that there are lots of file formats you can actually import. Now if you're in an earlier version of CorelDRAW, you'll probably find a drop down list just here of all the file types you can import. There are so many different types, and I want you to just see, as I arrow down, there are many more that you can see right down there. You can import Photoshop files, Adobe Illustrator files, PDF files, just so many different types. Most likely the one you're after will be there. But for right now, I'm actually working with, of course, CDR files. Well, I'm going to simply choose this one here and choose Import. Now when you do this, you'll see the display of a left-handed cursor. Underneath, you can see the name of the file, Eagle 5, the size. You can, the next 3 lines tell you how to bring in this image. I can click and drag, press Enter to center on my page, or use the space bar to place it based on its original position. In other words, let's say this eagle sat in the top left-hand corner of an A4 page. If I hit the space bar, it will position itself in this document in that top left-hand corner where an A4 page would be. Well, right now, I'm simply going to hit Enter on my keyboard and watch what happens. Hit Enter, and it perfectly centers on my page. Okay, delete. This time I will bring in two images. I'll select that one. Finger on Control allows you to multiply select. See how they all become highlighted, or deselect. So I'm just going to bring in these two. Click Import. Now this time I'm going to click, and where I click represents the top left hand corner of the image. So click, that was the top left hand corner, and over here I'll click again, click, and you see that was the top left hand corner right there. Now finally, I'll just quickly show you. I'm going to select all of the eagles that we've got here, holding finger on Control. Now remember the name of the actual files. I've named them conveniently to demonstrate this. They will come in the alphabetical order of their name. Remember that. So we should expect to see eagle 1, then 2, and so on. So import. This time I'm going to click and drag so I've got control of their size. Now you can see that we're bringing in eagle 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. So you can see the advantage of using the click and drag method. So I'd like for you now to go ahead and import these files a couple of different ways. Try the spacebar, try the enter, and click and drag, and click method. Try multiple selections and so forth, just so you get used to using import. We're now on page 8 of your working document, Corel Connect. Corel Connect is a brand new program that has been included with X5, and basically it's designed to allow you to search for assets. Now, when I say an asset, it could be a vector image, a bitmap, a JPEG image, it could be fonts, etc., to quickly find those things that you need and be able to easily add them to a document or project that you're working on. This is what Corel Connect looks like. Now, a quick way to access Corel Connect is to use the application launcher. So if you simply come up here to the standard toolbar, click on the application launcher and choose Corel Connect. It'll take a moment to open up. It does a quick look inside of your DVD drive to see what DVD you've got in there, and as you can see, I've got my X5 DVD, so automatically it's been selected right there. It's a very easy program to use. Basically, the left-hand side are all the locations that we might want to search. Now you'll notice public here has got the blue square in there. That means that has been selected automatically. One of the reasons for that is because it's public, but also I've installed all of my X4 clip art there. I also want you to see if I had my X3 clip art CD in the drive, that would be selected as well. So it's a great way to be able to access your previous clip art that you've had on CDs from various versions of CorelDRAW you may have had, or even other DVDs you may have. Okay, across the bottom here we have what we call the tray. Now the tray is the place where we put clip art we might want to use in the future, and it'll stay there until we actually remove it, which is very handy, and I'll show you why. Let's just simply do a search. Now I'm going to type up here travel. So I'll type in travel and click the little search button. Now it's very important that the type of asset you're looking for is selected here, and as you can see there's no search results because all that's selected is fonts. So I'm going to select bitmaps and vectors, and as you can see, all of a sudden we're starting now to see clip art, and as I begin to move down we'll see pictures as well, photographs of things relative to travel. Now here's what I want you to see. This is what I'm viewing from the X5 DVD, what's sitting in my DVD drive right now, as you can see there. As I scroll down, I'll eventually come to Users Public Documents Corel. I installed my X4, previous version, X4 DVD of content, and of course it gets placed in the public folder, Documents under Corel. So this is what's coming from there. And if you were to have installed other forms of clip art or other versions, of course it would be searching for those as well. So it's really very handy. So once you find something you're happy with, in fact let me show you this first. See the little zoom slider? I can slide the zoom slider up to see much larger images. However, you can see a larger image just by hovering your mouse over the image. You don't have to click or anything, just hover, and you'll see information about that image. Let's come down and find a bitmap style image, say that one there. Hover your mouse, you can see the name, the pixels, DPI, and it's a 32-bit RGB, etc. So when you find something you're happy with, click on that and simply drag it down to the tray. You can delete images from the tray if they're not suitable, say that one there and say I don't want that one there. Go find other images that you might want. When you're happy with those, drag them down onto the tray. Now, there's a reason we're putting them in the tray, and I'll demonstrate this more as we go, but I want to show you a few other things first of all. Let me show you the power of this program. It's really quite good. I'm going to turn off vectors and bitmaps, and let's type in here Arial, just a basic font, and click search. Well, first of all, it's found Arial in my documents, and I do actually have it sitting there because I've had to send it off to a couple of people. And you can see I don't have any other areas that it's shown up. In fact, if I were to type in .ttf for TrueType font and search, a number of TrueType fonts come up, and these are actually fonts that I have, again, in my documents folder. But also, you'll now see fonts that were installed, the extras fonts that were installed with my X4 DVD, again, sitting in the Corel area. As we go down there and scroll down. Now, what you're not seeing are the fonts that I have installed. And you may need to find an installed font to send off to someone. So, what I would do is under Folders, come down to Folders, and go to your computer, break the computer tree down. May take a second. Once the computer tree breaks down, we want to go to our C drive, break that down, and look in the Windows folder. So I'm just going to click Windows. In the Windows folder is the font folder. Now if I do this search again, we will see a lot more fonts. Let us shrink this right down to help us scroll through. So that's what's sitting on our X5 DVD right now. All of those extra fonts that you can see. But I really particularly wanted you to see that we can come down, and here's our Windows folder. So these are all my installed fonts, and you may need to access one of those. If you simply select a font, right-click, open from source location, look at that. That's where they're installed to. You can see Windows fonts. Well, I'll leave you with all of that because I think you can see it's a very, very powerful program depending on how you want to use it. Okay. Well, now that I have some images that I've dragged down to my tray here, I can simply select an image and I can choose to open it from its default location, import it into CorelDRAW, open in PhotoPaint, open again the source location, or simply remove it, delete it. But I'm going to do something different. I'm going to actually no I won't. What I'll do is I'll select that one there and I'll open in PhotoPaint just to show you how that works. Now, as you can see, the photo just automatically opens up in Corel PhotoPaint, in my case X5, and it's that easy. That's really what I wanted you to see. I'm just going to minimize this and pop it out the way, and I'm now going to close down Corel Connect. Let's assume we've done all of our searching, we're happy with these photographs that we've dragged down here to the tray, so I'm going to close this down. Now the reason why is I'm going to show you how all of these programs interconnect. Now remember, I've closed down Corel Connect, okay? Let's come up and create a brand new document. Just to make this easy, just click OK. Now what I'm going to do is come up to Window, down to Dockers, and I'm going to turn on Connect. So click on Connect. That's very interesting. Let's come back, go to Window, Dockers, and see the tray. I can actually turn on the tray as well. Look at that. The tray has all of the images in it that we dragged into Corel Connect, doesn't it? Now, if I wanted to search further, here's the incredible power of this. Now, let's say I want to search a little bit more, and I'm just going to type in, well, we've got something from Paris there. Let's type in Spain and see if we can find something. And click search. Now, if we drag this over a little bit, make it a lot wider, we'll be able to see images more clearly. Now, there's not a lot of images, but at least there's something there for us to see. Now, I want you to watch this. I'm going to drag this down on the tray, and then I'll drag that one down on the tray as well, and I'll drag that one down. Now, you can add as many images as you want and scroll through those, etc., etc. Here's the thing. I'm going to close down the connect portion or the searching portion, right? And I've still got my tray open. Let's go back and I'll bring Photo Paint back up. Now, back to Corel Photo Paint. Here's the thing again. Back to Window, to Dockers. Now, if I go down and turn on the tray, what do you think is going to happen? Exactly the same set of images I now have available in here. Now, I don't need to have that portion of the Docker open. I can just simply display the tray on its own. Now, you can dislodge the tray, and I can have the tray off screen if I want to. You know, I'll pop it down here just so you get a bit of an idea of that. So I can have that off screen, and I could have it in any format that I want. Maybe you would prefer to have the photographs on the side there like that, so I can scroll through the images that way. Watch this though. If I select that image and I delete it, what do you think will happen back in CorelDRAW? Let's pop that out the way. Look at that. It's gone in CorelDRAW as well. So what's the point? Corel Connect basically allows you to place all of your working images into this tray. You can move the tray around in either program in any way that you want. You can dislodge it, have it on another screen if you want, add images, delete images, and it will all synchronize between both Corel Connect, Photo Paint, and CorelDRAW. It's a really powerful program. Now, of course, once you've got an image you want to use, simply drag it onto the interface. It's that easy. That's all you have to do, is simply drag it into your working area, and away you go. Well, I'd like for you now to do a few things. Go ahead and open Corel Connect. Remember, come up to your application launcher and choose Corel Connect. Do a bit of a search, play with Corel Connect. It takes a little while just to get familiar with what you want to search on. And of course, you can navigate your entire DVD if you want to. Let me quickly show you that, because I didn't really show you that before. Let's come back to Corel Connect. I'll actually open the program itself now. The reason why I'm using the program rather than in CorelDRAW is because I want to see the display of a lot of clip art quite easily. You can simply break down whatever DVD you have in your drive. Look at this. Go to Photos, and I can navigate all the way through my photos. Say Landscape. Click on Landscape. Do a double click. Just give it a few seconds. It'll take a little while to actually search the DVD. And as you can see, all of the images inside of the landscape folder appear. Now that did take a little while, by the way. I actually paused the movie then for a while for you. And we can see all of the amazing pieces of clip art that we've got sitting in there. And there are some great clip art, new images in the X5 DVD. So there you go. And you can navigate anywhere on your computer. You can go to, go to My Documents, which I won't go to right now, but go to My Documents, and you've got a Pictures folder in there, and you can look in there. It really is a great program. So as I said, open up Corel Connect, use the application launcher right there to do that, and do some searching. Look around your X5 DVD or earlier version DVDs. Navigate your actual computer. Look in My Documents. Look in My Pictures. Whatever it is that you may want to do. Search for fonts. Search for everything. Drag a few images down onto the tray, okay? So I'm going to select a few of these, delete them again, and just drag something down onto the tray. You can minimize. In fact, I'll minimize. Have a look at the tray here, and a bit of a drag, and you can see the tray is updated with those new images. Simply drag onto here. Have a play, see what you think. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. And of course, I've shown you this because it's another way to import images into your designs. Remember, our previous lesson was all about importing. We're now on page 9, the subject of export. Now, the reason you would want to export an image is that you require that image to be in some alternate usable format. In other words, not a CorelDRAW file, but for example, you may need to take the image and place it on the web, in which case you might want to export to a format that's suitable for that, such as a PNG file, a JPEG file, a GIF or a GIF file, and that's what exporting is for. Now again, there's always a number of ways. Use your keyboard shortcut or up to File, but I'm going to use the icon and click Export. The first thing I want you to realize is that when you export, automatically the actual file name will be applied. But I'm going to call it, as you can see, I've already exported up here. I'm going to call this test cogs. Okay? So that's the first thing. The next thing is, what is the file type, depending what version you have as to where that will be displayed. But effectively, I'll use this drop-down menu, and I can choose a file type here, and there are a lot more than what we can actually see displayed there. If I move the scroll bar down, there are so many we can export to. But let's, for example, just go with a JPEG, a pretty common one that a lot of people export to for the web and so on. Name your file, choose your file type, and click Export. Now, of course, it already exists, so it's asking me, do I want to overwrite? So I'll say yes. But here's what I want you to see. Now, in X5, we have a brand new export dialog boxes, depending what format you're exporting to. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking through all of your settings, etc. We will do that further on in some other training. But what I want you to see right now is that the entire page is being exported. And that's not what I wanted. I simply want to export the image. So I'm going to cancel that. What I need to do is select the image first, or I can click and drag and draw a marquee around my image and then choose Export. Now, we didn't see this before. Select only. Watch this. If I deselect, then Export, see the select only option's not there. Whereas if I select my image that I wish to export, I have the option of, do I only want to export that which I've selected rather than the whole page. So I could select various objects on a page and only choose to export those. So I'm going to do that. Select only. I'll click this one because I'm going to export over the top of it, and click Export. Click Yes. Now this time we'll see a display of only what we are exporting, as you can see. Now again, I won't run through all of these settings, but I will say this quickly. For convenience, just simply choose one of the three options. And if, for example, you choose medium quality, you'll be able to see the file size 81.3K and a display of the result. If I go with high quality, for example, you'll be able to see that it's 123K, and again, this is what it would look like. So simply click OK, and you have exported your image. Now remember, there are many different file types to choose from, and of course you will know the file type for your industry. A typical one, for example, is a PLT file or a HPGL file for sign cutters to use with a plotter. Anyway, so go ahead now and export this image. Select your image, export the image, choose a couple of different file types just to make sure you have a feel, and we'll move on to our next lesson. We're now on page 10 of your working file, the subject of zoom. There are so many ways to zoom, but all of them really do suit specific needs that you'll discover you have as you learn to design. So I'm quickly going to run through a majority of them and give you an overview. Well, first of all, the zoom tool is the fourth one down, as you can see. Or you can tap Z on your keyboard to select your zoom tool, which I'll do, Z on the keyboard. To use it is very easy. Simply click and drag, and then whatever is inside of the marquee, that blue dotted line, we call it a marquee, we will zoom into. Now, that black outline around this text is actually a hairline's thickness. I'll show you how powerful zoom is. Let's zoom in. Look at that, and I'll zoom in quite tight. Isn't that amazing? Look, we're at 90,000% of zoom. It really is very powerful. Well, to zoom back out so that we can see our page again is very easy. I can either double click on the zoom tool or tap F4 on my keyboard. I'll double click, and look at that, we zoom back out to all objects. You'll notice that we have an option here where when we put our finger on the Shift key plus the mouse, we can actually zoom in or out depending. Now, let me show you what this means. Let me just quickly zoom in. Okay. Now, see the plus in the center of the magnifying glass? If I put my finger on the Shift key, right, see how it turns to a negative? So, let me do this for you. F4, I'll zoom back out to all objects. I'm going to type in a value of 100 up here. Hit Enter. Now, rather than drawing the marquee, I'm simply going to click, and I'll click in the center of the plus. See that? 200%. Now, what do you think will happen if I click again? It'll just simply double. 400%. Click again, 800, 1600, and so on as we go through. If I put my finger on the Shift key now, it'll become a negative zoom. See how it becomes negative? So, click and watch the reverse will happen. See that? As I click out, where I click, it zooms out, and we're back to 100%. So, I'll just F4. That's what that's what the shift plus the mouse allows me to do, is to swap as to whether it's a zoom in or a zoom out. Now, a couple of other really powerful things. If I select the word zoom, shift plus F2 will zoom into the selected object. We know an object is selected because we can see those black handles around the outside. So shift and F2, we zoom into the object. Isn't that cool? Now, I'm quickly going to change pages, I think. So I'll go over here, Control Tab. I want to quickly show you this one. If I select that object, Shift and F2, as we just learnt, will zoom to that object. F4 does the same thing. So the thing is that what F4 allows me to do is if I've got multiple objects on my screen, F4 zooms to the multiple objects. So I'll pop that down there. So F4, see how it allows me to see all the objects? Whereas if I select that one, Shift and F2 zooms to the selected object. And finally, Shift and F4 zooms to the page. Okay? Anyway, I've written them all there for you, as you can see. So where are we here? Shift and F4 zooms to the page, F4 to all objects, and so on. Finally, navigating around your document. If, for example, we are zoomed into our documents, let's just say we're here and we're doing some work, we can actually come right down the bottom here and see how my mouse turns to a little plus over that little magnifying glass there. Click, and that's what we call a navigator. And as I move around, hold your mouse down. When I get to the spot I want, release my mouse, and I stay there. There's another great way of doing this also. If I have my magnifying glass selected, my zoom tool, and let's say we zoom into that area there, and I now tap N for Niagara on my keyboard, I now have the navigator come up for me and I can move around at that zoom level on my screen. Click, and there we are. F4, and finally, we could use the pan tool if we want to, which is H, or go to the flyout menu here, see the pan tool, and we can click and drag and move the entire document around. This is great when you're zoomed in because you can just grab it and just move things over a little bit like that, so you can maintain that zoom level while you're working. Well, gee, I covered a lot, but really everything we talked about is written across the bottom here, except for typing in a value there, and of course clicking and drawing a marquee. So go ahead, have a play with Zoom, and when you're familiar, we're about to start learning how to design. We're now on page 11, page views. Now these page view options are very important to help you work with projects depending on the complexity and what you have in a project. This very basic design that we can see here consists of only 3 objects: an oval at the top, an oval at the bottom, and this rectangle. But of course it all looks a bit more complicated, doesn't it? If we go to simple wireframe mode, so up to view and simple wireframe mode, we can now see the basic elements. No colours, no outlines, no fills, postscript fills, etc. Just the basic elements. Now when you start to work with complex designs, you'll ultimately find that being able to go down to wireframe mode is fairly important because it allows you to find the start and the end point, in this case, of a blend. So I'm actually blending from that oval to this oval, and I'll show you a little bit more about that in a moment. But I can see the basic elements and I can get to them and I can actually edit them. Now, wireframe mode, if I go up to the next one, that now allows me to see all of the lines that exist. So the intermediate steps in that blend, but still no colours, no outline colours, no fills, etc., etc. Draft mode. If I go to draft mode, I now have a basic concept of the colour and a basic idea of the look. There's no fountain fills or postscript fills. You can see that it's one block colour at the bottom there. Look, this can be helpful if you're dealing with a very complex image, but really in reality it's a little bit of a leftover from the days of slower computers, and I would not be surprised if in the future we see a couple of these modes disappear. But it is handy in terms of speeding up your design process if it's very complicated. Again, normal mode is the next step up, so we'll go to View and then Normal Mode. So now we're starting to see some more of the postscript fills. You can see the outlines are not so crisp and clear, but at least I'm getting a better idea of what it looks like. Bitmaps would basically display in a very low resolution, but again it will help you speed up the re-rendering of your screen if it's a very, very complex or very large image. Enhance mode. Let's go to Enhance mode. Enhance mode is the one that mostly you will work with, and it does look the best. Everything's crisp and sharp, and it anti-aliases your bitmaps, and you really do see a very nice look. So this is the mode you'll mostly work at, and it is the default mode. New to X5 is pixel mode. Now, let's go to pixel mode. You'll notice the picture didn't really change in its look until we begin to zoom in. So if I zoom right in here, we're starting to see at the pixel level. In other words, we can see what our vector image would look like as a bitmap. Now see how there's a nice solid blue, and then as it moves out, the blue is slowly fading out to white. That's what we call anti-aliasing. And it can be very handy, particularly for designs you're doing for the web, etc., to see how your images are going to look as a bitmap. Probably the mode you would choose to do a final check before you send off to your printer or whatever. F4, zoom back out. Now, F9 is a preview mode. So, for example, if you were in wireframe mode or one of these other modes and you pressed F9, you would see a premium display, full screen of what your design looks like. Now, I can't do that. I'm working on double monitors and it comes up on the wrong monitor, etc. So, yes, please do that and experiment with that as you run through this. And finally, Shift plus F9, a very, 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 can I stress it enough, handy shortcut. Let me show you. Oftentimes, you want to go to simple wireframe mode, and then, of course, you want to go back to your premium mode. So I'll go back to enhanced mode. Now, Shift and F9 remembers those last two things. So Shift F9 on my keyboard takes me back to wireframe, Shift F9 again back to enhanced. So you can see the advantage in toggling between those two. Well, basically, if I go now back to, I'll do it, Shift F9, I can take that little circle that's there, stretch it out like that, play with it a little bit, Shift F9 again, and as you can see, it changes the look of my design. This is a blend. Please do play with this a little. You'll have some fun just stretching it around and coming up with all sorts of different shapes and designs, and shortly you'll learn how I did that and how that actually works. So please jump in, try all the view modes, and certainly try the keyboard shortcuts and have a play, have some fun. We're now on page 12 of your working file, the Pick tool. Well, of course, the Pick tool in very many ways is the most important tool because you use it to select things, move things, choose tools, etc. So whenever you see the arrow, you have what we call the Pick tool. I have mentioned this before, but I'll highlight it again. When you select an alternate tool and then tap the space bar, it automatically goes back to the Pick tool. So no matter what tool you have, tap the space bar and automatically it will go back to the Pick tool. Now, the main reason I've created a lesson about the Pick tool is there is a couple of unique features about it that a lot of people don't understand that really affect the way you work. Here they are. The Pick tool selects objects. How do you do that? Simply click an object. Well, this is what we would call an ellipse. It has a black outline and a red fill. I can click anywhere on that to select the ellipse, as you can see. Here I have a rectangle with curved corners, or rounded corners if you like, and it's see-through. It has no colour. It's sitting on top of the circle or the ellipse. If I click, do you notice how the object becomes selected? Now, I guess it's a psychological thing, but for me, because it has no fill and it's see-through, I don't expect it to become selected when I click inside because I don't feel I'm clicking on anything. I should be clicking through it. So here's the thing. If you hover right alongside that other object, right on the outline and click, you'll notice I missed it. I'll do it again. Missed it again. But there we go, I got it, right? So if you hover on the right spot, you can actually click through the object and select something that's behind. Personally, I really don't like that. What I prefer is for the object to be treated as though it has no fill, and so therefore I can't select it. Well, there's an option for this. By default, CorelDRAW is set up as treat all objects as though they had a fill. We can change this. If you simply right-click on the pick tool, go to Customize, come down to Toolbox, Toolbar, and right down the bottom to Properties, we'll bring up the Options dialog box. And there's lots of options in here we'll talk about at another time, but we need to come to the Toolbox. Now click the plus, come down and look for the pick tool. There it is right there, the pick tool. So if I click on that, all of the options for the pick tool are right here. See, this is turned on, treat all objects as filled. Well, if I turn that off and click OK, now I'm clicking, hear me clicking, and nothing's happening. And I can easily select the object that has the fill. But if I click here, nothing happens. To select this, I've got to click on the outline, and I personally far prefer that. One more thing. Control J brings up the same options dialog box. In fact, it's a lot easier, really, isn't it? So Control and J bring up the options dialog box. Some people like to have the pick tool look like a crosshair, and I just thought I'll show this to you. So click that, click OK, and now you have a crosshair. Select your object, move your object around, and of course the crosshair, I guess it allows you to do a lot of aligning. For example, if I click in the center and I move up there, the crosshair allows me to know that I'm aligning the center of my ellipse with the top of that rectangle. Or, as you can see, I'm centering the ellipse with the center of that rectangle. Hey, look, it's not everybody's cup of tea, and it's certainly not mine, but I do know some of you will prefer it, so I wanted to show you. So Control J, and I personally will turn that off, and I leave this off as well, but it's up to you what you prefer. Let's move on. Selecting objects will be the most common thing you do as you learn to work in CorelDRAW. An object is either selected or deselected. You can tell an object is selected by the sizing handles that will appear around the outside, and by the little nodes that, in this case, because it's text, you will see, or for example, I were to select that rectangle, you can see the little nodes in the corner there. Selecting an object is fairly easy. You can click on the object to select it, and click on the white of your working area to deselect the object. Now, I can, as you see here, draw a marquee, simply click my mouse, and whatever is inside of that blue dotted line, we call that a marquee, when I release my mouse, will be selected. Now you'll notice how my marquee runs over the top of other objects. Because the entire object is not inside, only those objects that are will be selected. And you can see them there by the little node that lets me know that all of those objects there are selected. Click on the white to deselect. Now again, I'll click, drag over the whole area, and as you can see, I've selected all of those objects. Well, that's fairly easy, and of course, clicking on any object that you want as well. But do you remember, in our earlier lesson, we turned off treat all objects as fill. So this little rectangle here, when I click in the middle, absolutely nothing happens because it has no fill color. So to select that, I would either draw a marquee or I have to click on the outline. So remember that when you have no fill, click on the outline color or draw a marquee around the outside. There are ways to select multiple objects without drawing a marquee, and that's our first option here. If I select my piece of text, hold my finger on the Shift key, I can now select another object. So only the text and this blue rectangle are selected. You can see the little node. If I deselect, I'll do it again. Finger on Shift, the green one, the blue one, and the text. So that's called multiply selecting, but of course I chose what would be part of that selection by holding my finger on the Shift key. You can do the reverse. Hold your finger on the Shift key when you have a number of objects selected and click on the one you wish to deselect. Click, and as you can see, you're deselecting from the group or from that selection. The next option is what we call the digger tool. Now right now, if I go into View and Simple Wireframe, we looked at this earlier, you'll notice underneath this blue square there are two other squares. Well, I could select them because I'm now in View in Simple Wireframe mode. So if I click or click, as you can see on the outline, I can select, or even go like that and select. However, back here in enhanced mode, I can't click through the blue square. However, I could draw a marquee around the outside like that and select them. There is another way also that you'll find very handy and very quick. Hold your finger on the Alt key. So I'm holding my finger on the Alt key now, and as I click, automatically it clicks through the top object to the next one. Now if I click again, you can see the other object is selected. Click again, and I'm going to my background area there. So I can click on my top object, finger on Alt, click again, it selects the one underneath, click again, and the one underneath that. So it's digging, that's why we call it a digger tool, through all of the objects that are there. Well, the next one, Control A. I'll simply go Control A, and all objects on my screen will become selected. Tab is an interesting one. Click Tab. Now, if I hit the Tab key, as you can see, it's automatically moving on to the next object. And in fact, what it's doing is it's moving to the next object, or selecting the next object in the stacking order. We'll look at stacking order shortly. But effectively, when you place an object on your working area, it is basically stacked, one on top of the other, on top of the other. No object can be on the same plane, if you want to look at it like that. So, Tab, Tab, Tab. Finger on Shift, and then hit Tab, and I can go back the other way, selecting the objects in the order with which they were placed onto my working area. Okay? Well, finally, just hit Escape, as I just did, to deselect. So why don't you now run through all of the options that you can see here, just quickly make sure you feel au fait with selecting and deselecting objects, and we'll move on. Well, we're now on page 14 of our working file, Moving Objects. Well, why the subject of moving things is obviously basic and easy, it's more a case of, well, how do we move objects that, one, is convenient, and secondly, when they're in a difficult place. And that's why I've got somewhat of an eclectic group of objects sitting here, as you can see. Well, of course, I can simply select an object, move that object wherever I want. Control Z and Control Z on my keyboard undoes that and moves that back. I can click that object and that one. However, when I go to click in the middle there, as you can see, nothing happens. Now, do you remember why? Remember earlier we talked about objects that don't have a fill, and we've set our mouse so that not all objects are treated as though they're filled. Okay, remember that setting earlier on? Well, what I want to quickly show you here is the methods of moving. Well, of course, we've learned how to select. So if I were to select that group of objects without thinking about it, click in the middle and go to move, well, as you can see, I've deselected, and that can be quite the nuisance, particularly if you've picked 50 objects in a bunch of objects. So here's the thing. If you select a group of objects like that and you're not sure, because remember, anything that does have a fill, in our case, we can select and move. But if you're not sure, click on the little X in the middle, and you're guaranteed to be able to move all the objects. If I were to click alongside the X, well, of course, I've deselected because I've clicked through that one object there. One last thing, if I've selected a group of objects, I can always click on an outline. So an outline of any of the objects, and I can move that bunch of objects. Pretty easy, really. Well, I'm going to just delete those and pop them out of the way. And I'm going to grab this one here and put that in the middle. Now, even as I'm moving, can you see all of the shapes that are there? Now, when I let go of my mouse, we can only see the top one. In fact, there's a whole bunch sitting underneath, and that's what's there. This is my point. Remember, we learnt earlier how to dig through. So if I select the top one, for example, and I put my finger on the Alt key, click, and I can select one of the objects underneath. How do I move that object? See, if I click on any one of the sizing handles, I won't move it. I'll just simply resize it. And that's not what we want to do. We want to move it. If I click while that's selected through, well, I get the top object and not the one I want. So, in the same way as we just learnt, I need to click on that little X to move my object. And I've got a few objects. Finger on Alt, click that little X that's in the middle. That makes life a lot easier. Look, another advantage of moving objects with that little X is, if I click right in the center of the X, I have an approximate center of that object so that I can line them up. It's not accurate, but it is a slight way of lining up as well. So, click the little X in the middle of your selection. I'll select all of these, click the X in the middle of the selection. Well, finally, I quickly want to talk about moving objects using nudge, micro nudge, and using constrain. Well, we're talking about moving an object using the arrows on the keyboard and not the mouse, okay? Now, we can make a setting on the property bar which we call the nudge distance as to how this will work for us. Now, you'll only see the nudge distance when nothing is selected. So if I select those objects, you can see that properties relative to what I have selected come up. So deselect to just get your standard property bar settings. Now, right now I have a value of 1. So if I select an object and I use my keyboard, so 1, as you can hear, I'm tapping away on my keyboard over to the left like that. Now, I normally have quite a small nudge setting because I usually use it for doing small things. However, you can adjust this. So if I, for example, adjust that to say 10, right? Now select my object. Now one tap, and as you can see, it's jumping by a factor of 10 millimeters in my case. The interesting thing is that there are a couple of multipliers, if you like. If I use my shift key, first of all, without the shift, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can see I've moved that. Okay, now I'll go back to where I was. Finger on shift, 1, 2, 3, 4. As you can see, shift is multiplying that factor by 2. So it's doubling the distance from 10 to 20. Back on, and that can be quite handy. We also have the reverse, control to micro nudge, which will be half. We divide it by 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's just without. Finger on control. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, as you can see. All right. You can adjust these settings to suit how it is you want them to work. Just simply double click on your rulers. So double click, and that will bring up your options, and you'll notice that we're in the rulers section, and if we look under nudge, you can make adjustments here. Well, the value that's up there is obviously here, and if you change it there, it will change here and vice versa. However, super nudge, which is what I've written here as 2 times, you can change that to whatever you want. You could make that a factor of 10. So every time it jumped, in my case, it would be 10 times 10, which would be 100. The micro nudge is the same. Rather than dividing by 2, you could divide by 10 or 5 or whatever is a convenient figure for you. So just keep that in mind. It's very handy. The last thing I want to show you is constrain. I use this almost, look, every 4th or 5th click of my mouse, I'm almost using this. What it does, if I put my finger on that object and I move it around, I can freely move it wherever I want. But watch what happens, I won't let go, as I put my finger on control. See that? Suddenly it snaps to constrain to a perfect horizontal plane to where it was. Now if I go downwards, it's still constraining, but this time to a vertical plane. Okay? So that means if I pop that over there, I'll keep my finger on control, pop that over there, finger on control. See how I can perfectly move things like that? Select that like that, finger back on control, and I'm constraining either horizontally I should say, or vertically. It really is very, very powerful, and I'll show you more of that as we go on in time. I just wanted to show you those things quickly, have a play with that, and move on to the next lesson. We're now on page 15 of your working file, the subject of sizing, or we could call it resizing if you like. Well, basically, whenever you select an object, whether it be a piece of text or an object down here, on the property bar here, varying properties about that object will be displayed. In this case, we can see the typeface, point size, but we can also see the horizontal length and height. So 100 millimeters wide, which is about 4 inches, and 25 millimeters high, which is about 1 inch. We can manually type some values in here if we need to, or the way you will most of the time work is to work with the options you can see here, and that is that you select your object and the resizing handles appear around the outside. There are 2 types. In each corner we have the scaling handles. In other words, if I click on one of those corner handles and I begin to drag out or inward, as you can see, the piece of text is resizing perfectly. In other words, The relationship between the horizontal and the vertical remains the same. We're just sizing up or sizing down. We don't lose proportion. Now, you'll notice as I'm dragging on that handle that the object is anchored at the opposite corner. So if I select this handle, click and drag, you can see that the object is anchored in that corner there. So always remember that the opposite corner will remain fixed and you'll resize out from that corner. We can change the anchor point by using this option here, Shift. If I want to make the anchor point center, I simply put my finger on the Shift key, and now you can see it's fixed in the center, and I'm resizing or scaling up or down from the center. Okay, and that can be quite handy to use. Okay, if I want to, I can type a value in up here. Now, it's very important that if I want to keep the perfect scaling, the perfect relationship between horizontal and vertical, I must turn the lock on, the lock ratio. If I don't, I'll type a value in here. So I type 100, hit enter. As you can see, it's simply stretched horizontally, so now it is no longer in proportion. So Control Z, I'll undo that. However, if I turn that little lock on, and now I type a value in of 100, hit enter, as you can see, I've returned back to that relationship we started with, 100 wide by 25 millimeters high. Pretty important to remember that one. Well, that's perfect scaling. Okay, now what I will do is I'll shrink this down a little, because just to help you see what I'm about to show you, constrain allows you, if you hold your finger on Control, stretch out, it'll do nothing until you're exactly double the size. And again, exactly double the size. So constraining to perfect double sizes. Okay, just remember that. That's quite handy as well. Well, moving on, looking at the other handles. We have side handles. Well, of course, these do the obvious thing, and that is that stretch horizontally. So the fixed point is the other side, the anchor point, and as we stretch out, we're just simply stretching horizontally. Notice on the property bar, only the horizontal value changes. And that, of course, that's the same for both sides, I should say. The other side, always the opposite side, is anchored. Well, the same applies in the vertical, of course. The opposite side is anchored, and we can resize vertically. Well, of course, don't forget that these two options here do apply as well. So if I want to fix my anchor point in the middle, in fact, why don't we just undo that, Control Z, until I get back to my perfect scale, which I want to do. Now, from the center, if I put my finger on Shift and use a side handle, you can see it's now anchored in the center. Looks a bit like a squeeze box when we do it that way, doesn't it? Now, in the same fashion, I'll move this over here. Constrain waits until you are double the size. So finger on Control, and as soon as I'm double the size, it snaps to double that size. Okay? So just remember that. Now, finally, if I grab this object here, I'll pop that up there and out the way. I'll grab the ship, and I'll also grab what I call the time tunnel. What we have here is an object that is actually a blend of two basic objects. So if I go to View and Simple Wireframe mode, as you can see, there's one ellipse on top and one ellipse underneath, and then a whole range of ellipses. I'll go back to, say, Wireframe. A whole range of ellipses are then drawn by using the special effect to create the final result. So effectively, there are two objects here. I can click in the middle, and I can resize the whole object exactly how we've just learnt, or what I can do is select just the top object and resize that, and that affects the look of the time tunnel, as you can see, just like that. Now, if you want to select the bottom one, draw a marquee around the bottom one, move that where you want. I'll put my finger on the Shift key and resize that right out, and as you can see, I can play with that and do all sorts of things. So what I want you to do is select these objects, and you may find you want to squash something like that down, push it in there a little bit, stick it on top, and can actually make the ship look like it's coming outside of the time tunnel. So go ahead and play with that. Also feel free on the property bar to type in some scaling values. So if I were to, for example, scale that to 100% with the lock on, hit enter, that's what my ship would look like. Control Z, I'll just undo that. Play with that and move on to the next lesson. We're now on page 16 of your working file, the subject of mirror. You can have a lot of fun with this subject. I really do like it. Now, mirroring is something you will do a lot of in time. And right now you might not think of all of the reasons, but you will. So I'm going to show you some fun things you can do, and you'll very quickly start to see how mirroring will be quite valuable. First of all, you can see here horizontal mirror, vertical mirror. Whenever you select an object, on the property bar you'll see the two icons. So if I simply click horizontal, it will flip. See that? As you can see. So in other words, it flipped left to right. If I do the vertical mirror, it will flip the other way. So if we keep doing this, I can get it back to where it was. There we go. So I'll select that again and I'll do a vertical mirror, which is just flipping it upside down but on the same axis. You'll notice it hasn't moved anywhere on my screen, and back again, horizontally and back again. So that's a basic mirror. If I were to just pop this over here, following along what you can see here, if I hit plus on my keyboard, that will create a duplicate. Now if you are using a laptop and you don't have a plus, which you can use Control C. Okay, it's the same as coming up to edit and go copy and then paste. So Control C and Control V. And what that will do is copy it to your clipboard and paste it back down perfectly over the top. So now we have a duplicate sitting on top. Now if I do this, finger on Control, okay, nothing will happen until I get to the other side. And flip, as you can see. If I make that black in color, quite an interesting looking effect. Now I'll do it again. Select my object, plus on my keyboard, and finger on Control, and I'll flip down, make it black in color, and I'll squash it back up a little bit. So there you go. It's an interesting looking effect, isn't it? Mirroring is something you'll use for all sorts of circumstances. Let me just delete that. I'll grab this picture up here, and again, plus on my keyboard, and finger on Control, pop it over the other way. I'll select both of those, plus on my keyboard, pull that down like that, and then I'll flip that vertically up a little bit, just using the arrow keys of my keyboard. In fact, I'll go the other way. Yeah, there we go. Interesting looking effect, isn't it? I love flipping photographs or mirroring photographs. You do get some really interesting looks, particularly for magazine design, etc. Again, this time I'll do Control C and then Control V. I'll paste back down, finger on Control, and flip that over the other way, just back a little. And isn't that a really interesting, kind of creepy looking effect, isn't it? And one more time, I've just done this for you so that you can have something you can play with and create your own types of effects. Plus on the keyboard, I'll flip this over, just back a little bit, plus on my keyboard, flip it over, and back a little bit, plus on my keyboard, flip it over, and just back a little bit. So there you go. I mean, it does look realistic, even though they are duplicates. Unless you kind of examine that image, you wouldn't really tell, would you? So there you go, really powerful stuff that you can do with mirroring. Let me just delete that. With this little triangle, I'm going to show you another interesting set of effects. First of all, if I hit plus on my keyboard, right? Now, with my finger on the shift key this time, see what happens. Can you see that I'm mirroring, but the anchor point is in the center? Okay, finger on the shift, the anchor point is in the center. So I'm creating a mirror, but I don't have that same automatic control of the size. I have to manually resize it. So there's a mirror flip for you. Let's do it again. Plus on my keyboard. Now, this time I'll constrain. So finger on the shift key and finger on the control key, both at the same time. So control and shift. Now, as I pull, nothing will, notice how it flips when I get past the center point. Okay, can you see that? Let me just Control Z, undo that, and I'll increase the size. And it sort of looks a bit like a hat, doesn't it? Plus on my keyboard for the duplicate, Control and Shift, and flip. And it flipped from the center. Just remember that. Now, let's have some fun with this. And I'm doing this deliberately just so that you've got some things to play with and to experiment with. And we're putting some of the skills we've been learning to date into practice. So plus or Control C and then Control V. Finger on Control. Now I'll select them both. Plus, finger on Control, mirror, select them all, plus finger on control, and one more time I'll just select those ones there, and plus control, flip that over. Now if I select all of those, plus on my keyboard, finger on control, flip that down, might make that yellow in colour, interesting effect. Now this time I'm just going to move everything over a little bit. So finger on control, remember constraining to move horizontally. Just line that up with there. Delete that one, delete that one. That's a pretty cool looking effect, isn't it? See how you can just easily do some stuff. Finger on control, constrain, or just move that up. So I'm always using finger on control to constrain to perfect moving on my vertical or horizontal axis. Well, gee, I've shown you a lot in this lesson, putting together a lot of what we've been learning to date. So why don't you go ahead with that, have a play and see what you can come up with. We're now on page 17 of your working file, the subject of rotation. Rotation is something you'll use forever throughout your design process, so I'm quickly going to show you some easy, convenient ways of doing it. Well, first of all, you select your object by clicking once, and you click again to bring up the rotation and the side handles. We call those skew handles. We'll talk about those soon. So the four corners are the rotation handles. So again, click to go back to the original sizing handles, click again for rotation handles. And it's this easy. Simply hover over any one of the four corners and click and drag, and you can begin to rotate your object. It's that easy. Control Z, undo. When rotating, it's very handy to use control. Now what control will do is it will constrain to 15-degree increments. Now if you watch up here in the property bar, you can see we have an angle of rotation little dialog box. We'll look at that in a minute, but just watch it for a second. So click to bring up the rotation handles, finger on control, and watch. See that? 15, 30, 45, 60, and so on. Now, these are pretty much the standards that a lot of people use when obviously designing a 15-degree increments. They're the standards. Now, if you want to do something that is peculiar, for example, let's say you want to go to 37 degrees. Type in 37 and hit enter. Now let's say you're working on a project and you need 37 degrees plus 112 degrees. Do this. 37 plus 112, 112, hit enter, and there you have the result, 149 degrees. Now you can add or subtract, and it's a very convenient way to get the exact angle of rotation that you want. So Control Z, and I'm back to 0. If you use the Shift key, finger on Shift, you can actually rotate and resize while you're rotating. It's kind of just fun to do in reality. So you can resize as you're rotating. Do both, Shift and Control, and now I can resize and of course rotate in my 15-degree increments. There we go. So have a play with those particular options there. They really are quite good. Now you'll notice how my screen hasn't refreshed properly. It hasn't redrawn correctly. A quick little tip for you while we've seen this happen is double click on a scroll bar. So double click and automatically the screen will refresh for you. Okay, that one's for free. Now, when dealing with multiple objects, I'll bring these objects up here, the process is the same. Select all of the objects, simply click again, and that will bring up the rotation handles. Again, finger on control, and I've got my 15-degree increments, and of course, Shift key, and I can resize as well. So just remember that multiple objects is the same. And again, double click to refresh. Well, I'm going to now talk about moving the rotation pin. Now, I'll pop this down here. Now, when we click to bring up our rotation handles, notice in the middle there is a circle with a little dot in the middle. We call that a rotation pin. Now, effectively, as I rotate, you can see that the pin is the rotation point. We can move this. Hover over the pin, wait till you see the plus, click and drag, and now you can move the rotation pin wherever you want. Say, for example, I pop it there. Now the object rotates around that pin. Same principles apply. If I finger on control and I can rotate my 15-degree increments. It is cool to know, again because I'm using text I click too fast and that automatically selects my text tool. Back to my pick tool, click again. Now I can hold my finger on control and move the rotation pin to any one of the central or corner locations. Notice that it's finger on control, it's snapping to the corners, to the center side, or to the center end, or back to the center there. Finger on control, just remember that. Let me show you how that's really handy. I'll pop this over here. Let's say, for example, and what I might do is, no, I'll leave that there and I'll use this star as the example. Let's say that I'll pop that there. Now let's say my little point is perfectly in the center of that star, but I want to rotate the box. Click again. Now, see my rotation pin? I'd already moved it to that point. But let's say it was back in the middle here. Click, click again, finger on control, and that takes me to the four corners of the object, like that. But if I let go of control, I can manually put it where I want, and I'm going to pop it right on the end of the point. So now when I rotate, my little dialog box is perfectly rotating around that point because that's the pin, well, that's the point that I have placed my rotation pin. And they can be really, really handy and really helpful. You might have lots of these boxes and you're placing them all the way around, and so just put the rotation handle, or pin I should say, right on the end there like that. Well, that's all I'm going to show you for rotation. Very, very handy. I want you to play with everything that you've just seen and move on to the next lesson. We're now on page 18 of your working file, the subject of skewing. Now, as I said in the previous lesson, when you select an object, click again, you get the four rotation handles, but you also have these side handles, which we call skew handles. And really what they do is they allow you to literally skew. So imagine the bottom of the piece of text is fixed. When I click on the top skew handle and I move to the right, as you can see, the bottom is fixed and I'm able to lean to the left or to the right, and we call that skewing. Now if I hold my finger on control, in that same way we saw with rotation, 15-degree increments, which can make it easy. Now the thing is that whenever you work with text a lot, some text doesn't have italics available. If I click, for example, italicize there, it very much looks like a skew, doesn't it? I'll quickly undo that. You may find that you want more skew, and that's why you'll use it, or more of the sense of italicizing. So again, simply click. If you hold your finger on control, well, you know that's 2 clicks there, about 30-degree skew, and that way I know I'll apply that to similar text. Control Z, Control Z. Now, the same thing applies. Always remember that whatever handle you select, it's the opposite side that becomes the anchor point. So again, click on the bottom and the top is anchored. So click on the side, and of course the opposite side is anchored. Okay. Now you can create some really great effects. For example, let's say I were to skew that to the right just a little. Now, plus on my keyboard, or Control C and Control V for copying, we learnt that earlier. And I'll click, because I just created a duplicate, pull that down like that. And that's an effect you oftentimes see today. It's kind of a cool effect. Click on, say, a light color grey, and it's kind of a shadow effect. Click on black, and again, it's quite a cool type of effect. And we'll look more at those sorts of effects as we move along. Now, one more thing I want to show you quickly is the Alt key. The Alt key is kind of weird. Now, I'm just quickly going to show you what it does. Finger on Alt. Sorry, I'll click again, skew handles. Finger on Alt. And what it kind of does is it fixes the object in the center. So as I move my mouse left and right, you can see it's kind of skewing the top and the bottom around a center point. But I can also do it up and down as well. Well, if nothing else, it's certainly a lot of fun. And it's a great way to move something around and kind of get a feel of all sorts of different kind of skew options, as you can see there. So we've called it an effect because there really is no word to describe it. But please do have a play with that. And of course, when you work with multiple objects, it's exactly the same. Select them all, click, bring up your skew handles, and of course you can work in exactly the same fashion. Now, I'll quickly show you one more thing. How powerful skew is. Now I'm going to hit plus on my keyboard, or Control C and then Control V. Shrink that down a little, just like that. Click again, and I'm just going to skew that to the right a little. Select it again, and what does that look like? Does that look like an open folder? Now, how easy was that? We just simply worked with a square, or a rectangle if you want to call it that, and we've created that folder effect that you oftentimes see in Windows. So go ahead, have a play with Skew, create the folder you've just seen, and we'll move on to the next lesson. We're now on page 19, the subject of undo and redo. Well, I do hope you've been enjoying everything up to this point. And probably from this point, we're now going to start to branch into a little bit more of some very important things. Undo and redo are going to become your best friends. You will use this probably much more than anything else. And you've seen me use Control Z or Control Z a number of times already. Well, this business card that you can see here is a design that we're going to, in the next few lessons, begin to create, because it will comprise a lot of all of the skills we've learnt and are about to learn. So before we do jump into the other areas of learning, I want to quickly highlight to you the importance of undoing and understanding it. Now, with this business card, let's just simply assume a few things. We've done a design, we're happy with our design, but we want to make some changes. So I'm going to select that and make it black in color. I'll select that bottom bit of text, maybe make that yellow in color, and I think what I'll do is just move things around a little bit. And ultimately what I'm trying to do is just create some changes so I can demonstrate the power of undo. I'll select that and maybe skew it up a little bit, click again, resize back a bit, and ultimately I'm just kind of really truly messing things up, aren't I? I might change that to a green color, and after I finish playing with all of those things, maybe I'll select the outline around the outside, right click, and I'll make that a yellow color. Now, I've done all of these things, and then I decide to myself, I'm not happy. What did it look like before? Because I've gone so far and I can't remember. Well, there are a number of ways to undo. Control Z, as you've seen me do, and I'm going to do that now. Finger on Control, and tap the Z key. And every time I tap it, automatically it undoes a step, and it will keep undoing all the way back to the beginning of my design based on how many undo levels I have set. This is very important. Up to Tools and Options, and under Options, if we go to Workspace and General, you can see the number of undo levels. Now I have mine set fairly high, about 120. Sometimes I set it to 150. By default, it's not set that high. So I'd recommend that you come in and you make some alterations. At least a minimum of 100 steps is what I would do. But if you have a slow machine that doesn't have a lot of memory, this area can affect the memory usage. So just bear that in mind. But if you've got a reasonably new machine, I would go with a minimum of 100 steps. Click OK. Now, as you saw, I just used Control Z to undo, but I can redo all of those steps, Control, Shift, and Z. So Control, and then finger on Shift, and then Z. And now, as you can see, I'm re-implementing those changes as I keep tapping, and then I'll get to a point where I'm tapping continually now, and I've got to the end. So that's undo and redo, really powerful stuff. However, you may find that after doing 100 steps of something that you think, gee, Control Z is going to take me a while. Well, there are some easier ways. Up here on the property bar, we have a redo and an undo arrow. So for example, if I click the undo arrow, watch the card, in the same way as I do Control Z, it's undoing all of the steps one at a time based on the amount of available undos I have set, which we just looked at in Options. In the same way, I can redo. Click the arrow and just redo. Now you might find this easier than going Control Z on your keyboard. I have formed the habit of using Control Z, and I guess that's why I find that easy. So I can redo all of those steps. Once it becomes grayed out, well, I've used up all of the steps. Another way of doing things is to use this little drop down. Now I've highlighted that for you here. You can use this little drop down and you can go to any point. So it lists for you all of the things that you've done, and if I were to go back to my first point, so click here, can you see automatically it undoes straight to that point? And if I go to the redo, go all the way to the bottom, and I can click there, and I can redo all the way back to that point. Back to undo, and I can pop in the middle somewhere. So say I move to this point where skew is. If I can remember some of the things that I've done, at least I can jump throughout my list and have a look, as you can see there. Go back, redo everything, or come back here and just undo everything. So that's undo and redo. So why don't you have a play? Just mix it all up everywhere you can and try all of the undo options and redo options. We're now on page 20 of your working file, the subject of stacking order. Now, this is a very important subject, so do spend some time here because this will really affect your ability to design over time. Now, first of all, I'm going to simply select my rectangle tool and then I'm going to click on a color. Now, click. Don't worry about that, we'll discuss that later. Click OK. Now, the reason I've done this is so that when I draw a rectangle, it has that blue color in it automatically. So I'm going to click and drag, and click and drag. And do you notice every time I create a new rectangle, automatically that rectangle is over the top of the last rectangle? Well, that is what we call the stacking order. CorelDRAW automatically creates the stacking order for you. Always, the last object you create is at the top of the stacking order, and of course the first object is at the bottom of the stacking order. But as we design, we will want to change the order of objects to suit our design. And that is really very much what this lesson is about, how to alter and change the stacking order. Well, if I take this rectangle here and I'll make it yellow in color to really highlight this for you, and in fact what I'll do is just pull all these over a little bit closer together. Now, as you can see, the stacking order doesn't change even though I'm moving objects around. Now I'll pop that there like that. Now, there are lots of ways to change the stacking order, so I'm going to show you what I believe are the quickest ways first of all, and that is to simply work with these keyboard shortcuts here. So for example, Control Page Down. I'll do that now. Finger on Control and Page Down, and see that? It's gone down one. And again, and again, and as you can see, every time I tap, it goes down one. I can do the reverse, Control Page Up. And as you can see, I can change the stacking order by doing that. We've got some options to go automatically to the back and automatically to the front. So I'll, for example, send this all the way to the back automatically. So Shift and Page Down, and automatically that's gone to the back of all of the objects, as you can see. Now just bear in mind when you work on this page, by the way, I've actually got a hidden white background there that you can't see. So if I go Shift Page Down, it will disappear behind my white background. So when you're doing this, if it disappears, just Control Page Up and that'll bring you in front of this white edge. If I click right on the edge there, if I can find it, there it is. You can see my background is a locked white space. That's part of my setting this up, so don't let that fool you, okay? All right, now if I want to come all the way to the front, I'll use this one, Shift Page Up, Shift Page Up. Now there are some other ways to go ahead and do this, and that is to work from a menu system. Two ways to access the menu system: up to Arrange and come to Order. And here are all of your options, and these options will apply to whatever the selected object is. So to the back of the page, to the front, back one. Basically these same shortcuts are all here. The two that we don't have as keyboard shortcuts at the moment are in front of and behind. Now, if I choose in front of, and for example I click on that square there, click, see my object is in front of that object. Now, a quicker way to access this menu, and I've written it here, right click on the object to access menu, right click, come down to Order, and you can access the menu here. So this time I'm going to click behind and I'll click on the front one. So my object goes behind the front one. Pretty easy stuff. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to delete all of this. I'm going to select this bunch of objects here, and I'm going to stretch that out there. And we're going to just practice putting all of this into place. But before we do, I'm going to show you a very handy tip, how to create your own menu system. Up to Arrange, down to Order, and see all of these options here. There's a couple of them I want to place into my own floating menu, or Docker if you like. It's very important. Finger on Control first, then finger on Alt, and you can click and drag any one of these onto the screen. Again, Arrange, Order, and I'm going to go in front of Control, Alt, then click and drag and put it inside of that menu. Again, arrange, order, Control, Alt, and I will go back one. Again, arrange, order, Control, Alt, and forward one. And that's all I'm going to do. So I've created a brand new menu or toolbar. Now, what I can do with this is I can place this automatically up here onto this toolbar, and that will stay there. Or I can drag it around my screen and pop it wherever I want. So that's a good part of this lesson that even now you could go ahead and do if you want. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this object here. In fact, that one's in the right place. I'll select this object here, and I'm going to say in front of the red square. I'll select this one, and I could go just Control Page Up, and with this one here I could go Control Page Down, but notice how nothing's happening. That's because even though I only see it sitting in front of that object, it could actually be in front of a lot of objects. I'll do that again. So see here, it's actually on the top of the stacking order of all of these objects, but when it's just sitting there like that, I can't tell that. So I go Control Page Down, nothing appears to happen, as you can see. And that's where, when you've got lots of objects, using these options are very valuable. So in behind the red square, and that makes it easy to work with, doesn't it? So I'm going to, again, behind the red square, and then this one here in front of the green square, and then that one there in front of the green square. Use some of these keyboard shortcuts as well. This one here, I'll go Control Page Down, and I'm having to hit it quite a few times because I don't know where it sits in the stacking order. Now we can look at this another way, which we will in the future, and that is once we start working with the Object Manager, then we will be able to see exactly where something sits in the order. Well, I've been tapping for a long time and I'm not getting anywhere. So I'm going to, in this case, just to show you, Order. So I'll do that again. Right click, go to Order, and I'm going to choose in front of the arrow. See that? You can select multiple objects and do the same thing. Just bear that in mind. And now I'm going to go in front of the green square, and now we have our billy cart full of objects. So go ahead, play with all the options that you've seen here, create your own menu. Now don't forget, after you've created a menu, you can drag that menu wherever you want, and you can delete it, which is what I'm going to do right now. Don't forget, right-click on your menu bar system. We talked about this earlier, and you may need to turn off Lock Toolbar. So if it's got a tick, then click it and untick it so that it's unselected, meaning you can move your toolbars around. Hope you've enjoyed this one. See you in the next one. We're now on page 21 of your working file, looking at the subject of drawing tools. Now the reason we're having this lesson is so that I can demonstrate for you quickly some of the common ways we can utilize all of the drawing tools. So from this point in time, after this lesson, we'll jump into starting our business card project, and we'll actually start using tools, drawing, creating colors, and all those sorts of things. The thing that I want you to see here is that the process of drawing an object from any one of these tools can be utilized in the same fashion. Now I'll show you that as we go on. The first thing I want to do is quickly show you how you can drag each one of these menus out onto the screen. You can see right here I've depicted the point in the toolbar that we're working with, which is these four here. So notice each one has a little arrow or a little triangle. We talked about this earlier on. But if you click on that little arrow, you'll notice a little dotted line at the top there. You simply click anywhere on that dotted line and you can drag that set of tools out onto your working area. Now don't forget that if you're in an earlier version, it may look slightly different. So you might have, like, for example, double lines on the end here or something. But the principles are all very much the same. So I'm just going to quickly drag all of these sets of tools out here so that we can see them. And I'll get you to do the same thing once you've finished watching this video as well. So I'll just pop that there. Now, I want you to notice, if I click on a tool, say click that one there, notice that tool becomes highlighted over here in the toolbar. Again, if I click here, that one becomes highlighted. I might click the spiral tool. So the spiral tool appears and becomes highlighted on the toolbar. Same principle applies from the flyout. Go to the flyout, select one of the tools, and that tool will appear and be highlighted. So you always know what tool you have selected by looking at the toolbar. The next thing I want you to see is that the property bar that we have along here, and I think there's the odd occasion I do call them the wrong names. This is the standard toolbar sitting above, and this is the property bar that you can see here. Whenever you select a tool, you'll notice that the properties for that tool appear up here on the property bar, as you can see. So every tool has a different set of properties. For example, right here we're looking at the star tool. You can set the number of points per side, the outline thickness, etc. When it comes to shapes, I might select basic shapes. Well, I can choose then from all the different types of shapes on the property bar. So the point is, when you select one of these tools, always look on the property bar for properties about that tool. The next thing I want you to know is that these three keyboard shortcuts, and they're similar to what we've seen already, apply to every one of these tools. And I've depicted what each one of them does here. So let's quickly work through them, starting with number one, which basically is constrain, control. So if I click, and this is what I've put this little star here for you, so that you have a point of starting. Whenever you select a tool and you click, the first place you click is called the origin, the starting point. So I'm going to click, and always remember, once you've clicked, hold your left mouse button down. Now, as you can see, my origin remains fixed. No matter where I put my mouse, the origin is fixed. Now remember, this is the same for every one of those tools. Okay? So my origin is fixed. If I now put my finger on the control key, watch what happens. Finger on control, all of a sudden my rectangle becomes a perfect square. Now I can go in any one of the four potential quadrants of that square. As you can see, my original starting point or my origin never changes, but I'm always creating a perfect square. That's what control will do. Release your mouse and you will see your final object. Now the reason why that object is blue, my square is blue, is because in the previous lesson, if you recall, I clicked the colour blue. So I'm going to delete that. Again, common to every one of these tools, if you click on a colour first, say I click the blue, it comes up and it says changing fill properties when nothing is selected, will, in other words no object, will modify the attributes of the tools when creating a new object. And it's asking me, do I want this to be applied to graphics, which are, of course, these objects we draw on screen? What about artistic text and paragraph text? Don't worry about those. For now, we're simply going to select graphic. However, if you're working in CorelDRAW X6, you have a number of other options as well. They work in the exact same way. Simply select one of those options, such as artistic media, meaning when you use an artistic media tool, the default color will be that color we've chosen. Well, for now, we're simply going to choose graphic and click OK. Now, if I were to set, let's say, the color red, same applies, click OK. When I release, I've got red. If I delete that, what I'm going to do for the purpose of this exercise is I'm going to click the X. Now that's what we call the no color well. It's got no color. So the same thing will apply. I click that, click OK. Now when I click and drag, finger on control key, there's no color inside of that. And for right now, that's the way I would like to work. All right, let me pick a different shape. This time I'm going to go with polygon. Up on the property bar, the polygon has 5 sides. I'm going to click in here. Now the interesting thing is, it doesn't look like the origin is part of the polygon, but if you actually were to draw a square around that polygon, the starting point is actually there. Now that starting point or the origin will be the same. I've got my finger on control now, no matter what. And really, if I shrink it right back down, you can see that that is the starting point, can't you? So finger on control, and that helps me to create a perfect polygon. One more shape, we'll go with a star shape. If I click and drag, now I can make that star non-perfect, but if I want it to be perfect, finger on control, and I create a perfect star shape every time. What about shift? What does that do? If I click, again in here, right, remember that's my origin, and I put my finger on the Shift key, the origin now becomes the center of the object. Okay, so now I've created a center origin to my object. Finger on Control and Shift, and look at that, I can resize to a perfect star from the center. Always release your mouse first and then let go of the keyboard shortcuts. Okay? Well, that applies to every single shape. So we've covered all three. Control gives me, finger on Control, a perfect circle or a perfect shape. Finger on Shift resizes from the center. And then the last one here, Control and Shift, is a perfect shape from the center. Look at that. Well, that's what I'd like for you to go ahead and do now, is to simply drag all of the sets of tools out onto your working area. Go through each tool if you like. Some of them do work a little different to others. If you get confused, don't worry. The point is to click in here and try all the keyboard shortcuts. If you want to try some colors, click first to color or do a fill for your object and go from there. One last thing I'll show you quickly. I want to select the call out shape. This is rather interesting. If I click in here, a call out, is a bit like an arrow or a box pointing to a particular point. It's very clever how this has been designed. Finger on Control, and yes, I get a perfect call out. Finger on Shift, and look what happens. Isn't that interesting? My call out now has the arrow part of it in the center. So just bear that in mind. If you see that, that is normal for a call out shape, okay, using finger on Shift. So have a play with all those, see how you go, and we're about to start our project. We're now on page 22 of your learning file, the rectangle tool. Now from this point in time, we're going to first of all learn about a particular drawing tool, in this case the rectangle tool, and then in the second lesson, part A of this if you like, we're going to start on our business card project applying what we've just learnt. So let's start out by looking at the rectangle tool. Selecting the rectangle tool from the toolbar, or if you like, you can't see it there, click on the little flyout and you'll see it there. So pick from the list, rectangle, click and drag to draw a rectangle, and remember, finger on Control constrains to create a perfect square. But I just want a rectangle for right now. I'm now going to select the shape tool, the second one down, the shape tool. And the shape tool is again a tool you'll just use all the time because it will affect all of the drawing tools, and you'll see as we go. So select the shape tool. You'll notice that what happens is 4 little nodes appear on my object. Now remember, my object had to be selected first. If I go select my shape tool, I would then have to click on my object to select it. All right. All I have to do now is click on one of the 4 corners and then drag, click and drag, and all 4 corners round perfectly the same. I can click on any one of the 4 to create this effect. If I want to round only one corner, simply click again on that corner and then round. Now watch this. If I don't click first, but I just simply begin to drag again, you'll notice all 4 corners are adjusting. Okay? So remember, to adjust a corner, you must click on that corner first, then adjust. If I want to readjust, click again, one click, and then I can readjust. Okay? So I'll just quickly delete that. I'll draw another rectangle. As I said earlier, the previous lesson, all of the drawing tools have properties, and those properties will always appear across the property bar here, and we have a number we need to look at. Well, you saw me shape the corners using the shape tool, but I can actually manually type in a value into any one of the 4 corners. If the lock is on, and it is on right now, and I type a value, say 20, all 4 corners will have a 20 millimeter corner radius applied. However, if I turn the lock off, I can just adjust one corner. Say I adjust that to 5. So I'm just adjusting the one corner. And this is great if you require extreme accuracy to be able to type in a value. Here's the thing though, I want you to watch this. If I turn the lock back on, and let's say I add 5 to this one corner, so I'll type in a value of 10, what's going to happen is all 4 corners will have 5 added to them because 5 is the difference of what I've added there. Hit enter. So now we've got 25, 10 and 25. Can you see that? Very important to realize that. With that lock on, Whatever you type into one box, that same amount will be applied to all 4 radiuses. Well, I'm just going to delete that and I'm going to draw another rectangle. Lock on, type in a value of 20. In X5, we have a number of additions. In fact, I'll drop that back to 10. One of the big ones is this one here, relative corner scaling. Now, this is not available in X4 and X3, a really great reason to upgrade. What this means is that as I resize this rectangle, the radius resizes with me. Now, I'll let go. Notice it went from 10 to 17. Again, if I shrink this down, it's gone from 17 down to 4.6. So the radius is adjusting as I resize. If I turn this off, which is how it works in X4 and X3, and then I resize, the radius remains the same, as you can see there. This can be a nuisance and really affect your final design if you need to resize it. It can really change the appearance of a design. So just remember that one. Leave that on unless you have a reason to turn it off. And last but not least, now in X5 we have the addition of 2 extra types of corners, a scalloped corner and a chamfered corner. Both really good for creating plaque effects and that type of thing. Well, there you go. Finally, with every one of the drawing tools, you always have the ability to adjust the outline thickness from the property bar. So again, if I were to select, say, 10, as you can see, I usually work with 1 or a little thinner than that. So with a little creativity, I can be, let's say, a little silly. Watch this. I'll click and drag, and I'll just draw close to a square. I'll grab my shape tool, and I'll round that corner off. Click, round that one off just a little. This one a little more, and that one a little less. Should have clicked again on that one, so click again. So I've rounded all 4 corners a little differently. Plus on my keyboard, or don't forget Control C and Control V. Finger on Control, I'm going to flip that over, just move it over a little bit. Then create another duplicate, plus on my keyboard. Shrink that duplicate right down, pop it there, plus on my keyboard, pop that over the other side, and I'll flip it over, finger on Control. I know I'm doing this very fast, and you can play with this in your own way. And I'm using nothing that I haven't taught you so far. So finger on Shift and select the 2 background ones, make them yellow, select both of those, make them blue, and I might actually shrink that down a little bit, yeah. Shrink it down a little bit, pop those there, and I'll create another duplicate, plus on my keyboard, drag that down there, shrink it down, rotate round a little bit, like that, and plus on my keyboard, pull that down, close it up. Now, come on, you can't tell me that this is hard to do. There's nothing about this. I know it's a bit silly, really, in reality, but it's a bit of fun and it puts to use what it is we've been learning. And there we go. So we've kind of got a square face going on. And I can make that green in colour. Now remember, it'll be on the top layer. Finger on Control, page down a few times, and we'll slowly go back down through the stacking order. And there we go, a silly face using rectangles. And that's probably a good experiment for you to try. It will hone your skills for our next lesson. Well, we're remaining on our working page 22, the rectangle tool, and we're going to start our project. So we'll simply start by selecting the rectangle tool, click and drag. Don't worry about what size it is because we're manually going to size it. Make sure the lock is turned off, and we'll type in a value of 90 millimeters by 55 millimeters and hit enter. So I actually type the value, then tab on my keyboard. Tab will automatically jump to the next dialog box. Okay. Now I'd like for you to maybe change your units of measure to millimeters. If right now you're working in inches, change it back to millimeters so that we're working together. The same principles apply, and you can apply them in your size at a later time. Okay. Now what I will do is I'll zoom in here, make this a little easier to see. So we've got our size of 90 by 55, standard business card size, generally the world over. I'm going to create a duplicate, plus on my keyboard, or again, Control C, copy to the clipboard, Control V, paste back down. Okay. Now I'm going to size the width of that to 1/3, so I'll make it 30 millimeters wide. So it's 1/3 of 90, and that's it there. I'm going to make that one of these purpley blue colours. The one I'm choosing is C40 and M40, sort of a lilac-y purple type colour. And I want you to come up to Snap To, something we haven't talked about, and make sure everything is turned off except Snap To Objects. You may find by default Dynamic Guides is on, but just turn Snap To Objects on. This is very cool. As you hover your mouse over the edge of an object, a bit hard to see there, but it actually says edge. In fact, let me remove that colour for a second. As I hover, see how it says edge? And then I get to the middle and it says midpoint. Well, if I click my mouse on the midpoint and drag around, I can lock that edge to the edge of the other object, keep dragging up, and when it comes to the midpoint, snap. Can you see that? I'll do it again over this side for you. Hover in the midpoint, go up there, keep coming down, in a second, midpoint, snap. So it's a perfect locking together of shapes. Okay? And again, I'll go back to that purple colour. Select everything and right-click your mouse. That's a right-click on your mouse, and that will change the outline colour. So a left click is always your fill colour, a right click is your outline colour. Okay, we're going to draw another rectangle now. Finger on Control this time, make sure we draw a perfect square. And we're going to size this to a value of 17 millimeters. 17. And if I had the lock on, which I will turn on now, I'll do it again for you though. Control Z. If I had the lock on first, when I type in 17, because it already is a perfect square, hit Enter. See how it becomes 17 and 17? Now again, with my pick tool, hover in the corner and then snap to the edge and then come up to the midpoint. Click and midpoint. Plus, on the keyboard, create another duplicate, or again the other method. And I'm going to make this one 13 millimeters. So 13, hit Enter, click in that corner there, and snap down to there. Cool. In fact, you know what? Before I do that, what we might do is round this corner first, I think. So I'll select this rectangle and make sure the lock is off, and I'll type in a value of 7, I think will work. Yep, that looks good. Now let's create a duplicate plus, and we'll make the duplicate 13. That way I don't have to do the rounded corner for this one. Click in the corner, snap down into the other corner. And there you go. That easy. Now all I'm going to do is select both of those together, so click, drag, draw a marquee around them, plus on my keyboard another duplicate, and I'm going to flip it over diagonally. So finger on Control, must remember that, finger on Control, top corner, drag, and once I get past the center point it will flip. See like that? Flip. Now all we have to do is, I'll just zoom back out, F4, make sure I get my colors right, select red, select the bottom one, select yellow, then select the inside one. Make sure you click on the edge because they've got no fill color. Make that one yellow, and then click on there and make that one red. That was actually pretty easy to do, but there were a number of steps. So if you have to make some notes, please watch it again. And that's step 1. Now before you move on to the next lesson, it's very important, when you're finished, select your card and Control-C, copy it to the clipboard. Okay, so edit and copy. Copy to the clipboard, and then when we go to our next lesson, Control-C, I'm going to go to my next page, we need to paste that down. Control-V, so that we've got our card and we can continue on with the project. Okay, so copy from page 22 to page 23. When you're finished, make sure you save, and that way, come back here, even if you don't copy it straight away, so long as you save this file now, the next time you open up, you'll have the work that you've done to date. Okay? See you in the next lesson. We're now on page 23 of your working file, the ellipse tool. And of course, we need to learn about the ellipse tool to do the next part of our business project. Okay, so over here on the toolbar, almost halfway down, we've got the ellipse tool, or of course, you need to select it from the flyout. I'm going to click in the middle of my page, finger on Control first, and that of course will give me a perfect circle. If I put my finger on Shift, well then I'm anchoring to the center and resizing from the center out. Okay, the first thing that you'll notice is of course a whole lot of properties appear across the property bar for the ellipse that we've just drawn. Ellipse is actually a default setting. what you'll find is there are two other options. I can make this a pie, for example, or I can make it an arc. The difference between a pie and an arc, of course, is that with the pie we have the inside lines, but with an arc we actually don't. You'll also find over here on the other side we can produce the opposite. For example, right now, if you look right here, we have a starting point of 0 and an ending point of 270. So look over here on my little example. Starting from 0 going all the way around to 270, well, that's the pie that we have right now. If I were to click this little button change direction, well, we'll have the reverse. Now we've got something that starts at 270 and goes to 0. So starts at 270 and goes all the way around to 0. So 270 all the way around to 0. Now, very interestingly, let's go back to an ellipse, and I'm going to go back, and this time I'm going to select the actual shape tool. With the shape tool selected, you can actually create a pie or an arc by simply dragging on the node that's here. So if I click and I drag downward, release, as you can see I'm creating a pie. I'll undo that, Control Z. If I grab and I click and pull around this way, as you can see, I can create a pie of all varying sizes, however it is, or angles if you like, that I want to create. Let me show you. If you now click on the node and pull on the outside, you create an arc. So, inside, outside. Inside we have a pie, outside we have an arc. Inside, outside. It's pretty cool, really. You can also type values up here. So, for example, say I type 90 and something like 220. So I'll type 90 at the top and then 220, 220, hit enter. And then what I want to do, and by the way, I'm going to hit my space bar. Remember, if you hit your space bar, we learnt this way early, and then you hit your space bar again, it always goes back to the pick tool and then back to the last tool selected. So pick tool and then last tool selected. Okay, so I'm back to my pick tool right now. I'm going to make that green in color. Now remember, we also have snap to objects turned on. We turned that on in our last lesson. So now when I create a duplicate by tapping plus on my keyboard, so plus, and I'll make that yellow. If I now grab my shape tool, and I don't need to go over there, tap my space bar, pull this round a little bit further, stay on the inside, and then go to the top and pull that round a bit, it'll snap in a minute. And there it is there. See the edge? Snap right there. So that's my original green one. This is my yellow one. Back to my space bar and tap that so that I can get my pick tool again. Another duplicate plus. I'll make this one say red. Tap it again for the shape tool. And then I'm going to drag that all the way around and wait till it snaps. Snap. And then round. And that'll snap right there. Snap. So we've kind of created a bit of a baseball effect, as you can see. Well, of course, if you're creating pie charts for your business, brochures or whatever, this is a great way to do it. And of course, I could select any one of those and actually type genuine values. And you can make it up and work the whole thing out from there. Well, that's fairly much all I really wanted to show you. And what we're going to do now is apply some of these skills to the next part of our business card design. We're remaining on page 23, the ellipse tool page, to continue on with our business card project. Now, if you remember, we need to go back a page, and you should have where you were up to previously saved onto this page. If not, wherever you did save it, you need to go and get it, or maybe you need to do this lesson again. I'm not sure. But anyway, we need to select this, Control C, copy to the clipboard, and go forward a page, Control V, paste down, which is the method, of course, I've been showing you to create duplicates. Now, what I'm going to do is simply select this while it's still selected and drag it right over near this pie shape here, because I'm going to refer to the degrees, and it will just help us a little bit. Select my zoom tool and zoom in so that I can see my pie and just enough of that part of the business card right there. Okay, well, we're going to select our ellipse tool, and again, make sure snap to objects is on. It's really important for this project, and you'll see why. As I hover my mouse, the ellipse tool, right over the center point, you'll see that it says edge, and then as I come down it says node. Well, that's basically the center point where all those points are crossing. So I'm going to click, finger on Control and Shift, and I'm going to follow that line until I get all the way to that yellow-red intersection. Release my mouse, then my keyboard shortcuts. As you can see, the ellipse is selected. To deselect, just click once on the page. Now we're going to do it again. Click in the middle, and then Control and Shift. Now, as I move along, you'll see there are two midpoints. There's a midpoint right there, and it snaps to it, and then there's one more right there it snaps to. For convenience, just go all the way out to the other one, and then come back. The first midpoint you come to on the way back, that's the one. Release, click and deselect. Again, click, Control, and then snap to that first midpoint there. And of course, you're all asking the question, why are there two midpoints? Well, the reason is there's two objects, the yellow object and the red object, and it's the snap to feature is recognizing the midpoint of both of those objects. I'll show you another way. If I select the yellow object, notice the sizing handle there. It lines up with that ellipse right there. If I select the red object, notice the sizing handle lines up with that ellipse. That's the midpoint of those two objects. Alright, we're just going to make a couple of little changes, and this one is actually really quite simple, this part of the project. So, Shape Tool, I'll select the outer one and pull all the way around to the edge there. Now, I only want an arc, so I'm drawing on the outside. Snap to that intersection, and then pull all the way back around to the bottom there, and snap to that intersection. Make sure the Shape Tool stays on the outside, so we have an arc and not a pie. We're going to leave that circle and come to the inner circle, and I'm going to type the values that I want. I just want it to fit in this quadrant here, which is the exact same as the blue section. So 180 to 270. So let's just type it. 180, tab, 270, hit enter, and we want to make sure we select pi, and I'm going to give that a blue color fill, which is actually cyan, and then I'm going to select the next circle and give that the first grey. Okay, we call that 10% grey. See how it says K10? So 10% black. And that's really all there is to this project. F4, zoom back out. Let's take our card, we'll pop it back in the middle of the page so it looks nice and neat. Examine your design, make sure it looks the same as the design down the bottom here, or at least fairly similar. There probably are some differences, but that doesn't matter. It looks fairly close to me. Well, what we need to do now is save this. So come up and click Save. So that makes sure that this portion of the project is saved, and then we'll move on to our next lesson. We're now on page 24 of your working file, the polygon tool. And that interesting looking effect there was incredibly easy to create using the polygon tool, and I'll show you how in just a moment. Well, once we've learnt how to do this, we're then going to create that shape that you can see in the background there. So let's select the polygon tool. So click, and the first thing you'll notice are again the properties on the property bar. You have a couple of options. You can set some properties before you create your polygon or after. I'll hold my finger on the control key to create a perfect pentagon, as you can see there. Now if I wanted to change the number of sides to this, that's all I have to do is I can click through and I can change the number of sides, or I can just type the value in. I'll go straight back to 5. You'll notice that whenever you create a polygon, there are a number of nodes that appear throughout. Well, those nodes are what allow us to, well, do all the bending and stretching and have fun with. So we use to select our shape tool. Sorry, I meant we need to select our shape tool, and just simply click on any one of these nodes. Click and drag. And as you can see, as you move that around, you can begin to reshape the polygon. If I make that yellow in color, you can see how you can do all sorts of things. You can actually pull right across the other side and begin to do some interesting things with that. And depending on how many sides you've got and what you do, you'll come up with all sorts of interesting designs. Notice how we've now lost the number of sides. I need to go back, select my pick tool to be able to change the number of sides. So as I do this, even though it's still an odd design, you can see how by adding more points I can end up with a really interesting design. Doesn't that look great? Okay, grab my shape tool again, and I can begin to pull and change that in whatever way I want and come up with all sorts of really interesting things. Let me just make that a little bit larger. And I'll just pull the center starry bit in a little bit, rotate it around a little bit. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all remove the black outline. So right click on the no color wheel, so that's a right click, removes the black outline. Now plus on my keyboard to create a duplicate, and I'm going to make that red in color and simply put my finger on shift and shrink it down in size. Okay, then plus on my keyboard again, make it orange in color, same thing, shrink it down in size, and there you go. Isn't that a really interesting looking effect? So go ahead, have a play with the polygon tool and just pull and push and create duplicates and do all sorts of things. Have some fun, and in our next lesson we'll create the next stage of our project. Well, we're remaining on page 24, the polygon tool page, to do the next phase of our business card project. Now, as we did before, go back a page, select the card, so we've got where we're up to, Control C, forward a page, and Control V. Well, we'll grab the zoom tool, zoom right into this section here, and let's select the polygon tool. I'm going to simply click right in the center, click, finger on Control and Shift to resize perfectly. Just go out to around about there, and what we're going to do is, well, we'll size it up in just a moment. But first of all, let's give it somewhere between 90 and 100 points. I'll give it, say, 90 points. Hit Enter. Select the Shape tool, and all the little nodes will appear. Now click and drag. Now, it's very easy with so many nodes to kind of twist it and do whatever, but we need for this to create perfectly straight lines to the center. So finger on Control. Okay, that constrains perfectly. Wait till you get to the center and lock into the center. Release your mouse, release the Control key. And as you can see, we have these perfect, basically straight lines. So I'm going to right click so that those lines are white in color. And I'm also going to go back and select my Pick tool. Now, in terms of size, I would like for this to be 50 millimeters. So with your lock on, type in a value of 50, hit Enter. And of course, it's over the top of everything right now. We really want it to sit just in front of that purple square and be below everything else. So right click on the X, go down to Order, and it's actually just off the page. So what I'll do so that you can see it, same thing, is I'll go up to Arrange, come down to Order, and choose In Front Of. Okay, well, you could right click to do the same thing. And then just click on the purple background, and that will move and sit just on top of that, which is below everything else. And doesn't that look really cool? F4, zoom back out, and save. Make sure you save so that we're keeping our project all the way along. When that's finished saving, please move on to the next lesson. We're now on page 25, the subject of the spiral tool, and you can create some interesting effects here. Well, I'm going to select my spiral tool. You can see I've already been playing. Previously we had the polygon tool selected, so that's what you'll see. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll actually bring the fly out all the way over here so that I can access it quite regularly. And in our next lesson, we're going to look at the graph paper tool. So the spiral tool is right at the end here, so I'll quickly select that. Now, the spiral tool is different than the polygon tool. With the polygon tool, we simply could create our object, then come back up here and make adjustments. Well, as you can see, I'm adjusting, but nothing happens. So this is different. I'll delete that. You have to make your adjustments first, and then you draw. Okay, so a little bit of a difference there. Well, there are a couple of options. First of all, we have symmetrical spiral, and then we have logarithmic. When you turn logarithmic on, this scale becomes available. Let's start out with the stock standard symmetrical spiral. I'll put in a value of, say, 30. Hit Enter. Now click and drag, finger on Control and Shift, as we've learnt, and you can see we've got a perfect spiral, and so each circle is the exact same distance away from the previous, and so on. So you can create some nice effects doing that, shapes doing that. You can always squash it up and do different things with it, however it is that you might want to design. Now for smaller spirals, type in 10, hit Enter, click and drag, and away we go. Now we learnt, again, when we were using the polygon tool, that if we select the shape tool, that the nodes we can see, we can of course use those to reshape, but there is a difference. With the polygon tool, we had really special effects by adjusting those nodes. With the spiral shapes, all we can really do is what we call node editing. So I can actually reshape by using these swing arms, move the node into a different position, and I can kind of begin to reshape? Well, we're going to learn about node editing much further on, so I don't really want to do that right now, but I just thought I'll quickly show it to you, and of course you can feel free to play with that. You might want to grab the end there and do this and straighten it out a little bit, and that way it kind of looks like a reel that's being rolled up of cable or something like that. Okay, let's delete that. Back to my spiral tool. Let's move on to the next type of spiral, which is the logarithmic spiral. So I'll select this. Now with this slider, I'm going to slide it right down to, say, a value of 10. I've got 10 spirals, so click and drag, finger on Shift and Control again. As you can see, if you look closely, the distance between each spiral is slowly increasing. It's not really obvious there. However, if we increase this to, say, 30, finger on Control and Shift, now you can begin to see the spirals are getting further and further apart. If we lower the number of spirals to, say, 8, and then increase right up, Control and Shift, and that almost looks like a snail's shell, as you can see. Well, you can create what I've called down the bottom here a time tunnel effect by using this. If I put in a value of, say, 20, hit enter, and we'll go with, so type in a value of 60, and click and drag. But this time, rather than putting my finger on Control, in fact, look, the spirals are a little too far apart. Let me just readjust that. We'll come back to, say, 40. Now, I'm going to click and drag, and this time kind of try to create a plane, if you like, so we're looking across the top of it. Right click, give it another color, say a dark blue or even a dark green. Tap the space bar, select my time tunnel word. I've got those two grouped together, so I'm going to ungroup them. That was a bit unprofessional, really. I'll pop that there. And I'm going to sit that on top. Now notice the green lines going over the top of the time tunnel. That's an interesting look, but Shift page up, of course, brings my words to the top. So I pop that there, and I begin to reshape it. Depending on the shape, you'll notice how it kind of looks different every time you reshape it. More circular is more tunnelish, and so you get a different kind of effect. So you do really get some interesting effects. Let's have a lot more circles. So if I go up to, say, 30, I'll lower this down just a little bit more. Click in the middle, finger on Shift and Control this time, and right click again for the green, space bar for my pick tool, select time tunnel, shift page up and to the top, and I think you've got the idea. So what I want you to do is go ahead and play with that, see what you come up with, have some fun, and then we're going to place a spiral on our business card in the next lesson. Well, we're remaining on page 25 of the spiral tool. We'll go back a page, select our business card, Control-C, copy to the clipboard, forward, and Control-V, paste down. Very important, you must remember to save every time we make a change. Let's zoom in nice and close to the center section, and we'll come over and we will select our spiral tool. Make sure you've got a symmetrical spiral, and I'm going to go with 15 revolutions, so just type that in, and click right in the center, finger on Control and Shift. Now if we were to go just to there, that looks quite nice, but if you go all the way so it just touches the outline of the outer circle, it actually looks a little bit better. What's wrong with that? Well, the outline thickness, of course. So if I go back to my pick tool, on the property bar, while that's still selected, I can adjust the outline thickness. So I might come back to, say, 0.5, and that looks a lot better. And what I'm going to do is now create a duplicate. So plus on my keyboard, or Control-C, Control-V. Now remember, they're both black in color, both of the ones we've got. I'm going to right-click my mouse on the color white and deselect. On the property bar, my nudge distance setting needs to be really small. I've got this set to 0.1 of a millimeter, which is, very small. When I select the white spiral on top and I just go one arrow to the right, can you see the effect? So what happens now is I can see the black spiral underneath and the white spiral on top is moved to the right a little, giving an unusual shadowy effect. It's kind of cool. Now if I take that circle that it's sitting over the top of, so I take the circle there and I right click and give that a white outline, see how it all blends quite nicely now, doesn't it? Doesn't that look good? Okay, F4, zoom back out. If you go ahead, do that, don't forget to save, and then we'll move on to the next lesson. We're now on page 26 of your working file, the graph paper tool. Now, straight over to the toolbar, and of course the last tool we worked with on our last page was the spiral tool, so that's the one you're going to have selected. A lot of people get this confused, so I'm really going to make a great big huge point about this. Ever since CorelDRAW version X4, we now have a brand new tool, the table tool. This is not a graph paper tool. So you'll notice there's no little flyout. It sits there on its own. It's called a table tool. It is not the graph paper tool. Did you get that? The graph paper tool will sit in amongst the polygon, star, complex star, spiral tool, etc. That's it right there. Graph paper tool. Make sure it says graph paper, okay? If you just knew the amount of emails, Scott, the graph paper tool doesn't work like you've said it does. And it's always because they've selected the table tool, okay? So make sure you select that. Now you'll find there are very few options for the graph paper tool. All we've really got is how many columns and how many rows. So I'm going to type in 5, tab, and 5. And again, click in the middle, finger on Control and Shift. And there you go. It's as simple as that to create, obviously, some graph paper. You can create long, skinny rows and columns, or do the reverse, long columns and skinny rows, however you want to actually do it. Finger on Control and Shift, and it's all perfect for me. Okay, so I'll pop that back over here in the middle. Now, what we're going to do is just play with this a little bit. I'll just finger on Shift and resize out a bit. The graph paper tool, effectively, what does it do? It creates lots of little squares or rectangles. We've already learned how to create those, but it groups them all together. So we haven't talked about grouping yet, but I need to for this lesson. So up here on the property bar, you'll see ungroup or ungroup all. Or you can right click. In fact, I'd prefer you did this. Simply right click on a line or on the X and choose ungroup. Don't do anything else, just choose ungroup. Now what happens is we've got all these individual squares, okay? But I just want to show you how the graph paper tool works. It's just squares, but you can have some fun. If I select the whole thing and I make it say white, give everything a white fill, the reason why I've done that is so that I can select easily. Finger on Shift, I'm going to select that one, that one, that one, then that one and that one. This will really test your ability to select objects and see. Now click the color black, and look at that, we've created a checkerboard. And I know I did that really fast, but I think you're clever enough to work that out. If I now go ahead and I select my shape tool, now I can start to reshape some of these squares individually. Now remember, you've got to click on a corner first to select that corner, select the object, click on the corner you want to round, click on the corner you want to round, click on the corner you want to round, and then I'll round all of that, and then back to my pick tool, and I'm going to just delete those squares there. Why am I doing this? To just simply give you ideas of how you can use a tool and create some designs, etc. Well, that's enough of that, and you can play with that as you want to. Let's say you wanted to design an invoice book or an invoice sort of sheet of paper. This can be a really quick and easy way to do it. Again, selecting my graph paper tool, I'm going to select, what do I want? I want 2 rows and I want 1 column. So I'll click and drag. In fact, I did that the wrong way around, didn't I? I actually wanted 1 and 2. Let's click, that's better. Okay, that looks good. Now, this time what I want to do is have 1 column again, but this time I want 10 rows. So 10. And make sure again that you've got snap to objects on, makes doing this sort of thing easier, so I can just snap into that corner there, click and drag, and say we pull that down to about there. You might want to have a lot more rows than that, and then snap into there and up to there. So across the top here you would write your company name and all your details. Down here you can actually put in whatever it is you've purchased or what have you, and then of course the price. And then all I want is, I want 2 and 1. And click and drag, and there you go. A very quick, simple invoice book. If you want to resize, you can select any of it, stretch that out a little bit, Stretch that out a little bit. And remember, if you just slide down, you can get it to lock because we've got snap to objects on. Same thing here. It's locked to there, and I'll stretch that back so it lines up. I meant to actually stretch it, not grab it. Come on, line up for me. I think you know what I'm trying to do. It doesn't always work the way you want, does it? But there you go. I think you've got the idea. I'll stretch that one up a little bit. And if I select the inside area, I could actually right-click on, say, a grey and make it a grey colour. Look, I know it's very simple and basic. I just wanted to get your mind thinking about it, and I'm sure you can come up with a lot of your own kind of creative ideas. You might want to just make that smaller like that, or just make it go to the edge there like that. Do whatever it is that you want to do to make that work. Let's go ahead now, and we're going to add the graph paper tool effect to our card. Okay, we're remaining on page 26, the graph paper tool, and we're about to do the next phase of our business card project. So we'll go back a page, copy to the clipboard the last place we're up to, Control C, and then forward a page and Control V, paste it down. Now don't forget, I've always created a sample on every page, so if you need to zoom in tight to have a look at what I've done there as a reminder, just remember you can do that. And we're going to zoom in nice and tight to our card right here so you can see what I'm doing. Let's select the graph paper tool, and I want to go with 8 by 8. Now the idea here is I want my graph paper tool to line up with the edges of this portion of the design here. So hover your mouse until you get that little node lock in the center, click and drag, finger on Control and Shift, so we're sizing from the center perfectly. And once you lock to the edge, just make sure your mouse is right on the edge. As you can see, it lines up there like that. That looks to me like it's actually over the edge a little bit. I don't know that I know why, but I'd say we're out of sizing a little somewhere. And this kind of stuff happens, all right? Here's a few things I would do first of all in this situation. Select my graph paper. Try that again. Now finger on Shift and I'll select my spiral behind. And I'm going to hit E and C on my keyboard. Now, did you see what happened? I'll undo that, Control Z and Control Z. Notice how the graph paper moves. E and C. Now why is that? I'm actually jumping forward a lesson. I'm actually doing an alignment thing. E means to line up horizontally with the second object selected. C means to line up center vertically to the second object selected. I hope that's not too advanced for where we're at right now. But effectively, I selected the graph tool, finger on Shift, selected the spiral tool, so the spiral, I should say, not tool. So the spiral was the second thing I selected. Okay, so E and C on your keyboard. E aligns my graph to the spiral horizontally, center horizontally. C aligns my graph to the spiral vertically. Okay, hope that helped. All right, now I'm going to select my graph paper and right click on the color blue, and the outline thickness is too thick for me. Now in this particular situation we don't have an outline thickness appear in the property bar up here, so there's another way to do this. You're actually learning a lot here. The third tool up from the bottom is what we call the outline pen. Click on the little flyout and you can see other thickness options. In fact, let me just do that again for you. I'm just going to pop up. Let me just try that again. There we go. So now you can actually see all of the options that are there. I simply want to go with, say, 0.5. I want it to be a lot thinner. And that suits this design better, I think, don't you? Can you see how my blue is just over the outside of the black? We might have to do something with that shortly. But anyway, we now need to put this on the appropriate stacking order because I don't want it on top. I want it just above my spiral. So what I'm going to do is right click in the center and I'm going to choose order, and in front of, I'm going to click on the purple because I want you to see the effect if the graph paper goes behind the spiral. Can you see that where the spiral crosses over, you kind of get a cool effect. Now I played around with that as being an interesting idea and I eventually gave up on it because I thought, oh no, I don't like it. So I want to come up just above the spiral. So Control, page up. Remember, that brings you up one in the stacking order. So now I'm directly above the spiral. Or, of course, I could have right-clicked, gone Order, and in front of, and then clicked right on the edge of the spiral to get the same thing. Okay, so now I want to create a duplicate, so plus, although for you who are having to use Control C and V, I'll do it that way. Control C and Control V. I want you to see that it actually puts it on the top of the stacking order. So we need to now obviously send that back in the order again. But before we do, we want to rotate. So click again to bring up the rotation handles, finger on Control. Remember, that gives me 15-degree increments. And watch up here on my property bar, and you can see where we're up to. And really what I was actually looking for is to just rotate a perfect 45. Now I'll undo that, and had I rotated in the other direction, you would have seen it's actually 45 degrees. See that? Now what we'll do is put it in the right place in the stacking order. So again, right click and Order, and in front of, and this time I'll click the other blue graph paper. There we go. There's a few steps to this one, and actually a few interesting things to learn, isn't there? Well, I'm going to do a few things now. First of all, what I'm going to do is round the four corners of the bottom graph. So, Shape Tool. Now, before I taught you to ungroup. I'm not going to ungroup this time because that can become a little messy with all these little squares everywhere. So what I'm going to do is show you how to select in amongst a group. Finger on Control. Okay? And you can select then an object inside of a group. Now, if I had my Pick tool selected, I can do the same thing. Finger on Control, and I can select an object inside a group of objects. Now, if I don't put my finger on Control and I click, I select the whole of the group of objects. Finger on Control, and I can select individually. See that? Cool. Let's grab the Shape tool. Finger on Control, click, select that corner, and round. Finger on Control, click the corner, and round. Oops. Didn't select the corner I wanted to round. Finger on Control, and there we go. Okay, now what I will do is just quickly F4 so that I can remember the colours I used. I went red and blue. Okay, so what I want to do, again, finger on Control, select the corner, blue, finger on Control, select the corner, blue, finger on Control, and red, finger on Control, and red. Now what I want to do is delete some of the squares I don't want to see inside of this. So again, finger on Control and delete. Now, in some ways, it could be easier to ungroup this and do it, and that way I could just multiply select a whole bunch of them and then hit the delete key. But the thing is, what happens is when you do that, you'll end up with all of these really little individual objects everywhere that should you want to make a change, you've got to go kind of select them all one at a time. And so I'm kind of saving myself that problem for later by doing it this way. So this is long-winded. I do want to say to you, finger on Control, selecting the object and deleting it, kind of a long way around, but that's okay. It's good for developing your motor skills for working with CorelDRAW. Now, I'm just going to select that one there and finger on Control, that one there. I want to create that square thing up looking through there. Look, there might have been another way to do this, but I really am wanting you to get used to dealing with groups of objects and some of the stranger things that we sometimes have to deal with when working with a graphics program. Okay, so there's my design. So you can see I kind of have those squares going in through there. Not much, a lot of it's hidden by the design, but I do have that little corner there. Hey, what if I didn't want the little corner? I might simply choose to delete that. I might think that that's maybe not right, so I'll delete that one. Now, can you see how my blue is sort of just below or just on the outside of the black outline there? Let me zoom in a bit closer. You can see it's on the outline just there. Look, I mean, I'm being very fussy and pedantic now, and resizing that down will be hard. So what I would do is select it, and again, this is why ungrouping would be bad. I can still select it as a group. And I might just drop this back to, say, 99%. Now, with my lock on, it'll resize from the center. Just hit enter. And you see how it all just compressed down a little bit? I'll undo it, Control Z. See that? Now I'll redo, Control Shift and Z redoes. See that? And I think that fits and looks a whole lot better. Hey, there was a lot we did just then, really, a lot more to that than you probably thought there was going to be. So see how you go with that, and don't forget, when you're finished, actually save. You might need to make some notes for this one. We're now on page 27 of your working file, Perfect Shapes, and these really do come in very handy. Well, on the toolbar, our previous lesson we worked with the graph paper tool, so you'll have that most likely selected there. Directly underneath we have Basic Shapes. So if we just click on the little flyout, well, I should say Perfect Shapes, but in that case the Basic Shapes was selected first. So we will make sure that we work with Basic Shapes first. So select this, and the first thing you'll notice is on the toolbar 3 options: outline, width, the type of outline you might want to work with, and then the basic shape itself. Always select your shape, draw your shape first, and then apply the other 2 if you want to change to, say, a dotted line or something alternate. Anyway, so let's pick a basic shape, and I'll first of all go with, say, a smiley face. Now if I simply click and drag, I don't even have to put my finger on the Control key, that's why it's a perfect shape, and we have a smiley face. Now for all of these objects we're about to draw, you'll find the majority of them have 1 or 2 nodes. There'll be a red one, a yellow one, or in some cases even a blue one. Simply hover your mouse over the node, and you'll notice that automatically it turns to the shape tool. Simply click and drag. In this case I can only move it up and down, make it a sad face, or make it an even more smiley face. Let's delete that one. Selecting another object, if for example I were to go with, say, the little, actually I'll go with the triangle, because triangles are really handy. Click and drag, finger on Control in this case for a perfect triangle, or just click and drag to create the shaped triangle you want. When you release your mouse, this is one of those that doesn't have a node, so you create your shape basically from the way you drag. Let me do one more for you. We'll do the no, well, I call it no smoking, but it can be a no anything, can't it? Click on the little node, and as you can see, great for sign writers, you can adjust the thickness of the shape of the no, I don't know what you call it, the strike through, we'll call it that. Okay, let's move on to the next one, arrows. Now I use arrow shapes all the time. Same properties are available. I usually mainly work with the first arrow. You'll find it's a basic arrow, and you'll pretty much always work with that arrow. Okay, so hover your mouse over the little red node, and as you can see, you can reshape the arrow in whatever way that you want. Really, really handy for all types of designs you might need to use an arrow for. Coming down a little bit further, if I go to a completely different type of arrow shape, a 4-cornered. Now here's one that has the 3 nodes. So you can see that the red node increases the size of the square in the middle, and we can see that the blue node stretches or actually adjusts the angle of the point, and then the yellow node actually changes the point. See that? So the yellow node gives you that sort of bladed edge to your point. The blue one, pull that down, and it sort of stretches your, what would you call that? The shaft and the height, or the angle, if you like. So lots of adjustments there for that particular one. Now let's move on to flowchart shapes. Flowchart shapes, probably not something I personally use a lot of, but I can see how they would be very, very valuable. So select your varying shapes, place them on the screen, and of course ultimately you would want to connect them all together, but they are very handy for doing business designs and all those sorts of things. But notice how the point is they create perfect shapes for you. You don't have to put your finger on Control or Shift or anything like that. So I'll quickly just remove those, and let's have a quick look at the banner shapes. I really like these, and I do use them quite a lot. So click and drag, hover over the node, and you can see it kind of adjusts the sense of perspective, the height or the thickness of the banner. And say that one there, that's kind of a cool one too. So this one will adjust the width, as you can see, and the yellow one adjusts the height and the sense of perspective on it as well. And quickly for the last one, call out shapes. And of course that's what that is there. You'll use these lots of times throughout your design projects. Just simply click and drag. And again, it's a perfect shape, no need for the control key. And this simply allows you to move or stretch your pointer to any location. I kind of like this one. I use it quite a lot, as you can see over there. Again, just simply click on the little node to move your pointer wherever you want. Now, in this case here, if we do something similar, so I make that blue, in fact what I'll do is make that, say, black, and then plus on my keyboard, or Control C and Control V, make that blue. Just use the arrow keys and arrow up a little bit, remembering, actually that's a really interesting point. There is the odd tool that plus on your keyboard won't work with. See that? Now hit plus and it's not actually working because I still have the actual Perfect Shapes tool selected. Need to go back to my pick tool. So there you go. Made a mistake then, but probably a good one for you to see. So if you can't get plus on your keyboard to work, or an odd thing to work, you need to change your tool back to the pick tool most likely. So in this case, again, we'll try it again. So make it black, and then plus on my keyboard for a duplicate. I'll make that blue, and I'm just going to arrow up a little bit. And as you can see, I'm kind of creating that shadow effect around my actual call out. If you were a sign writer, you might select the blue one, right click on white. So now you've got a cutout line all the way around. So the black would be cut out separately to the blue, and that's how you would do something like that. Adjusting the thickness of that, of course, if I were to say go to 2, you can see the cutout would become different. And if I arrow up a little bit more, and then to the left a little bit, anyway, you can play with that. So go ahead and play with those, and in our next lesson we're going to use the arrow and add an arrow to our card. Okay, remaining on page 27, Perfect Shapes, we're going to add the arrow to our card. Really a very short lesson, but let's go back a page, select our card, Control C, and then forward, Control V, and we'll just zoom right in on the center section there. And selecting our Perfect Shapes, I want to select the arrow shapes, and I'll go with the first shape that's there. I'm going to hover right in the middle, and then Control and Shift, because I want it to size out from the center mainly. So pretty much a normal arrow. I will just make the shaft not quite as long. That's the only thing I want to change. Something like that. Now, go back and select my pick tool. Now here's the thing we didn't talk about before in Perfect Shapes. Now that I have my pick tool selected, the node is still there, but notice how when I hover over with my mouse it doesn't automatically change to a shape tool. So I would have to go back to my shape tool if I wanted to actually create any additional changes to that. Just something to bear in mind. Well, I'm going to make that a dark grey colour, so one of the greys in the middle there. You can see this one is 60%. See how it says K60? So in other words, 60% night or 60% black. Right click for the outline as well as left click for the fill. Now, just going to select that, finger on Control and rotate 45 degrees. Now remember, 15-degree increments because my finger is on Control, and you can see I've got 45 up there. Plus on my keyboard, or Control C and V, the same purple we've been working with, the 40 and 40, 40C, 40M. Now, the outline color, again, right click on that as well. And we're simply going to use the skew handle. Remember, so you click once for normal handles, click again for rotation and skew. Just skew to the left a little, and that reveals the shadow underneath that you can see. Maybe not quite as much as that. If you want to give this a black outline to highlight it, right click, you could do that, but I would make it a lot thinner. So go up to say a 0.5 or even a hairline. That looks pretty cool too. At this point in time, you can play to achieve the effect you personally might want to achieve. If I were to click that again and stretch up just a little, so that the height of that is above the height of the shadow, I think it gives it a little bit more impact. F4, zoom back out, and we've now added our arrow to our card. Again, a short lesson, but a good little skill to develop. We're now on page 28 of your working file, Artistic Text. Now, you will hear me refer to two different types of text throughout the training. One is artistic text and the other is paragraph text. The best way to define what the differences are is paragraph text is text inside of a container. And we call it paragraph text, obviously, because that container allows us to resize it, like text in a magazine, that sort of thing. Anyway, we will talk more about that. But for right now, we're looking at artistic text. So come down the toolbar and simply select the text tool, or F8 on the keyboard. As with all of the tools we've been learning, when you select a tool, oftentimes properties will appear in the toolbar. And in this case, I'm being told these are the properties that will be applied when you click and start typing. So if I click and I type in, say, CorelDRAW, can't type this morning. Okay. Well, that piece of text there is of these attributes, Humanist 24, and right now it's not bold or underlined, but those options are available to me. Now, this is interesting. One of the first things that you'll notice about the text tool and dealing with artistic text, I can resize my text. I can click and notice how no rotation handles or skew handles. So the only option I have is to resize. Notice how that's affecting the point size as I do resize. If I were to now click bold, well, the text was not made bold. However, if I continued to type, as you can see, the next bit of text is bold. So a little bit like working in Windows Word or those other types of programs. The thing to remember is, while you have the text tool selected, you can highlight a particular group of letters within that bit of text. I can change the color, for example. I could change the bold, underline, and I could even change the point size to something much larger inside of what I have selected. Does that make sense? Okay. Here's the thing. If I go back to my pick tool now, I actually have a different set of attributes. If I select this, I can click again, and now I can rotate and skew and do all those things that we've been learning about. However, I can't individually select a letter as I can when I have the text tool selected to apply something. What happens here is if I apply something, well, everything, it's applied to the entire piece of text at the same time. I can make the whole piece of text bold or underline, etc., change the color of the whole thing, but I can't individually do it. So that's a primary difference between the two. Select the text tool, and then I can highlight an area, change the color, change its attributes, and so on. Okay, I'll just quickly undo that with Control Z. Let's just leave it like that for a moment. Now we'll shrink that down a little bit and pop that over there. I want you to also notice when you have the pick tool selected, if you come and you select your text but double click, so double click, automatically I have the text tool selected. Now to go back to the pick tool, you can't hit the space bar, of course, because that puts a space in your text. So Control and space will take you back to your pick tool. Just bear that in mind. The last thing I quickly want to show you, and we will learn a little bit more shortly when we actually go ahead to do our card, but actually two more things I want to show you, is if I select my text tool and I then change some attributes up here, I get asked this all the time. If I now say change that to say, let's come back up here to Arial, find Arial Black. Notice I'm asked, changing text properties when nothing is selected will modify the attributes used by the text tool. Notice I've got artistic and paragraph as an option. Let's just stay with artistic. Let me reword that for you. If you change the properties on the property bar before you click on the page and type, they will become the default properties. So I'll just type some rubbish. If I go back to my pick tool, delete that. Now watch this. If I come back and select my text tool, see by default Arial Black 24 is my now default text setting. That can be very handy for when you're working and you want to have a default size and type of text. Simply select before you do any work on the page. Click OK, and now that will be your default. Okay, last thing I want to show you. I have a piece of text down here which you can drag onto the screen to work with this. Now, there's some spelling mistakes in there right now that we can't see. However, if we select the text tool or I double click, you'll notice a wavy red line now appears. If I right click, well, automatically I can spell check. Right click and I can spell check. That's what the red wavy line was for. Now, this piece of text here was really just a great big long line of text, and I just typed it out, hit enter on my keyboard to do a carriage return, and I created that. Okay, I can now, with my pick tool selected, click on this, and I can still skew it, and I can still rotate, etc., etc. All the normal things. I can also begin to apply center, right, full justify, etc. Now, as I hover, you can see it's automatically applied, so I can see what that would look like before I click on it. Full justify, by the way, doesn't always look great if you don't have lots of words within your paragraph that I might have there. So, none, left, center, right, full justify, and force justify. Well, of course, hopefully you work with other programs and do understand what they are, but we will learn more about them as we move along. Okay, well, I'm going to delete that for now, and we'll move on to our next lesson. We'll take this text down here and we're going to apply that to our card. We're now remaining on page 28, artistic text, so that we can take the text that we've got here and apply that to our business card. Now we're going to do something a little different here. What I want you to do is select the business card that I've placed here. It wasn't there previously, I've just put it there now so that you can work with this. And I want you to bring it out to just to the side of your screen there like that. Type in a value of 90, make sure the lock is on to bring it up to our proper business card size. Just pop that there. Then I want you to go ahead, just select all of that text there, pop it up the top there like that, and this piece of text here, pop that down the bottom there like that. Now there's a reason why I'm doing this, because for many of you in your job places, depending what it is that you do, you'll have to learn the art of matching text and matching the look of things. And there are quick ways of doing that and so forth. So I want to do this a little differently. What we can actually do from this point in time, if you want to, and it is up to you, I'll zoom back out, you can take this card, which is my design, and continue on using that if you want, or once we've finished doing this, simply go back a page and of course copy yours and then paste it down on the page here. It's up to you to apply this. But for right now, this is work we're doing with text, and I want to get you to think in a certain way. So let's begin. The object of this exercise here is for us to match this text up with this text here in terms of size, characteristics, etc. So simply we'll start out, select your card, you'll have to ungroup. Now we've talked about that before, it's all grouped together. Right click, select ungroup. Now you'll be able to select all of the text individually. Okay, so let's begin. First of all, let's select this piece of text here. What's the point size? Well, it's 10. What's the point size of ours? 12. So let's first of all change the point size to 10. Now, of course, it doesn't look the same. What are the differences? Well, the first thing I notice is that, of course, that's in uppercase and that's in lowercase. Now, I've done this obviously all deliberately because there are some things I want you to see and learn. Well, rather than retyping that into uppercase, there's a really quick way. Simply come up to text, come all the way down to change case, okay, and then choose uppercase. Click OK, and automatically it's changed to uppercase. The other thing I can see is that this is bold, and that's not, and also it's italicized, and that's not. So now we've got matching text. Let's click on the next one. You'll notice there's no point size showing up. Now, why do you think that is? And this is important. If you have a look, this is one piece of text, but there are two different point sizes, so it won't show you a point size. Rather, you have to get your text tool, or double click. Now, if I highlight that piece of text, you'll notice it has a point size. Highlight that one, and that has a different point size. probably 6 is what it's meant to be. So I'm going to do that here. I'm going to highlight that, and what was that again? Click in there, 8 point. So highlight that and make it 8 point. And this one was close enough to 6. So highlight that, and we'll make that one 6 point. There we go. This one is also bold. This one's not. So select and make that bold. Good. So that now matches with that. Now, xenometry, however you might say it. Okay, that's a 7 point. Now I don't need my text tool. So I'll just select that and make that a 7 point. And finally, this one is, well, again, close enough to 6. So select and we'll make that 6 point. Now that's really all I wanted to do, was just to make you think and help you see there are some quick ways of doing things, and also to really think. Now again, I've almost made a mistake there. That is obviously bold and that's not. A good example there, I had that sitting up there away from the original piece of text so it didn't click. Always place your text alongside whatever it is you're trying to match really closely, and it will stand out to you. So there we go, we've got a match. Okay, what I'm now going to do is delete that, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit more, and I'm going to show you how it is that I came up with the design that I came up with. Whenever you're designing, and this is one of the best tips that I can give you, take what your assets, these we'll call them assets, place them around your design in multiple locations. So you might start out by popping that in the center, a usual and common thing to do. You might place that, say, alongside of there, similarly, down there, and even place that. Maybe you shrink it down in size or put it on the purple there. Maybe make it white, for example. Shift page up, bring it to the top layer. You might do that, although that doesn't particularly work for me. So Control Z, back to there. You'll also notice the text is going underneath here. Well, of course, we don't want that. So let's select all of this and shift page up to the top layer. So again, take your attributes, put them all around the page. You might come up with something that's really interesting and different. And look, that kind of works too, doesn't it? So point being, play with your assets, move them around. You know, you might pop that down the bottom, might pop that there. You might change the sizes. I don't want to do that for the moment, to make things fit a little differently, etc. Well, the reason I did what I did was I was looking for more that corporate look. And in a typical corporate look, oftentimes in a business card, we have right justification. So if I select that and I come up here, I'll choose right justification. I'll do the same thing here, and right justification. You know, it's a common look in the business world to have that right side justification, and I think that looks quite nice. So now we're faced with, how do we line all this up and have it make sense? Well, I'm going to quickly show you how to use guidelines very quickly. Now remember, we've got snap to objects turned on. We can also turn on snap to guidelines. I'm going to turn that on as well. Click on a ruler and drag, and see that I'm going to snap that right to the edge of my spiral just there. Click and drag, pull down. I'm going to snap that right on the edge of the spiral, and again right there, and again right there. So I've now got 4 what we'll call location points. Now I'm going to put one at the back here, like that we can snap the back end of our text to. So it's as simple as this. Now that I've done all of my lining up, all I have to do is take my text, click right on the very top of it, like that, snap. See how it snapped? Now move to and then snap it to the back of that line there. Same thing here. Snap, and then snap to the back of that. In fact, wrong way around, I want this one up there. Snap, and then snap. How easy is that for lining things up? Snap that at the bottom one, and snap. There we go. And similarly, right there. Now there are 2 ways you can deal with your guidelines. I can turn them off, come up to View, and I can turn the display of them off, but they are actually still there, and so they'll still snap. Or leave them on and delete them, which in my case is what I'm going to do, because I don't need them anymore. I quickly wanted to show you a way of achieving the end goal. So I'd like you to go ahead now, bring up your text, align it as I've shown you, make sure it matches perfectly, and then we're ready to move on. We're now on page 29 of your working file, the subject of alignment. Now I know I say this over and over again, but this is one of those things you really have to learn, and because you're just going to use it all of the time. I mean, simple things like this, lining up, objects and spacing them perfectly apart and doing it quickly and easily. You really do need to know this. So we're going to quickly look at alignment, and the next one will be spacing, how to, achieve this nice even spacing between objects, etc. There are a number of keyboard shortcuts, and I want you to know that this is how I personally work using these keyboard shortcuts, but I'm going to show you both ways. Okay? Now if I select a group of objects like this, I can easily quickly use one of these keyboard shortcuts, or on the property bar will become available the Align and Distribute button. Okay? Click this option here. And what you'll find is under the Alignment tab, don't go to Distribute yet, we're going to do that in our next lesson. Under the Alignment tab, we've got really 6 options, and we can have combinations. For example, I can click Top and I can click Center, and then I can click Apply. But let's just go one at a time for the moment. If I click Top and click Apply, you'll notice that every object on its top side has aligned together. If I click Center, click Apply, they've now all aligned through the center, and of course bottom the same thing. If I unselect that and I select Center that way, click Apply, they are now all centered. The question is though, I'm just Control Z undoing all of that, what are they aligning to? And this is the important part that a lot of people don't realize. There are 2 ways of aligning. The object that is at the bottom of the stacking order, and in this case it's actually the red square. In other words, that's the first object that I created. If, for example, and let me just quickly do that again for you, I'll select all of those objects and I'll go T for top, or I could do this one here. So T on my keyboard, they've all aligned to the top of the red square. Control Z, undo that. Let's say that I don't want them to align to the object that's on the bottom. There is a way of doing this. Select all of your objects. Now, finger on Shift key and deselect the one you want them to align to. So deselect, as you can see the little node disappeared. Keep your finger on Shift and select it again. Let me word that for you correctly. The last object selected, okay, becomes the anchor point, if you like, or it becomes the point of origin to which everything will then be aligned. The last object selected. So what are the 2 options? The one that is either on the bottom of the stacking order or the last object you select. Again, finger on Shift, and if I just select them all one at a time, like this, and I'll select the green one last, that now becomes my anchor point or my point of origin. Now, if I click Top, they all align to the top. Control Z. Let's click Center. Click Apply. They've all aligned to the center of that object. Okay? Now, I'm going to close this down and just quickly work with all the keyboard shortcuts. So again, select all of the objects here and then finger on Shift, deselect and reselect that blue one, and then hit L on my keyboard. They've all aligned to the left-hand side. Can you see that? Okay. Now, C. I'll do it again. Select everything. I'm going to align to my green one. So, finger on Shift, deselect and select. C on my keyboard, they've all aligned center. Let me bring that to the top layer. So I'm going to do it, or the top of the stacking order, I should say. Shift, page up, brings it to the top. And again, select everything. Finger on Shift, deselect and reselect. And then C. I just wanted you to be able to see it so that it was sitting on the top. Control Z, undo. Now, if for example I were to, let's say, if I right click on that object and I go to Order, and then I go behind that object, that now is on the bottom layer, isn't it? Or I could have gone a Shift page down as we've learnt previously. Select all of these objects. Now remember that's on the bottom layer. So this time we're going to select Top, so they'll all align across the top of that object. So T. See how they're aligning to the top? They all just come straight down and align to the top. Now that I've aligned to the top, I could do C. So they've aligned to the top, and now they've also aligned to the center of that object. Can you see how that's working? It's kind of cool, isn't it? Let's just select everything again. Remember, this object is now on the bottom of the stacking order. So I'm going to select E for horizontal center. So in other words, it's going to align through the center of that object. So E on my keyboard, we've aligned through the center there. Again, if I hit C now, they'll align perfectly centered. So I've done an E and I've done a C, so everything is perfectly centered to the object on the bottom of the stacking order. Okay, the bottom one is obviously obvious. I'll do this and I'll deselect the green, reselect and go with B for bottom, and they've aligned to the bottom there. Now finally, the last thing I want to show you is P for page. Now if you select all of your objects and then hit P, they will align perfectly center to your page. All right, and as you can see, that's my page there. Probably a little difficult with this setup, but that is center of my page. When you've got an A4 page up or something like that and you hit P, it'll all go to the center. I oftentimes will have a whole lot of objects, and for example, like those objects, I'll group them together. Once I've done my design, hit P just so that it's all perfectly sitting center on my page. I'd like for you to go ahead now, play with what you've just seen, try all the keyboard shortcuts. Do have a little bit of a play with this as well, and once you do, I haven't really gone into some of the other areas of this, but once you do, move on, and then we're going to look at distribute, and then we'll finish off our business card. We're now on page 30 of your working file, the subject of duplicate and distribute. Now we're going to do 4 lessons on this page. First of all, we're going to discuss duplication. Then we're going to look at the subject of distribution. That's the even distancing of objects. Then we're going to put together this amplifier. And finally, we're going to do the business card. So let's start with duplicate. Well, I'm going to look at plus first of all. Now I've used this many times, as you know. Plus on my keyboard, and it creates a duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I tapped 4, and so I can create 4 duplicates, and they're all perfectly aligned on top of each other. Now, as I've said to you before, if you don't have plus because you are using a laptop, then of course you can use Control C. So copy, Control C, and then Control V, paste back down. Control C, Control V, and that's created a duplicate in the same way. Moving along, this is an interesting one. If I select an object and I move the object and then tap my space bar while holding down my left mouse button, I've created a duplicate. And the nice thing about this is you've got control of where the duplicate is going to be placed, which is quite handy. Always remember that you don't need to tap it for your last time, just replace it. Just release your mouse button because you've got a duplicate you're hanging on to. Have a play with that one, it's quite good. This is an interesting one, and again the advantage here is that you can left click and drag. Now right click your mouse and see the little plus appears next to the arrow. If I release, I've created a duplicate. I'll let go of that. Now I'll do that again. Right click. Now if I let go, I'll have a duplicate. However, if I right click again, the plus will now be gone. So no longer do I have a duplicate, but I'm just moving the original. When I let go, I've moved my original from there to there because I didn't duplicate it. So one more time, left click, right click, release, create a duplicate, or right click to create a duplicate, change your mind, release, and all you've done is move your object. And the last one, Control D, which is where I'll spend a bit more time because you will use this quite a lot, particularly with your amplifier. Control D is create a duplicate. However, it has some parameters that will always be applied. Those parameters, first of all, exist up here on the property bar, duplicate distance. And right now, we've got 5 millimeters on the X and 5 on the Y. This is not my first time for using Control D, but for you it may be. So if you do, when you select an object and go Control D, you might find a dialog box will come up now asking you what is the offset distance that you want to set. Just set it to 5 and 5, or it may already be there, and click OK. Once you've done it once, it won't come up again. Now as you can see, based on the parameters up here in the property bar, the duplicate is 5 millimeters along in the X and 5 millimeters up in the Y. we can change that. Let's change this to, say, 15. So it'll move along 15 and up 5. Select and Control D. So it's moved along and up. Let me just exaggerate that a little bit more for you. Deselect. You can't have anything selected to see it on the property bar. Let's go with, say, 25 and 10. Select and Control D. So it's moved along 25 and up 10. So that gives you the ability to accurately say where you want your duplicate to go. We can take this further because Control D and the whole offset distance thing, well, you can, kind of customize this on the fly. I'll show you how. If I create a duplicate by using, say, plus or one of these other ones, in fact, I'll use this one here. So I'll click and drag my mouse and I'll move this down just to there, right click to create a duplicate and release. Now here's what's important. Do not deselect. While that duplicate is selected, the offset distance that I customized on the fly then, Control D will remember it. So if I go Control D now, see it duplicates that customized distance. Let me show you again. This time I'll use plus on my keyboard, and I'll move that up there. Control D, and it will reproduce that duplicate distance. Make sense? Well, we can take this a little bit further. I'm going to plus on my keyboard, move that over a little bit, and I'm going to, in fact, I'll just move it to there. I'm going to rotate this time, and I'm going to rotate by 15 degrees. So click finger on Control to constrain to 15-degree increments. See 15. Do not deselect. Now, Control D. Watch it, and every duplicate is rotating by 15 degrees. See that? 15, 30, 45, and so on. So I'm rotating my objects by 15 degrees. Let's take this even further now. Plus on my keyboard. I'll just move that over there. So I'll just pop that to, say, there. Now this time I'm going to rotate the other way 15 degrees, but I'm also going to shrink down the size. I shrink down by 20%. So I'll make this one 80. Okay, so that's my 100%, that's 80%. What do you think the duplicate will be? So Control D. See how it's moved in the same direction? It's rotated 15 degrees. It's also decreased by a further 20%, and so on. Isn't that cool? Now watch this as I keep going. As I keep going past the 0 point, it comes back out the other side and starts to increase. But look, it's the reverse. It's actually going in the reverse direction, and the rotation point is in the reverse direction. So it's a rather interesting looking effect. I won't go into all the reasons why. I just want to show it to you. So isn't that kind of cool, the way Control D works? Now we're going to use that principle as we create all those little spaces and sizings there between for our card as we go on. So what I want you to do now is to go ahead and have a play with everything you've seen me do, all of these Control Ds and pluses and using your mouse and spacebar, etc. Come back, we're going to look at distribution, the evenly spacing of objects, and then we're going to do the amplifier. We're now continuing on page 30, looking at distribution this time. I'm going to delete this one, and I've got a group of images here. There's a number of them. Just expand a little, and then I'm going to spread them out. Now, I've deliberately put the green one at the top of the stacking order, and the big purple one at the bottom there is at the bottom of the stacking order. Now, I've done that for a deliberate reason, to help us actually see the effects of distribution. Whenever you select a group of objects, or I should say a number of individual objects, you'll find this option becomes available on the property bar, Align and Distribute. If for some very strange reason you can't see it, you can select those, come up to Arrange and come to Align and Distribute, and you'll also see the same option right there, Align and Distribute. In fact, you can see there are all of the same options we're about to look at are available in this menu, as when we click here, up comes the Align and Distribute dialog box, which we've looked at already. So I'll place it there for convenience. When I deselect, you'll notice everything grays out. See that? And we can't really use the box until we select everything. Well, we've looked at Align, so now we're going to look at Distribute. And effectively, distribute means to space a set of objects an equal distance apart, effectively, which is what we've done there, for example. Well, right now I've got a number of individual objects. They're all over the place, and I want to evenly space them. So I'm going to use one of these options here for horizontal spacing. I would use these for vertical spacing. So if, for example, I were to use this option here, you'll notice the little dotted line indicates the left-hand side of the object and the left-hand side of the other object. But what other object? See, it depends on what we have here, extent of selection or extent of page. Effectively, when you select a number of objects, as I've done here, the objects that are furthest or to the edge of your selection, to the extent, which is the green one and the purple one, they will be used as the objects upon which all of the spacing will be based. So if we just click apply right now, in fact I'll choose this option here, spacing. I always work with spacing. It's from the inside of both of the outside objects. Click apply. All of those stars are now perfectly spaced apart. They have the same distance from the center to the center, from the center to the center, and so on. It's not obvious because they're not perfectly aligned, and that's why it looks kind of odd. So if we went back to Align tab, hit Center Horizontal, click Apply, you can now see the perfect spacing. Can you see that? So it doesn't matter what size your objects are, they can be perfectly spaced apart. Okay? Well, if I undo that, Control Z, and we'll go back to Distribute, I also want to show you vertical spacing. So we'll just select vertical, unselect that one, click apply. Now it doesn't really look like much has happened, does it? Let's undo that. You'll notice that if I were to pull down a guideline, it's highly likely that one of those two stars there is the extent of the selection. Certainly that star is at the bottom, and I'm not sure which one of those it is. So let me just move one up to make it obvious. Select them all again and click apply. Now they've been spaced based on those objects at the extent of selection. Let's go back to alignment and align vertical center, click apply, and now you can see it was that star at the bottom and the star at the top. A little hard to see in that circumstance, but I think you get the idea. Back to distribute again. The way that I tend to use things like this is I will select whatever it is I want to work with. I'll select spacing, turn that one off, go back to align, select horizontal alignment, do the two together, and that's my end result. The only other thing I want to show you about distribution is extent of page. If you were to select extent of page and click apply, my page, if I zoom out here, Shift F4, my page is actually there like that. I've got a rather unusually sized page and I've got the page border turned off. But right now the stars are effectively touching the border of my page on the left and right side. If we undo that, Control Z, and we were to go with, say, vertical spacing, click apply, and again we need to align them center, and click apply. As you can see, they are now moving to the extent of my page top and bottom. And again, I have a rather large page that you can't see there. Okay, so that's really all I wanted to show you. And we're going to use that in a moment as we look at our amplifier. So in many ways, just play with that a little bit, what you've seen there, but you're going to see it all come alive as we now do the amplifier. We're now continuing on page 30, duplicate and distribute, and we're going to take what we've learnt and apply it to creating this amplifier. So I need you to select both of these, pop them up there. Now with this one, we'll pop that in the middle, say around about there, and make sure you select everything here because it's not grouped together or anything. Put it straight underneath, and then we'll select them both and increase the size. And then taking our zoom tool, we'll zoom right in on just those two so we can put our skills into play. Now if you like, select those, that one and delete that, pop it out the way so we've got no distractions. Now the reason I've done it like this is so that of course we have an original to look at, but then we have all of the pieces that I've created for you already that you need to align in as similar manner as possible. Now I'm going to show you a little bit of this, but not all of it, because I really do want you to have to, well, kind of pass a test here if you like. let me guide you. What are some of the things we've learnt so far? Well, how about guidelines? We've learnt a bit about guidelines. Just drag on the ruler, and I would take a guideline and I'd pop it right there. And I'd take another guideline and I'd pop it over there, and at least that will help me there. I might grab another guideline and put it on the edge there so that I can line up that silver edge, and maybe another guideline and I'd run it where those dots are, maybe even another one. I think you've got the idea. All right, so I would use lots of guidelines. I'm going to remove a couple of those. You're going to have to create some duplicates. So I'm going to quickly do some of this for you and fly through it very quickly because I really do want you to work this out. So here we go. Well, first of all, I'm going to take that silver bit there. I might grab that guideline and just line it up there. Pop that right on the edge. Then I'm going to select the black one, finger on shift. Now remember, the last object you select, which in this case would be that silver frame, is the object to align to. I'm going to select E on my keyboard and then C on my keyboard, and that aligns that together perfectly. All right, now I'll grab that one there and just pop it there manually for the moment. And that one, I'll pop that over there for the moment. I'll use some guidelines to maybe set it up in a minute. There's another one right there. Now, it looks like I'm going to have to go ahead and make one of these. Look, you could cheat and create a duplicate of these two. However, I'd like for you to maybe be a little bit more creative and try to actually create one yourself out of what you can see here. All right. So what I'm going to do is, in fact, zoom in a little bit more. Grab the darkest colors and order them like that. Hopefully I'll get the order right. That one there maybe. Then that one. And what do you think? Does that look about right? Maybe that one there and that one there. I think that's about right. Now, once I've got all of those, what I'm interested in is aligning the top one and the bottom one with those. So my options are to pull down a guideline, or I could just manually pop that there like that, or what's the other way? Finger on shift and select that object, and then B for bottom. That easy. Now remember, select that object, finger on shift, select that one, T for top. So now I know that that's aligned with that one, and that's aligned with that one. So remember, you've got to click on the white area, draw your marquee around all of that, and now I just want to align center. And now I'm going to have to bring up my alignment dialog box, go to distribute, and I need to do spacing. Okay, vertical spacing. Click apply, and there we go. I've created one. Click close. Now, we've not talked about grouping very much, and you might want to group a little bit while doing this. It really is just that option there on the property bar, or if you like, right click when you've got a number selected and simply choose group. It's now grouped together, so I can place that there. Now F3, I'll just zoom back out a little bit and up. Now you may always want to just zoom in as tight as you possibly can to help you work this out. Now if you use different zoom levels, just remember that it kind of looks different at a distance to what it does up close. So try to always zoom in similarly to a similar area. Okay, well this time I'm going to create another duplicate, plus on my keyboard, finger on control, and I'm going to pop that there like that. And there we go. Now if I use a guideline and line that one up, that looks about right. Now I'll line up with that one there. There we go, so I know that's aligned. So pop that out of the way. So all I need to do is select all of those. B for bottom, so they're aligned perfectly across the bottom, and I just need to space them. So again, back to distribute and spacing, click apply, and there we go. That's done that, and that looks about right. Now remember, you can pause this movie at any time. Now we need to do the same with all of these pieces of text, so I'll use my guideline, pop that there. Now, preset at the top, and it'll snap to the, make sure you've got up here, you've got snap to guidelines turned on. We've learnt a lot, and we're putting it all to practice here, so This is going to be a bit of a test for you. And snap that to there. The next one is mute, and then bass boost, and then surround. It's so good being able to snap to the edge of that guideline. EQ goes in the middle there. Now I think surround is aligned with the bottom there of the green, as we can see. Can you see that I haven't actually perfectly taken these and centered it to the black area? So the spacing at the bottom and the spacing at the top is even, but mine's actually a little bit out. So what I'm going to do is just do it with one. Finger on shift and select the black background, and then E on my keyboard. That's better. Now what I'll do is I'll select all of those, and then finger on shift select the last object, and B for bottom, and that will space them. So I aligned the rest to the bottom there. Now B for bottom, select that one, T for top. Now select all of those, and we're going to do spacing again. Now here's an interesting thing. Whenever you deal with text, it doesn't automatically come up there, the align and distribute dialog box. So we have to go to Arrange, come down to Align and Distribute, and select it. Now what you could do, of course, is leave it up on your screen all the time. It might pay for me to actually do that. Again, Distribute, Spacing, and Apply. So now they're perfectly spaced. Okay. Now you'll notice that I did have some other object colors here, and that was to create this one here, but I cheated by creating a duplicate there. It's up to you. I've shown you both ways, so you could go ahead and try to create it or do what I did. Now we've got two lots of colors, green and red. So what I might do is, again, grab my guideline, pop it there. I'll just align that one to there. Now I need a duplicate, so plus on my keyboard, finger on Control, I'll just manually align that to there, and then Control D, and I'll do that all the way up. And as you can see, my alignment wasn't perfect. Pull that back down to there. I'll delete that one because I'm going to put this red one in there. Now here's what's important. Again, I'll align that one, finger on Shift, that object, E for center, that one, that object, E for center. Now I need to select all of those, spacing, click Apply, and they're evenly spaced. Finally, we'll take our word cinema. Oh, in fact, we didn't actually have a color there, did we? And I'll just align that to the edge, finger on Shift, B for bottom, and there we go. Move that out the way like that. So I might pop that one there. Again, needing to do some alignment. Do I want to align center or to the edge? To the edge is easier in some ways. Now here's the interesting thing. I want to grab all of those objects there and probably pop them over here out the way. So plus on my keyboard. I've already got a guideline on the other side, sorry. I'll pop that one right on the edge. Finger on Control, snap to there. Finger on Shift, select them both. Plus on my keyboard. Finger on Control so that they drag down perfectly. Drag, then finger on Control, and place that there. Now here's the interesting thing. I want to grab all four objects, right, and I want to group them together first of all. Right click and group. The reason I've done this is so that I can select, finger on Shift, select the background, and now hit E and then C. So now all four as a group are perfectly centered to that background. Now you can see they don't align perfectly with my guidelines. Look, that's kind of okay. It doesn't really matter. I can maybe select that and tap back over a little bit to realign, because there's a bit of a shadow effect there, and I'm not going to go into detail, but basically you do what you feel is right. But the important thing now is we need to right click and choose Ungroup from the menu. So now we've got individual objects. Why? We see these little black lines that we've got here. I want to be able to line them center to the actual nut that you can see there. So again, bring over a guideline, pop that there, finger on Shift, and then E. And in fact, I'll just close that down. Click and Learn actually goes there, doesn't it? So I'll pop that over there. See, now I want you to know I haven't practiced this. I'm just doing it on the fly, and that's why I'm making odd little mistakes as I go. So we'll lock that to there. Finger on Shift and then E to align it to the horizontal center of that nut. Same thing, we'll pop that there. By I, line the C up with the edge there, and again, E, that's good. Need a duplicate, plus on my keyboard. That will need to come down to there, and I need to stretch it out all the way along. I can do that by I, or again I could pull over another guideline if I wanted to. Now, that one there. And C on my keyboard to center a line. Select the line, the background, and tap C. And that aligns that perfectly centered to the background, which should be perfectly centered between the two nuts. So it's a matter of how you think, really, isn't it? Plus on my keyboard, finger on Control, and then select my object, finger on Shift, and then C. And that just aligns that to there. And we're slowly getting there, aren't we? So there's 1, 5, 6, 2, 4 is there, 3 is there. So what's important is where our numbers align top and bottom, and they're kind of aligning with the bottom of the black, aren't they? So we'll need another guideline for that. So right there and right there. And if we want to align perfectly, we'd put that there. So grab 1, snap it right there, grab 6, snap it there, and that's all we're interested in. We're not interested in anything else, because once we select those and then come up to align and distribute, no, we don't want horizontal, we want vertical. In fact, that's fine. Spacing, click apply. Now all we need to do is left align. So left align, click apply. Did we actually space those then? I don't think we did. Spacing, click apply. There we go. And look at that. We now have perfectly spaced numbers. And finally, what we've got here is a conglomeration of bits and pieces. Well, I simply would select all of that to start with and then just go E and C on my keyboard. And my goodness, look at that. It all just comes together. So there we go. What doesn't look right about that is, of course, this white area has been centered to the black area underneath, which is not quite right. So select that, finger on Shift, select the grey, and then E and C. And that's still not working. Now, whenever things don't work, you need to zoom in and you need to try to figure out why. So let's just pull that apart. Okay. Those two objects have been grouped together. Now, therefore, the white area on top is trying to center to the combination of the two objects. So my options are to ungroup it. So right click, ungroup, select that, finger on Shift, then E and C. Now it aligns perfectly. I might do the same thing with that back piece, just in case. Finger on Shift, select the white, E and C. Yes, it did move. Same with that one there. On there, E and C. And now we've got a quality alignment. This shadowed area is there for effect. Now if you want to move it around with your arrow keys just a little to get what you think's suitable, and that does look good to me, F4 zoom out, and we've got a perfectly aligned amplifier. The shadow is a bit deeper up there than it is down there. So I think you've got a little bit of work to do, but this lesson is tremendous at developing this skill that you just have to have. In our next lesson, we're going to use all of this and finish off our business card, which will be a lot more simple. We're now continuing on page 30 still of your working file, continuing on, and we're going to finish off our business card project. How did you end up with your amplifier? Did you get close to it looking correct? I hope so. Look, even if you didn't, don't be too bothered. What you will have learnt through the process is invaluable. Well, you should have a copy of your business card where we were up to if you go back to page 28. So copy that to the clipboard, then paste back down. I'm just going to zoom into this section of the card and then we can finish off. Well, what I want to do first of all, now by the way, let me quickly remind you, I'm working in millimetres. You can alternate between millimetres and inches, if that's what you want to do, throughout the project so you're staying within your world of measurement. So, for example, right now, I want to click and drag, create a rectangle, and I want it to be 30, write that down, 30 millimeters wide by 4.5 millimeters high. And I'll fill that with that purple color we've been using. I don't want a black outline, so right click on the no color well. Okay. Now, with everything deselected, if you want, you can go back to inches. Select the object and you can see that same value in inches if you feel that you need to do that. However, I think working in millimeters is just as easy right now. Okay, there's my object. I need to take it back behind my text, so right click, come down to order, and we're going to go behind, click on my text, and that pops that behind, which is great. I'm going to pull down a guideline and just line it up with the top there, as you can see, of my spiral. And that's what I want this to line up with. So I'll pop that away, let it lock back in. And don't forget to have snap to guidelines turned on for this. Okay. Well, now I'm going to create a duplicate. And plus on my keyboard. And I want my duplicate to be 1.5 millimeters wide. Make sure the little lock is off because we only want to adjust the horizontal, not the vertical as well. So 1.5 millimeters, hit enter. Now using the arrow key on my keyboard and nothing else, I'm just going to allow that to step all the way across. I know it's an unusual way of doing it, but you'll see why in a minute. Okay. Now if I deselect that, I want you to notice on my property bar I've got a nudge distance of 0.1 of a millimeter. Now if you don't, please type in 0.1 of a millimeter, and we're working in millimeters, don't forget. Well, now that I've created a duplicate, it's perfectly horizontally aligned and it's 1.5 millimeters wide. I'm just going to use my arrow keys and go back until I can just see a sliver of white. See how I can just see a sliver of white there? Even if it was a bit more, it doesn't matter. That's my starting point now. So what I'm going to do is use my arrow keys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps. Now I'm going to create a duplicate. So plus on my keyboard. And I'm going to reduce that to 1.4. So I've gone down by a 0.1 of a millimeter. Hit enter. Again, use my arrow keys. Come back until I can just see a sliver of white. I can just see my sliver of white there. Now I'm going to go 7 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's think about what we've done. We've created a duplicate of this one here. We've stepped at 7 presses of my left arrow key, which means it's now further than the first one is from there. So I've got a larger white gap, and I've reduced the width by 0.1. Now when I use Control D, it will reproduce that, getting smaller and further apart. Can you see that? So the slivers are getting smaller, they're spaced further apart, which is exactly what we learnt. And that's the effect that I was looking for. Doesn't that look cool? Now, I want to make sure my text is horizontally centered. So E on my keyboard, and that's looking pretty good. I'll select all of that, finger on Shift and deselect the text. Now I'm going to create a duplicate and bring it down the bottom. So right click. In fact, you know what? We really should have a guideline to do this with, shouldn't we? So let's drag this guideline down here. Line it up with there. We'll do that again. Finger on Shift, deselect the text. Now I'm going to left click and drag. Now I can move it anywhere. Finger on Control, of course, constrains to a vertical, perfectly vertical movement. To the guideline, it snaps. Right click my mouse to create a duplicate and release. Now finger on Control and page down, and that sends it down in the stacking order every time I hit page down, so Control page down. Finally, I just need to horizontally center that, so E on my keyboard. And of course it's all to the left a little bit, isn't it? So let's select that, finger on Shift, and that one, and up there. Let's right click, so make sure everything is right aligned, and then I'm just going to use my arrow keys, and by eye, roughly I think center that, so that my web address looks like it's roughly in the center there. Or of course you could do this. Select, go E and C, then select all of the other text, finger on Shift. Selecting this one last makes it the object we're going to align to, and then hit R on my keyboard and everything aligns. Now that's a good bit of graphical design training right there. We don't have our top piece of text centered in the block, but we have the largest piece of text centered. So my web address being longer is perfectly centered in the box, and then I've right aligned everything to that, and it just by nature looks correct, doesn't it? I might even now move this up a little bit because I think it is looking a little congested now. Maybe move that down a little. That looks pretty cool. There we go. We're done. Well, once you've finished your business card project, we're ready to move on to our next lesson and learn some new, really cool stuff. We're now on page 31, the subject of group and ungroup. Well, we have looked at grouping a little throughout some of our lessons, but here we'll look at it in depth. Over here on the left, I have a group of a number of groups. In other words, you can group many objects and then sort of do a master group and group them all together if you want to. Why do we want to do that? Well, effectively so that we can just simply deal with a whole lot of objects as though they were one object. Resize them so they all resize together. You know, we can rotate, we can skew, we can do whatever as though it were all one object. That's the advantage of grouping. So let's create our first group. I'm going to create this one up here, group 1. I'll place that object, then I'll place that object, and then I'll place that on there. And all I have to do is select all of the objects, either with a marquee or select them individually. And then I can use Control G on my keyboard. I could right click and use group, or work with the property bar, which I tend to do personally, and click group. So now we have a group of objects, and of course we can deal with that group as though it were one object. Well, over here on the right hand side, we're going to create a series of groups. We're going to create a group of the highlight, then the blue ball and the highlight, and then we'll finally add the text and then group the whole thing. So there will be 3 groups in total. Of course, the reason we want to do this is oftentimes once we've positioned something or a set of objects exactly how we want them, we don't want to have to deal with them individually anymore. So grouping them together gives us the advantage of manipulating them as one, or just literally moving them around as one. So once I've got this where I feel is about right, I can select all 4 and then group them together. Now, of course, when I deselect, I've only got to click once and I have all within that group. Click again and I can just skew the whole group together, and that looks about right. Pop it up a little bit more. Now that I'm happy with my ball, I can select the blue background and the highlights and group them together. Group. So that's group 2. Eventually, taking my piece of text, place that on top, select the whole thing, and I'll group that together, and that's group 3. So now I've got group 1 and group 2. Group 1 is a whole bunch of individual objects. Group 2 is a group of groups. Okay. If I want to select an object within a group, I simply can use this option here called the picker tool. So hold your finger on the control key, click once, and you'll see that I've got the blue square in the background. Keeping my finger on control, I can select various objects while I hold my finger on control. If I do the same thing with this group of groups, finger on control, well, the first thing that will happen is everything will be selected. Now, if I click again, I can select that piece of text. Now when I click here, I'm going to get the whole thing again because I'm clicking on a group. Remember, the blue and the white squares are all grouped together. Hold finger on control and then I can select the group of white highlights, finger on control again, and I can select the individual object within that group. So you can actually get to varying objects within groups. Now this is interesting. Over here on group 1, let me grab my piece of text and I'll just pop that up here. And as you can see, it's sitting behind the red square. I can simply go Control Page Up and it comes to the front. Now, if I want to select this, finger on Control, and go all the way behind the blue square, Control Page Down, Page Down, Page Down, and now it's behind the blue square. It's pretty easy to work with. However, it's a little different when dealing with groups of groups. Finger on Control, and I'll select that piece of text and place it over the top. Now it's on the top of the stacking order of this set of groups. Now if I go control page down, watch what happens. It goes all the way behind the blue circle. Why? Well, think about it. I've got this piece of text here selected, and I'm telling it to go down one in the stacking order. But remember, group 2, that's the white highlights and the blue circle are grouped together. So I guess in terms of this, you could say it's almost considered a single object. So my text has gone all the way behind the blue ball because this is a group. The white objects and the blue objects are a group. So control page up will bring it all the way to the front of that group. So really, technically, if I want to go behind the white highlights, well, I'm going to have to ungroup. So I'll select that, click ungroup. Now, control page down, and I've still gone behind. Why is that? Now, this is where you can really get confused. We created 3 groups, and I just clicked ungroup once. You see, that's group 1 right there. So when I clicked ungroup, all it did was ungroup the text. The second group is still there. Now what I'd need to do is ungroup that group. So, control page down, and now my text is underneath that group of objects. Can you see that? Can be a little confusing, I do know. Well, another way to look at this, let me just control Z and go back to where it was all grouped together. Okay, we're all grouped together here. Right? So, what I could do is select this and then click ungroup all. And what that does is it automatically ungroups every group within the entire selected range. So now every object is individual. Then of course I could reselect that and group it, and then control page down, and I'm sitting underneath the group of white objects. Does that make sense? Okay. Finally, I'll control G this time, group that together. I'm just going to place this over the top here like that. And I do want you to see this. I'm going to select all of these objects and shift page up so that all of these objects are right at the top of the stacking order for the entire page. Now, as I go control page down, the entire group and all of its objects go behind that group. Okay, so groups move through the stacking order as though they were a single object. Just keep that in mind. And that's really all I wanted to show you. So remember, ungroup or ungroup all and the picker tool. Well, let's move on to our next lesson. You can come and have a play with all of this and see how you go. We're now on page 32 of your working file, Combine and Break Apart. This is one of those lessons that, well, you may need to come back to it over time. A lot of people get confused about the subject of combine. Now, combining an object is just nothing like grouping an object, and that's the thing that needs to be set up front. We have 2 objects here, the orangey coloured ellipse or circle and the white circle in front. These 2, as you can see up here, are grouped together. I can ungroup them, and I have 2 objects. However, if I take these 2 objects and I combine them, once you have 2 objects selected, as with group, you can right click and choose combine, or control L, or straight up here on the property bar, you can combine. See there? I've got the option to group, but also to combine. Now when I combine, what happens is they join together and become one object, and I can actually see through. See the difference? Really big difference between combine and group, isn't there? Control Z, I'll undo that. Let me delete this one here. The important thing to understand about combining objects together, now plus on my keyboard, I'll just create a duplicate and pop it there. Shift page up. The important thing is that in the same way as we learnt with aligning objects, you know, the object on the lowest layer becomes the reference. Well, it's the same thing with combining. Either the object on the lowest layer, the lowest of the stacking order, or the last object you select becomes the reference. For example, if I select the orange first, finger on shift, and then the white circle, and I combine, what will happen? You'll notice I end up with a white filled circle or ellipse or hollow, whatever you want to call that, and it has a red outline. So basically the resulting combined object, I'll say that again, the resulting combined object adopted the properties of the object on the lowest layer, for example like that one there, or the last selected object. In this case, the last selected object was the white circle with the red outline. So my end result is white with a red outline, and the outline thickness is also the same. That's quite powerful, isn't it? Let's take that a little further so you can see it over here. If I select all of these objects, that orange one is on the bottom layer. Let's combine together. Well, they've all turned orange. They all have a thin black outline, and where they crossed over, the crossover point is see-through. Can you see that? It's actually see-through. So wherever objects cross over and you combine them, you'll be able to see through them. So let's quickly undo that. What I'm going to do now is take this object here. Now objects don't have to touch to be combined. And I'm going to select all of those objects. In fact, let's not do it that way. Finger on Shift, and I'll select this as the last object. So when I combine, I expect they will all turn purple with a thicker blue outline. So combine, and there you go. Crossover point is see-through. It's really quite simple once you start to understand these principles. Let me delete that, and I'm going to increase the size of this. Now this is the bowling ball we used on the previous page, but there was a certain part of that I didn't actually show you. To create the correct effect in this highlighted area, we actually needed to combine the objects. Let me ungroup that. Now, what I've got here is not a group of objects as we did previously, but rather a combined number of objects. And that's how I'm getting that unique effect. Notice how the white glow is a bit brighter there and it pales out on the others. That's because an effect has been applied to the combined object. If I break them apart, now yes, whenever you combine a number of objects together and you break them apart, watch this one here. If I select that and I come up here to break apart, Control K or right click and choose break apart, which will be up there, I end up with two resulting objects that are the same size originally, but they will have the properties of whatever the combined object had, which of course was white with a red outline. Let me undo that. Watch this. If I break apart this combined lot of objects, you'll notice that that effect now is applied individually to each object. And of course that doesn't look right at all. It was the combining of those objects, making them one object, so I could apply the effect across the one object that made it work so well. So let's go back and recombine them, and that does look so much better, doesn't it? Now don't worry if you don't completely understand that. You can always come back and refer back to this in time. I'll pop that back there like that. Now the last thing I quickly want to show you is if I select these two objects here and just bring them over here. Just to take the principle further, again, if we combine these two together, they'll end up turning the orange colour, Control Z, because that was on the lowest layer. Or alternately, if I select that object and then the number and then the red circle and combine, as you can see, we end up with the resulting being red with the black outline. But also, where the characters are, let's go Shift page up, bring to the top. Where the characters are, you can see they're actually see-through. Can you see that? In fact, let's look at that a little deeper. When I break this apart, always remember that everything will break apart in the resulting colour, okay, that it was as a combined object. But let me just delete that, pop that on there. Always remember, when you're looking for that see-through effect, Shift page up so we can see that. I'll just increase the size, finger on Shift, stretch out a little bit, just to really highlight this to you. When you're after that effect of see-through, okay, place one object on top of the other and combine the two, and you'll always end up with a see-through object, as you can see. Okay, so combine makes one object of many objects. Now in time you'll also see tremendous other values in doing this type of thing, particularly when it comes to node editing. Okay, we'll talk more about that as we go. So hey, I'd like for you to go ahead, play with all of the objects, and really just reproduce what I've done. And that will help you to at least sink a little bit of this process in. But as we get into future design elements, it'll become very, very obvious why we're combining objects. We're now on page 33 of your working file, Colour, Fill and Palettes. We're going to have 3 distinct lessons on this page all about colour, and you will find them. It's a lot of very useful information that you will probably return to over time. So assimilate what you can, practice what you can, but remember you can always come back and look another time. Well, we're going to start out by looking at this section here and then the Uniform Fill dialog box. We've learnt some of this already. To fill an object with a colour, select the object and simply click on the colour palette, and that will fill the object with colour. To change the outline colour, simply right click your mouse on any one of the colour whorls, as you can see, and you can change the outline colour. Same with either of these objects. Now if you select 2 objects together and you do the same thing, well of course they will both become identical, depending on what it is that you choose. So I'll just undo that quickly. Well, I haven't done an outline colour yet, so the outline colour won't be affected and it will stay individual until right click, I've done an outline colour, so they both change. The click and drag method is one that, well, to date we haven't looked at, so let's look at that. Simply click on a colour on the colour palette, click, hold down your mouse and begin to drag. In fact, I did that a little long just then. I'll come back to what you just saw then. Click and drag, and you can see in fact, you know what? Let me just quickly come back here. If ever you do click on a colour, that's why that dialog box came up. Probably a good thing it did. I would have forgotten to mention this. If you have nothing selected whatsoever and you click on a colour, this dialog box will come up and it will ask you, well, do you want to change the default properties for when you create a graphic or you type artistic text or paragraph text? So if I, for example, click red, click OK, and then I create a square, it'll have a red fill. If I delete that, if I click blue, same thing, graphic, yes. From this point in time, every time I create an object, it'll have a blue fill. So that's how you can create default colours for your text or graphics, etc., etc. However, back to our click and drag method. If I simply click and drag, as you can see, I'm holding a colour well. As I hover over the outside of an object, and I'm now over an outline, well, the colour well becomes hollow, indicating it's an outline. If I release my mouse, well, the outline will become that colour. So, click and drag, release, and to do a fill, just wait till it becomes solid on the inside, release, and that's another way to to have a little bit more accuracy. Why would you want to do that? We'll learn a little bit more about that when we come down to these 2 graphics here. The extended colour palette. This is tremendous because on our CMYK default colour palette, the one that you'll have when you open up, we have a limited range of colours. Well, we can extend our range of colours by simply clicking on a colour and holding our mouse down. For example, on black, if I click and hold, I get an extended palette of black through to darker greys. Again, click here, click, and I get grey through to lighter grey, and so on. What about if I do this with yellow? Click on yellow. This is a really good example because, as you can see, the yellow is my center colour, and these are all colours moving away from yellow in a particular direction. So, for example, upward is a little bit more green, is it? So it's probably got a little bit of a blue mix or a bit of cyan mixed with the yellow. This way we're getting more toward pinks or browns, reds if you like. So it's probably got a little bit of magenta mixed in with it as well. So it's an extended colour palette around the centre colour that you've chosen. Well, in the same way that you can use either of these, simply select a colour, click and drag and drop. Or if you like, select your object first, extend the palette, so click and hold down, look for the colour you want, simply click on it, and of course you can apply or mix up these 3 methods that you can see here. The last thing I want to look at quickly before we move on to our next lesson is the uniform fill dialog box. It's another way to extend the color range you can see. Let's select an object, and the uniform fill dialog box is Shift plus F11, or if you like, come over here to the fill tool, click the little flyout, and see the first option there, uniform fill. So Shift plus F11, and that's it there. What we're looking at first of all is our CMYK color palette, which is all of these colors here exactly the same as we have over here. If you are doing work on the web and you're familiar with hexadecimal colors, you'll find this of value. You can see the hex value of the color. If you're in the printing industry or working, you can see the actual CMYK values as you move around and select colors. Because this object is what we have selected, you can see here that's the selected or the old color. This color here is the new color that I'm selecting. So I get a preview before I click OK and decide, yes, that's what I want to use. You'll notice that when I leave this dialog box, I have a little eyedropper. If I now click on any color, it will automatically take me to that place on the palette, or as near as possible. Can you see that it jumped? I'll go back here. I'll go back to this palette here. Because we have a perfect match here in this palette with this color here, if I click here, I've also got a perfect match in the palette. If I click down here and I don't have a perfect match, it takes me over to one of the models where it's a little bit more of a mix. This is what you might call a custom color, and it's not presently in our color palette, but it is a CMYK color. Here I can move this little node around to get whatever color I want, or if I happen to really understand CMYK values, I can actually adjust that manually and it will automatically update. Again, I can still see my before and after color. So from the beginning, we've got a number of palettes we can choose from. Drop down, you can go to choose your RGB palette. There's a number of palettes in here. You can get to process palettes and so on. I'm not going to delve into that right now. We're going to stay with our CMYK palette, but the point is you can open a number of palettes. You can go to the Mixer tab. The Mixer tab gives you the ability to get a further extension on a single color range. So again, if I click that color there, that'll be the first color, and we can see the extension of that into darker colors. I can increase the range or lower the range if I want to. I can say that I want a cooler range of colors or a warmer range, or go into even lighter if I want to. But again, all starting with this sample color here. I can change the mixer model that I'm using. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. One that I do find interesting is the complement option. You'll find that opposites always tend to complement each other. So this is a great way of seeing some complement colors. So if I'm in this sort of orangey yellow range, you can see that the orange and the blue complement each other. Quite a common way of, well, opposites generally complement. So it's quite a convenient way of figuring out what is an appropriate opposite to a color. Okay? And again, finally, over here in the model area, we can really get ourselves into a range and, slide the little node wherever you want the node. Once you're happy with the color, click OK to apply that color, and away you go. So there you go. That's a way of coloring objects using your palette, moving into an extended color palette range, or select an object first, then Shift F11, and we can go into delving a lot further into custom colors and mixes, etc., etc. Okay, why don't you go ahead, just play with that, come back, and we're going to have a look at fountain fill. We're continuing on page 33, the subject of colour fill and palettes, and I'm briefly going to have a quick look at the fountain fill dialog box. Now, this will be a brief look because there's actually a new tool called the interactive fountain fill tool, which does the exact same thing and is easier to use. A little bit of old and new here. So I want to look at the old first because some people do occasionally use it, so I'll quickly highlight it. But in our next lesson, or on our next page, I'll talk more in depth about the other interactive tool. When I created the amplifier for you that you can see here, I used fountain fills for some of the effects. In the buttons, you can see we're moving from lighter grey through to light. lighter grey. Around the outside area here, you can see there's a light grey there moving around the outside. And the backing plate itself. Let me just delete this. As you can see, I've tried to create a brush metal effect. Now, all of this is using fountain fill. The sound indicator light there again is using fountain fill. Basically, what fountain fill is it's moving from one colour through to another colour. But we can do this in all sorts of ways. Let me quickly make that white in colour, and I'll shrink it down in size just a little bit as well. And I'm going to hit F11. Now, over here where the fill tool is, remember we just looked at uniform fill. The next one down is fountain fill. And that's really why I'm showing it to you, because there are many options here, so we're quickly going to learn about most of them. So fountain fill or F11. The square that I have here, I can use this dialog box to fill it. Now there are different types of methods of filling: linear, radial, conical, square. We'll look at those in a moment. But basically you can blend from one colour through to another. So let's blend from, say, yellow through to red. You can see an example up here. Click OK, and a beautiful yellow through red fill. So that's what we call a fountain fill, because it's a fountain of colours. F11 on my keyboard. If we were to go to the custom option, as you can see, the yellow through to red appears here. So that little node represents the yellow. This node here represents the red. You can see it there as I click. If I double click along this line, so double click, double click, double click, and again, I can add additional color nodes. And I can simply select one and make that an alternate color, as you can see. And so we can do all sorts of color blends. Now, it's being clever with this that creates the effects that we're looking for. For example, to create that brushed metal effect. If I select the first one, go with a light grey, the next one a darker grey, the next one slightly darker. I'll slide this one along, and by the way, you can slide them. Go back to a light grey, that one there slightly darker, and again slightly darker grey. So that's the effect up there. I can click in this little box and rotate just a little, like that. I'll click OK, and can you see the brush metal effect? Let me just right click to give that a lighter outline. So once you put your components back on top of something like that, you can see it's kind of that aluminium brush metal effect. So it's really how cleverly you think this through as to the effect. Now this here is nothing more than a group of tiny little rectangles. Now when I select that, again F11, you can see the blend of colours. See, it's going from green, yellow, all the way through to red. So it's simply a fountain fill of three colours: green, yellow, and red. It is that easy, okay? Now again, like I said, I'm going to show you some quick ways to do this shortly, but just as a final, I'll just delete that. I'm just going to show you a different type of fill using the circle here, F11. I'm going to choose this time radial, and I'm going to go from dark blue, and you can click again inside this little square, click on the white highlight, because we're running from dark blue to white, and we're running with radial, which is a radial effect. So in other words, it's radiating from the white out to the blue, radial effect. Click OK. Let's give that a much thinner outline. Say 1, and watch this. Plus on my keyboard, and I'll shrink that down. I'm going to make that grey and control page down, get rid of the outline, and that's a bowling ball effect. Very, very simple. So I'd like for you now to go ahead, see if you can create the brush metal effect in here and the bowling ball effect you've seen me create there, and we'll move on to our next lesson. We're now continuing on page 33, and I'm going to discuss the subject of colour palettes with you. We're not going to go into great depth, but just some quick and convenient things that will really help you to work. Okay, well first of all, I'm going to undock this palette from here and move it down to the bottom. Now remember, if you're in X5, you have to, from X5 onwards, you've got to unlock the toolbar. So if you can see the little tick, click on here to unlock, and you'll know you're unlocked because you see all these little dots at the end of all of the toolbars. Click on the little dot and pull it down, then grab the title bar, and I'll just drag that down to the bottom, and now I've docked to the bottom. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is increase the display of the number of rows, because to see the rest of the colours I have to click on the little fly out there to just show all of the colours. But I want to see them all at one time. So now I'll click on the little button here, go to Customise, and maximum number of rows is 1. Let's increase that to 2 and click OK. So now I can see all of the colours within my default CMYK colour palette. Now remember, you can have multiple palettes open at the same time. For example, if I come to Window, Colour Palettes, I could open an RGB or a Pantone or whatever I want. There's lots to choose from. Click Open Palette and navigate and find some of the others. For right now though, what I'd like to do is open the Document Palette. Now this is brand new to CorelDRAW X5, so you don't have this in earlier versions. When you first open X5, you'll probably see this palette and it will probably be blank. Most likely you've closed it and you no longer have it open. Well, this is how you get it back. What the document palette is designed to do is allow you to, 1, either put all of the colors within your actual design into this palette so that when you save your document, you've got a full reference of colors and you maintain the integrity of your document. Or alternatively, I'm going to use it myself a little differently. But remember this, there are a couple of options as to how you populate this palette with colors. If I have automatically update selected, well, every time, for example, if I click and drag, and I then say, click on this color here, and then I click on this color, and then this color, and then this color, and I'll right click over here. As you can see, the palette automatically is filled with colors every time I utilize a color. Okay, that's not how I want to do it. I'm going to delete that and click again, come down to Edit Color. Simply hold your finger on Shift and select them all, or Control and select them one at a time, delete color, and we're back to blank again. There's another way. Let me grab my pick tool. Again, if I have, and don't forget automatically update is on at the moment, I don't want that on, so I'm going to turn it off. If I were to add from document, give that a second, and CorelDRAW will look at all the colors existing in the present document as it exists now, and it will list all of those colors for us, and we can choose to add them to the document palette if we want, or just a range of them. Click OK, and they would all be added. I don't really want to do that right now because I'm going to use it another way. This is the way I'm going to use it. I'm going to first of all dock it over here on the right hand side, and then I'm going to take these two girls we've got here, and I'm going to show you how I would use it. I don't know which one of these two that you would say is correct color-wise, but let's just assume that the one on the left here is the accurate design. Well, if I take her and I simply hover over the document palette, wait for that palette to appear, then let go, then automatically the document palette will fill up with all of the colors inside of this piece of clip art. You can do the same thing with bitmaps. Anything that you have on your screen, drag it over the document palette and all of the colors within that will appear in that palette, or you may be asked to choose how many colors because there might be hundreds in it, for example. So what's the upside here? Well, let's say that a client has given you a piece of clip art and you've brought that into CorelDRAW and they say, I want you to work with only those colors. Well, simply drag that into your document palette and you know that you're safe so long as you only work with these colors. Isn't that so cool? Now, additionally, if I want to add a color to this palette that doesn't exist on my page, but I have, say, some CMYK values, well, again, select my image, uniform fill, so Shift F11. Now, let's just say that I know that I want to have 20 and 5 and 62 and 18. Okay, let's just say that this is the color that my client wants me to utilize. All right, it's this color right here. Well, I can easily add this to my document palette by, if I've got multiple palettes open, use a little drop down, select your document palette and click Add to Palette. And there it is right there, it just appeared. So again, it's another way to build up your customer's colors within the palette. If he sent you a piece of clip art and you just want one color and you've brought it into CorelDRAW, use the eyedropper tool. And let's assume it's one of these blues down here, and I could click right there, my palette goes to that blue, and I click add to palette, and it appears right there. Now, if you're in X3 or X4, when you click add to palette, you'll find it'll actually be added to your default palette, whatever you've got open at the moment. It might be a CMYK or RGB palette, but it will be added there. Okay? The document palette is brand new to X5. Okay, let me click OK to that, and of course she became recolored. Let's undo that. Always remember that you have to break apart or ungroup, I should say, particularly a piece of clip art like this if you want to color specific sections. The last thing I want to show you that's really, really handy is, now in X3 and X4, you can select any color on your palette, click and drag, and you can move it to another location. However, here in X5, we can't do that with our default palettes because they're locked. We can do it, however, with the document palette. Now here's what I mean. I can rearrange this in whatever order I want. For example, black up there, then go with the darker grey, maybe the lighter grey, then with the white. See, it puts a line underneath where it's going to go. Then I might want to go with, say, red, and then into oranges, see if there's any more. And then I might go into the yellows, so the lighter yellow. And I tell you what, I'll go ahead and I'll finish putting this or setting this palette up how I think it should look. Okay, and that's kind of how I would arrange that palette. And I just wanted to show you, you can put your colours in blocks, however you want to do them, etc. So what's another advantage in this? Well, now that I have created a colour palette that has all of the colours of my primary girl in it, well, it makes it a lot easier to colour this one, doesn't it? For example, let's say I want to put that green into this image. Well, I know that it's most likely going to be that one, and that looks about right. And again with the red on the lipstick there. And of course you could follow this process through, which is what I'm going to get you to do next. I want you to follow what it is that I have shown you here. And basically what I want you to do is the following. Open your document palette up to Window, Color Palettes, Document Palette, open it up. If it has any colors in it, I want you to delete the colors. I then want you to redock your standard palette down the bottom here, display 2 rows. Then I want you to take her and copy her over the top of the palette, get all of the colors, and then drag those colors and drop them onto this image and recolor her the same as her. If you want, also go ahead with the Uniform Fill dialog box and add another color into the document palette, just so that you've familiarized yourself with it. And hey, why not rearrange all the colors as I have done as well? It's a tremendous experience to do it. Well, that's it for this lesson. There's quite a bit there to do and learn, and you'll find this valuable in the future. The next lesson, you're just going to hate me because I'm going to show you a quicker way to do all of this. Okay, see you in the next one. We're now on page 34 of your working file, the subject of the interactive fill tool, and in our next lesson we'll look at the eyedropper tool. Well, this is that lesson where you'll go, why didn't you show me this earlier rather than what you might call a bit of the old-fashioned way? If you recall, we created this brush metal effect by selecting our object, F11 on our keyboard. We added all these little color node points here, and then created different color perspectives to create the effect we have here, the brush metal effect. Well, there is another way that you'll most likely think is easier. I teach everything because people do have favorite ways of doing things, so it's best you learn all the options. If we were to select the interactive fill tool, which you can see here, interactive fill, or the letter G to select it, select our object. As you can see, we have a line with a series of color wells on it. And F11, if we compare that, all of these little color points here are the exact same as the color points there. The interactive fill tool allows you to move around and, of course, in real time see the result. We can select the color wells, move them along, and fine-tune the result however it is that we want it. Now I'm going to fill this with a light grey, so a solid light grey, and start from scratch. So we select our object, come down, select the interactive fill tool, simply click and drag. You'll notice across the property bar there are a number of options, and make sure the appropriate option is selected first, or come back and select it after. It's up to you. We are, by default, in a linear fill mode. However, you could have selected an alternative, or you can change it on the fly. It's that easy, as you can see. Okay, let's go with linear. To add the color wells is quite simple. Simply double click, and every time you double click, you add a little color well, as you can see. Now, what I might do is to select, just click and you'll see the double line around that color well. I'll click on a grey there, select that one, and I'll make it darker. Select that one, no, then go to the next one, make that darker, and then go to this one here and make that darker. And look, with very little effort, it's just that you've got to think light, dark, and that's how we create the effect here. See, I could double click to remove a color well and spread the effect out a little bit further so it's not quite so harsh. But I might want to look like I've got a highlight going through there, so I'll move this up here a little bit, and maybe that one's a little dark. So click on here, bring out the little fly out, and go with slightly lighter. How does that look? And that looks quite good, doesn't it? So you can see using the interactive fill tool is quite cool. Just stretch it out a little bit if you want to. You can move the positioning around, close it up, and of course create any type of little effect that you want. Okay, well that'll be the first thing that I want you to do when it's your turn, is to make this a solid color and create your own brush metal effect in there using the interactive fill tool. I'm now going to show you how to create this button effect, and as you can see, we're going to start to learn about depth of color highlights and how to create shape and form with highlight or lighter areas and darker areas. So to create this button or light effect is quite simple. Select the ellipse tool, finger on control to create a perfect ellipse. Now in my case it already is blue. And I'm going to again select the interactive fill tool, but this time I'm going to go with a radial fill. Now by default it applies the fill. White is always the starting color, moving out toward the fill that the object already is. I'm simply going to drag that highlight point, close up the circle so it's not too bold, and then I'm going to, in fact, I won't do that, I'm going to move it down the bottom. Pop it down the bottom there like that. There we go. Now, plus on my keyboard, create a duplicate, shrink that down just a little. Now, what do you think I'm going to do? First thing I'm going to do is make the outline a light grey. But what am I going to do now? You almost can see a bubbling or a highlighting effect there where you're getting a sense of depth. But watch this. Again, with my interactive fill tool, if I take the highlight and I pop it on the top over there, say about there, pull that back out a little bit. Can you see the effect? We now have a sense of depth, don't we? If I shrink the middle one down a little bit, can you see how it kind of looks conical? The one behind looks conical, the one on top looks like it's raised. In fact, if we remove the outline altogether, can you see the effect? Why? We see we've got a light colour down the bottom next to a dark. Up the top we've got dark next to light. And that creates these illusions, because in reality it's not really happening, is it? It is purely a light-based illusion. Very easy to create, and of course play with it, increase the size and decrease the size, and you can get all sorts of interesting effects by simply using two radial fills. Well, let me delete that. I'll pop that over there for inspiration. This button we have here is exactly the same. It is nothing more than using three rectangles. Let's do it. I'll select the rectangle, click and drag, create my first rectangle, and I'm going to give this an interactive fill from a dark grey through to a white. So click and drag. Finger on control, by the way, also creates your 15-degree increments. So it helps you to pull a perfectly straight line, finger on control. Now all I need to do is pull or drag a dark grey, pop it on the top there, bring this up a little bit, finger on control, just so, and that's probably about right. Notice that little slider in there. When you're dealing with just 2 points, you can move the little slider, and as you can see, it kind of extends one or other of the colours. In this case, it's extending the white, so it's fading a little further to the point of the line, and then it quickly goes through to the darker. And you can go the other way if you want to. In the middle, I usually find is the best option. Now, so there we've created our first rectangle. plus on the keyboard. Now, what I'll do is increase this out just a little, finger on control and finger on control. It needs to go behind, so control page down. Now, all I need to do is flip it the other way. So if I flip the other way, look at that. Isn't that impressive? What have I got? I've got two rectangles. That's all I've got. In one, the fill is going in one direction. In the other, the fill is going the other direction. And you can create an effect like that. Give it a nice thick black outline. So we go with a 2-point, even a 3-point. And there we go. We've got our button effect. Place the number 1 on top. Shift page up. And that's a button effect. Again, it's using these interactive fills, light versus dark, and you get these great effects. Now finally, a very simple one of course, is what we did for the amplifier sound meters. All I have are a number of rectangles. You select them, group them together, select your interactive fill tool, click and drag, finger on control to drag up straight, and I'll select the top node or color well, make that red, select the bottom one, I'll make that green, and I'll drag and drop, that's the other way of doing it. Oh, it should have been the color yellow, I wasn't thinking then. The color yellow into the middle. Right click to remove the outline, and there you go. The interactive fill tool is really, really easy to use. So go ahead now, play with the 4 objects that I've got there for you to play with, create the little buttons, create this effect, and that will help you to become used to it for our future design elements. We're now continuing on page 34 of your working file, the subject of the eyedropper tool. Now the eyedropper tool is the 4th one up from the bottom there, and I'm going to click on the little flyout and actually drag the flyout up here onto the screen. There are 2 eyedropper tools. One's called the color eyedropper, the other is the attributes eyedropper. Now if you're in X3 or X4, you only have one eyedropper, and then you'll see a little paint bucket, but you'll learn about that in a moment as we go. But if you select the color eyedropper tool, up on your property bar will be a little drop down menu, and you can actually select attributes or color, and you'll get the same result as we're about to learn from here, okay? Well, I'm going to look at the color eyedropper tool first of all. So we'll select that, and up here on the property bar you have a few options. Select from desktop, for example. So if I click this, I can actually go off of my program onto my desktop, click, select the color. You can actually see the color down the bottom there, and then automatically I see a little paint bucket. Now in the earlier version, put your finger on shift and that will automatically take you to the paint bucket there, shift key. So all I have to do is click, and I can now apply that color I've sampled. Now additionally on the property bar, as you can see, we have a 2x2 or a 5x5 sample. What that basically means is that if you click on an image that contains multiple colors in a very small pixel area, if I have 5x5 selected, it will take the 5x5, which is around 25 pixels, and it will average what the color is of all of those, and that will become your sampled color. Okay, as you can see here, I can also add this color to my palette if I have my document palette open and so forth. Now, if I don't have select from desktop turned on, all I need to do is go back here and select my color eyedropper, or finger on shift, which is much easier. Get used to using the shift key. So finger on shift, and I can sample from somewhere else. So I click there. Now when I hover over an outline, we've seen this before, the hollow color well, that indicates I'm over an outline. So if I click, I'll apply that color to the outline. Finger on shift again to go back to my eyedropper, or on the property bar, select it. And let's say I click a nice dark grey, click, and I can apply my color there. It's very simple. Finger on shift, click, finger on shift, click, and I can apply. Okay, moving on from there, if I want to use my attributes eyedropper tool, it actually empowers me to do a lot more things. Not only can I sample the color, but I can sample effects. Now, as you know, in this button here, we applied a fill effect, a radial fill effect. So when you select the attributes eyedropper, we can see a number of differences up here. Now again, in the earlier versions, you need to, right at the beginning here, choose attributes from the drop-down menu. Now under properties, if I choose outline and fill, then click OK, Under transformations, I won't choose anything. Make sure they're turned off. It's very important you turn off what you're not using. Under effects, well, we're not learning about effects yet. However, if we did have an effect applied, we'd be able to sample that as well. So all I've got selected is outline and fill. So if I click on, say, that object that has the black outline and the blue fill, so I'll click there, come over here and click. As you can see, black outline, blue radial fill. Isn't that fantastic? Again, finger on shift, and I'll do it here. Click here and apply. Finger on shift, click and apply. So it's that easy. Now if I were to go a little bit further and under transformation select size, so if I come back, click OK, and let's say I select finger on shift, select the circle on the outside there, click, come back over here, watch what happens when I do this. As you can see, my square has been reduced to the same size as the ellipse there. And of course, this can be applied in many ways. So that's the Attributes Eyedropper tool. Now the way we're going to utilize this and practice with it is to take our two pieces of clip art here and increase the size of them. I'll pop them there like that. And if I select the color eyedropper, it's so easy for me to be able to obviously sample a color as we've learnt before, say on the blue pants there, and then click and apply that blue to there. However, there is now a fountain fill in here, as you can see. So all I did was really sample a single color. Now that does make her work in terms of color matching. It does work really well. But what do I do to get the blend and the outline red that you can see? Well, of course, I need my Attributes eyedropper. Make sure I turn off size because I don't want any sizing. All I want is under properties is outline and fill. Click OK. Now sample the pants, and then click, and as you can see. Now, by the way, finger on shift to go back to my eyedropper or select it up there. If I were to say say this little yellow that's in this bag here, that's a radial fill or a fountain fill of some form. Finger on shift to select the eyedropper. I can simply click and then drag and release over the top of the object that I'm wanting to add that to. So in many ways in this scenario, using the Attributes eyedropper is quite powerful. Finger on shift, click, and I might want to apply that, say, to the outside of her pants there. That doesn't work well, so let's apply it to her cuffs. Okay, and let's sample, finger on shift, let's sample the green down here, and we might apply that to her couple of bits in the scarf, like that. So as you can see, it's really easy to begin to match up the color range. So let's get it straight one more time. The eyedropper, color eyedropper tool, will sample a single color. The Attributes eyedropper samples your radial fill effects, your outline thickness, your outline color, all of that, and will apply that to the object that you click it on. With either tool, you can click and you can drag, or you can simply click and then click over the object that you want to color. Always remember down here in your status bar, you'll see the color that you've sampled there. And in fact, in my case, if I lift the status bar up a little bit, you can see the outline color and the fill color. I normally have this squashed down a little bit to save room, so just hover and pull down a little. There we go. Okay, so why don't you go ahead and practice with these two tools on these two pieces of clip art. We're now on page 35 of your working file, the subject of outline properties. Now, while this may seem a simple subject, and it is in many ways, it's a subject that will affect every industry. No matter where you work, this will be important to you. So we're going to have two lessons here on this page. And first of all, I quickly need to recap with you, and a couple of these things will also be new, the different types of objects that we have that we work with and how we can change their outline properties. So the first type of object shape we have is what we call a common shape object, which is being depicted by this rectangle here. Now, the reason it's a common shape object, or you could call it a basic shape object if you wanted to, the point is CorelDRAW recognizes how this shape was made and that it was made using the rectangle tool. And the advantage of creating it that way is, of course, we can apply other quick properties to it, such as changing the corners. Or, of course, we can, using the shape tool, make the corners rounder. So we have advantages in working with common shape objects. This principle applies to, of course, the ellipse tool, the polygon tool, any of these shaped tools, any of these tools we use to create shapes. They have advantages to us. We call them common shape objects. The reason why I'm talking about this is to show you that common shape objects, at least on the property bar, allow us to access the outline thickness, the outline width. As we can see here in points, the PT stands for points. I can change the outline thickness by simply using the drop down. The other thing I want you to see is that for every shape type we're about to look at, or for every object type I should say, properties on both the property bar and down here in the status bar will appear. As you can see, the status bar says it's a rectangle. On layer 1, that's the outline color, the fill color I should say, and the outline color. On the property bar, as you well know, the properties, and in this case at least the outline thickness. Well, that's a common shape object. The next object type I want to look at is a text object. When I select a text object, there is nothing on the property bar about outline thickness, type, color, etc. All I can really do is right click to change a color, and that's the only effect I can easily have to my outline. Again, on the status bar, artistic text, fill and outline color is depicted for us. If I move down to these two next objects, I have called it a line object and a curved line object, but actually CorelDRAW calls them just simply curves. So either one of these is both referred to a curve. If I click this last object, you'll notice this is also referred to as a curve. The reason is that I took this piece of text and I converted it to curves, which makes it a converted to curves object. If you like, simply call it an object or just an artistic or a graphic object. The point is, I took this piece of text and I converted it to curves, which means that this object now consists of lines and curves connected together with nodes. Let me show you how I did that. I'll just pop this over here. Select that, right click and drag, copy here. I'll shrink it down in size a little. We can still see on the property bar and the status bar that it is text. However, if I use Control plus Q, I can convert it to curves, or up to a range and convert to curves. Click. Now, no longer do I see any text relevant information. It's now simply considered an object that's made up of lines, straight lines, and curves joined together by nodes. If I select the shape tool and I zoom in, as you can see, these little squares here as I hover over that become highlighted, they're what we call nodes. And I've got a straight line and I've got a curve. And in fact, over time, as you learn, we've got a module just on working with lines and curves and shape editing, etc. Converted to curve objects simply consists of lines and curves. I can select a node with the shape tool, I can move it, and I can actually begin to reshape the object. And that's one of the advantages of objects being converted to curves. All right? Now, the reason I've shown you that is because the properties available on the property bar now extend a little further relative to outline properties. Let me delete that, pull these back over here. Now that we have an object converted to curves, or I'll come back to this basic one, the properties available are, I can, for example, change my outline property to a dotted line. I can even add arrows to either end of the line. Now that becomes very handy when creating flowcharts, etc. If I select this one, I can change that to, say for example, that type of dotted line. And of course I could add different types of ends if I wanted to. There's all sorts, electronics ends. Let's go with one of those. And on the other end, I'll add something rather different, a pitchfork. So you can play with that and obviously come up with some interesting things. If I select this object, I can simply go back to a Let's just go to a normal outline. I can change the outline thickness. One last thing I want to show you. When you've got a common object, you'll notice up here that this will become available, convert to curves. It's the exact same thing as Control Q or going to arrange, converting to curves. If I were to select this, you'll now notice that I have that same set of outline properties become available because it's no longer a common shape, it's considered a curve. Now Control Z, I'll quickly undo that. Well, I said all of that so that you could simply see the different properties we have available without going to the next step. The next step is coming over here to the outline pen and to the little flyout, click, and bringing up all of these additional properties. Let me, for example, go back to my piece of text. I can't affect the outline thickness, but I can very quickly come over here, click, and access one of the preset thicknesses. So, for example, 2 point. Did you notice as the outline thickness changed, the spacing between all of those dots changed as well? Well, that can be a little annoying, which means we need to delve a little further. So what I'm going to do now is bring this flyout out, drag it out here. I'm going to dock the flyout up here so I've got quick access. In fact, why don't we slide it out into the middle here? So I've got access to everything that is sitting in the flyout here. So I can quickly show you this. Well, to bring up the dialog box that allows us to access all outline properties, I need to first select my object. One of two things. I can simply click outline pen there, over here in the flyout, or just F12 on my keyboard. And I'll do that, F12. And that brings up the outline pen properties. Here is where we can really begin to use the power of outline. Now I'll quickly finish this subject, then we're going to stop and we'll move into our next lesson after this. I'm looking at the dotted outline, and as you can see here from the drop down, there's a number to choose from as we saw earlier on the property bar here, but let's just pick an unusual one. Let's say I pick this one here and I click OK. It's a series of dashes and dots. Let's zoom in for convenience. Select our text, F12 again. Now, let's say it just simply doesn't look right. What can we do? Well, the first thing I want to show you, as I said earlier, the thickness does affect the spacing. So if I drop this back to say 1.5, click OK, well look, that does look better. However, bring it up again. If I drop back to 1 point, click OK, that does look even better. But let's assume the spacing is not quite right. What can we do? Bring up the dialog box again. If we click Edit Style, we can use this little tool here to create our own spacing. It takes a minute to get your brain to think about this, but basically where the black area is, that is the black line. Where the dot is a white space. So as I spread this out, I'm actually affecting the spacing, as you can see. I can click on a white dot and remove it, so I'm creating little dots and dashes. So black is the black and the white is the white. I can close the spacing up a little bit if I want to, and I will lose some dots in the process, but let's say that's what I want. I can replace or add that as a new style. Click OK. We've created a brand new style. So go ahead now, and I want you to just reproduce all of what you've seen me do here, and then we'll move on to our next lesson. We're now continuing on page 35 of your working file, Outline Properties. Well, we've discussed in detail outline style to quite a depth. We'll quickly look at all these other options here and a few other things along the way. Well, I'll delete this. I'm going to work with our converted text. It was converted to a curve, remember? Let's zoom in and we'll jump in and see how we go here. What I'm first of all going to do is add a rather thick outline to this object. Now, one thing I didn't show you before was additionally to choosing anything in the drop down, you can actually type a value in here. So let's type in a value of 5, hit enter, and we've added a rather thick outline to this object. Well, of course, if I were to give this a fill now, while that is an interesting look, it's probably on average not what you're going to be looking for. What I want you to see here, if I select this, plus on my keyboard, and a thin outline, give it a black color, this black outline that you can see here, well, that's where the original outline of the object is. And you can see that by going to simple wireframe mode as well. You'll notice how this thick 5-point outline has moved both on the inside and on the outside of the original line. Come back to enhanced. Now I'm depicting that for you there. On either side of the black, you can see we see this big blue thick outline, don't we? Well, if I remove that, there is a way so that when I give this a fill, that the outline is not overtaking the inside fill. If we come up to properties and choose behind fill, what we're doing is we're saying to the outline, make sure if there's a fill in this object, you're behind that fill. Click OK, and now we see the integrity of the object in terms of its fill area is not covered by the outline. Additionally, if I select my object now and I scale down, you'll notice how the outline thickness, well, it's really overtaking the object altogether and it looks quite incorrect. Well, again, outline properties, the next option is scale with image. If you turn that on, every time you resize your image in any form, the outline will scale down in its thickness the same as the object, maintaining the right relationship between outline thickness and the size of the object. Now also, some more parameters that we have for outline properties affect the way corners are created. You'll see these nice pointy corners we have here. Well, we have three options, which are these nice pointy corners, or we could go with rounded corners. Click OK, and that really does make the object look rather different. In this particular case, because it's a text object, it does really look quite different, doesn't it? Another option we have is to go with a beveled corner. So click Bevel, click OK, and again, we've made quite a change, and really we're not changing the shape of the object. It's only the way the outline is being drawn that we're affecting. And there's lots of advantages in that you'll see over time. Now F4, zoom back out. So we've covered all of these here. I quickly want to spend some time on outline, converting an outline to an object. So I'm going to use this word food that I've got here. I'm going to type in a point size of 185 just so that you've got a reference to copy this. And what we're going to do is I'm going to convert this to curves, Control Q. And I'm going to approach this like I'm a sign writer, for example, and I want to cut this out on vinyl, although it applies to many design effects and ideas. Particularly sign writers will enjoy this approach. If I select my object, let's just type in a value of, say, 6 points, hit enter. Now what I'm going to do is come straight up to a range down to convert outline to object. What that does is it takes that black outline and it actually makes it its own object. If we go to view and simple wireframe, you can see it has its own outline now. Now if I pop the red one down here, I'm going to do it again. Now that this is an object, I'm actually going to give it an outline also. So if I right click on the color blue, for example, and say we go with a value of 5. Now sometimes you want to be careful. See the little points coming off the end there? It's because we're dealing with very tight curves and tight points. So I'm going to drop that down a little bit more to say 4 point, and that looks quite good. And now I'm going to convert that also to an object. So range, convert outline to object. So now we have 3 objects. I have the black one, the red one, and I have this blue one here. Now unto itself, that actually doesn't look too bad, does it? That looks like a really interesting design approach, and I quite like that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to break this apart and remove the fill, right click, give it an outline, and I'm going to just delete the inner parts of it. Now I'm just doing this to sort of really show you some interesting ways to approach design. So we've already seen one nice design out of that, and I'm just deleting all of the inner parts. There we go. Now I'm going to select all of that and combine it, recombine, makes it a single object again, and I'll fill that with the color blue. I'll remove the outline, right click, because I don't need that anymore. And that also is a rather interesting looking design. But now I'm going to add all this together. So my red one, followed by my blue one, and I want the black one to be on top. Shift page up, shift page up. And in fact, I want the red one to come up one as well. Control page up. There we go. Now, just select everything and then E and C on your keyboard. And as you can see, I've got a nice blue outline all the way around the outside. Then I've got the black and then I've got the red. Let's make that blue yellow in colour. Now select the red and with my interactive fill tool, click and drag and drop the colour yellow at the top. And what do you think of that for a design? It has a nice glow to it and it really does stand off the page. It works really, really well. But here's the important part of this. And again, every industry is different. But I have 3 objects to create this design. And I can cut all 3 out on a plotter if I wanted to. Of course, I either print the fade or I buy vinyl material that is already fading. But all in all, the design unto itself is quite nice, and along the way, if we quickly undo, there were lots of little designs that we could have used. That's an interesting design. And we go back to where we had the multiple object. That's an interesting looking design. And that's an interesting looking design. So there was lots there that we discovered by converting outlines to objects, and a lot for you to go play with. A few more things quickly. I just want to show you this. Going to zoom in. What I have here is an outline, one single line that has a very thick pointed outline around it. I've just put that white there to depict it for you, but let me go to View and Simple Wireframe Node. All this is a single straight line that has a 16 point outline. Now, here's all I want to show you is this. See how the outline is perfectly even top and bottom and there's nothing at the ends. If you were to choose an alternate style line cap, say you wanted the round-ended cap, you can have nice effects like that where you've got a nice round end. But the important thing I want you to see is that the distance from the center outward is also the same distance from the end outward. So when you put this on a piece of paper, your line will be physically longer than the measurement it is up here because of that added thick outline that you can see there. That really was just simply information for you more than anything else that in time you might be glad you understood. Last point. See how the word click and learn is standing off the page here compared to the blue background? That's because of the white outline it has. If I were to select this, right click and remove the outline, can you see it no longer has that same impact? And this is really important to understand in the world of design. Now, if I select that again, I want you to look at the finger on control and select that so it's separate. Watch the shadow in the background as I give this a white outline, make it a little bit thicker. Can you see now how it stands apart from the shadow? It really does look a lot better, doesn't it? So it's important to remember that outlines, or we call them key lines in the printing industry, it's important to make them part of your design process. They will really help to make objects, particularly on dark backgrounds, stand out. Even to the point where if I click on the shadow and right click and give that an outline as well, that also now stands out from the background. So remember, outlines when you're designing are very, very important. We're now on page 36 of your working file, the subject of weld, trim and intersect. Now this is a really handy tool to develop some skill with, and I'll show you a few things here, but over time you'll learn there are lots of ways to use this to help you create shapes that are kind of hard to draw by hand. The thing that we have to bear in mind is that we always have a target object and we always have source objects. So I've tried to depict that for you here. Now remember when we learnt about the subject of combine, the same principle applies here. The last selected object, or the object lowest in the stacking order, will be the target object in this particular case. Alright? And it also means the resulting object, of course, will take on the attributes of the last selected object or the object on the lowest in the stacking order. So, in this particular case, the pink ellipse is the target object and the 2 red circles are the source objects. But we'll work our way around this as we go. So let's begin. We're going to first of all look at the subject of weld. What does weld do? Well, as you can see, effectively what it does is it takes all of the objects and it makes them one object by really drawing a line around the outside of all of the selected objects. The object on the bottom layer, or I should say lowest in the stacking order, well, that will be the final object's attributes. Whenever you select multiple objects, all of these options become available up here on the property bar. So we've got weld, trim, intersect, which is where we're going to focus, and the next three are kind of the same as the first three, just using a different terminology to help you to be able to think it through. Simplify, front minus back, back minus front, and then create boundary. Create boundary is very similar to welding. We're going to focus on the first three and create boundary. Well, here we go. We've selected all three objects. Let's simply click weld, and the end result is exactly the same as what we see here. All of the objects have been made into one single object, taking on the attributes of the object lowest in the stacking order. Let's undo that, Control Z. What would happen if I select the first one, finger on Shift, and then select the last one? What's going to be different? I'll click weld, same physical end result, however the attributes, the fill color and the outline color, were taken from the last selected object. Make sense? Let's do it one more time. We'll go the other way, finger on Shift, selecting that one last, and of course we have a red circle with a yellow outline. Let's move on to trimmed. Now, trimming is interesting. I'm simply going to select all the objects here, remembering that our target object is the one lowest in the stacking order. Our source objects are on top. Let's click trim and see what happens. Pull that away, and we can see how we've cut a perfect shape into our object. If I pop that there, and do the same thing, select all objects, trim, we can continue to cut away at our object. So effectively, what is it that's happening? Just quickly undo that. The source objects are basically acting like cookie cutters. So our source objects are cookie cutters cutting into our target object. Here's an interesting one for you. What if we reverse the scenario? What if we select the object on the lowest layer, Shift, page up, bring it to the top, and now we select everything and we click trim. What do you think's going to happen? Probably not what you think. If I move that away, only one object was trimmed. Why is that? It's because the effect, I'll call it the cookie cutter now sitting on top, can only cut through one object at a time. Okay, it can't sort of define the other objects to cut through. But there is a solution. Let's undo that. If I select that object, finger on Shift, select the other object, and now group them together, or of course if they were combined, and now I do it, click trim. There you go, I've cut away my objects. So hopefully you're beginning to see there are ways around different things, but of course you've got to think that through, don't you? So let's undo that and we'll go back to where we were. Okay, back down on the bottom layer. So that's trimming. Let's have a quick look at intersect. The difference between intersect is that intersect is only interested in the point where objects cross each other. So if I were to continue that line through there, in fact I go Shift page, so I'll create a duplicate, plus Shift page up for my duplicate, and I'll remove the fill because I want you to see the line. Where that line goes through there and the line of the source object is there, we're only interested in the result of intersecting lines. Okay, so it's only the result we're interested in. Let me just delete that. So if I select this object and I select the last object and then I choose intersect, I get a resulting object. And that's my resulting object there. The only thing to bear in mind, again, is if I pop that one out of the way and I select those two, the object on the lowest layer, its attributes are applied to the resulting object. The only other option that we have, of course, is to select that first, select the red one last, now click intersect, and of course, the last object selected, its attributes are used. Does that make sense? So intersecting, again, is a powerful way to create unique shapes. So, for example, let's say I stretch that all the way across there, and I'll select both of those, E and C on my keyboard. Now, I'll select intersect, and I have a resulting shape. You may find in time, as you really get used to doing this, you'll be able to create the shapes you want by using intersect or trim. In fact, let me show you a really good one. I use it all the time, and we're actually going to use it on our button down here as well. Let me delete that. Delete that. I do this all the time. It's so handy. Plus on my keyboard, create a duplicate, pull it down just a little. Now, that shape at the top there, that moon shape, it kind of can take a while to create it by hand. Now, if I increase the size of my one on top a little, so let's just do a trim. So now I've got a moon shape. See that? That's really handy. And you'll find that you'll do this with all sorts of things over time. So what I'd like for you to go ahead and do right now is to practice all three methods of weld, trim, and intersect. In fact, why don't you practice just creating that little moon shape also? Okay. And the last thing I want to show you is with this little lady here that we've been using in our previous lessons. She is a piece of clip art. If I click ungroup all, of course I can pull her apart, as you can see, just like that. Put it all back together again. We have to be in an ungrouped state, but we can weld. So we can take a piece of clip art, weld the piece of clip art together, and create a silhouette. That silhouette, of course, takes on the color of whatever the object was on the lowest, in the lowest of the stacking order. You can then paint her any color that you want, but the point is you've got a simple silhouette. Now that's the result of welding. So you can practice doing that as well. The one last thing that you might be interested in, if I go back to my object here, completely ungrouped, and I were to use create a boundary, it's almost the same as weld. The difference is I'm not going to lose my original object. So I have a silhouette, but I kept my original, and that's the advantage of using boundary. So you can practice doing that also. When you finish, come back and we'll look at a few more things that we've got here. We're continuing on page 36 of your working file, the subject of weld, trim and intersect. I'm just going to show you a few more creative ways that you can utilize these tools. So selecting this sunset bitmap, maybe a photograph you've imported or brought in from the clip art, I'm going to type the text sunset, and we'll expand that up in size, and I might make it yellow in color so we can see it. Pop it on here. And also I'd rather go with a real bold font like Arial Black. Place that there. I'm just going to stretch it height-wise a little. Now if I simply select these two, what do you think will happen when I click trim? What's going to happen is that the source object, being the one on top, will be used as a cookie cutter to cut out that shape in the photographic image. So it's actually see-through, as you can see. And that can be quite handy for some special effects that you may need to create in the future. Now if I simply select both, and this time I choose intersect, what do you think will happen? Now remember, the object on the bottom provides the attributes. Therefore, look at that. We've actually effectively intersected our text with the image, and we have a resulting piece of text with the image in it. It's a great effect, but I also want you to know that there is another way to achieve the same thing, which we call power clip. And the advantage with power clip is that you can edit that image inside of the text, but we will look at that in another module. Moving on to our next image. Now the reason why I've got this image is I want to create a tear effect. Now to do that we need to use the freehand tool, and we haven't looked at this to date, so I'm just going to select. How you use this tool is click once to create a start point, and wherever you click next time from point A to point B, you'll create a straight line. If you hold your finger down on your mouse and simply draw, you can effectively draw anything that you want to draw. So I'm going to use that method. So starting at the top here, hold my finger down on the mouse, I'm going to try to create kind of a tear, jaggedy effect, which is never easy to do, I've discovered, creating a tear effect. I'll make that yellow, right click on yellow so that we can see it. Now, if we simply select everything, the object on top will be the source object, and we'll choose trim. So the yellow line will be cut all the way through the image. So I'll delete that. You can't see it there. If I go to view, simple wireframe, you can see the cut effect there. Okay. Whenever you cut through a number of objects, you need to break them apart. Now, break apart is not available on the property bar. There may be an update for that in the future, but for right now, we would go to Arrange and Break Bitmap Apart, or Control K. So you can see the little jaggy line there now. Now watch this. I'll select the right half, click again, grab the rotation pin, pull that down there, and I'm going to rotate away as though it's been torn away. Isn't that a cool looking effect? And you might have a slogan, for example, something like hard times tearing at your savings. Or you might say hard times tearing at your savings. Click again, rotation pin to the corner there, rotate that down there like that. And there you go. We've created something you might use in a flyer. And no doubt spend a bit more time and you'd come up with some better tears than that, etc. But I just quickly wanted to show that to you. Now our next one here, this button, I'll create a duplicate, drag this over here. This one here is going to combine a lot of what we've been learning through a number of lessons. You'll enjoy this. So create a duplicate of your button and ungroup everything first of all. And then just pull it all apart. Now because that's white, I'll make it black in colour so that we can see it. And just simply click on top and drag. And you'll find that all the bits and pieces will come apart. And drag that one down to there. And that's all there is. So effectively we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 circles, a bit of text, and a shape. So let's go ahead and create this. You'll enjoy this. It's simple, but there's a lot to learn. Finger on Control and Shift after selecting the ellipse tool. Click and drag. And it doesn't matter what size because it will be proportionate to whatever we do. Now that I've created a perfect circle, I want to select my interactive fill tool, straight up to the property bar and select the conical fill. Now we haven't used this before, but it's very easy to use. Now what I want to do is just stretch this out a little, finger on Control, and you can actually stretch and rotate this, but for right now I want to stay on the 180 degree mark, or the perfect horizontal if you like. Now what we want to do is we're going to grab the darker grey here, drag and drop that onto there, and onto the other side, and I'm going to drag and drop right at the top there. And now we just simply grab the colour white and go halfway between the two. Can you see the effect that it creates? So you can see this effect here of kind of pulsating in and out if you like. Now watch this. Let's create a duplicate, plus on the keyboard. Finger on Shift to resize it in equally. Now we're going to rotate this around so that the highlights of white are opposite the grey. You'll see what I mean. Click again for rotation handle. Now rotate round and line your mouse up just on the horizontal plane there and release, and we'll just remove the outline. Right click and remove the outline. So you can see what we've got there. Effectively our white highlight is opposite the dark. So we've got light, dark, light, dark. So now we're going light, dark, the opposite. Make sense? Now plus on the keyboard again to create another ellipse or duplicate. Finger on Shift, shrink down a little, and we'll make that navy blue in colour. Already you can see the sense of a button with an edge. Now remember we discussed the whole light versus dark. That's what we've done here. We've got light on the inside, dark on the outside, and it creates that effect. Okay, plus again. We're just really creating constant duplicates and making them smaller. Shrink it down. Make that a light blue colour. Now we'll select our interactive fill tool. From around about 2/3 down, click and drag up, finger on Control so it drags up perfectly vertical. And then drag and drop the colour navy to the top. So we're sort of, pull it back down a little bit. So we're fading from the light blue until it just becomes the navy, matching the background there. Now, the next step is to create the half moon. Now you can see why I got you to practice that earlier. Plus on my keyboard, drag that over here. So that way we've got the right size ellipse. Plus again, drag that down a little, and I'll give that a white outline. Right click so we can see the shape of the moon effect. And I'll just go up a little higher. And that looks about right. I'm actually going to increase the size of this ellipse a little. Finger on Shift and increase a little, and then come down a bit more. It sort of cuts it off at a slightly sharper angle outward, down a bit. There we go. Simply select both and trim. Then we take our object, I'll make that white in colour, select that one, finger on shift and select the ellipse underneath. Now I'm going to align them. So C on my keyboard and then T for top. Remember, the one on top aligns to the one on the lowest level, the lowest in the stacking order, or of course the last one we selected. Now, delete that. What colour are we going to make this? Well, I'm going to select that, select my interactive fill tool, click and drag, finger on control, and I'm going to make the starting colour that same navy blue. Just dragging through to the colour white. And there we go. If I select my word enter, plus, create a duplicate of that, pop it over there, shift page up because it's on a lower stacking order, make it white in colour, and there you go, we've created a button effect. You know what, I might even pull that down a little bit, just down to there. If you select and give that just a sort of a grey outline, maybe that's a little bit too light, select my button again, right click, and there we go. And there we go, we've created a button effect. Now, I've done that very quickly. I would normally spend a bit more time to create a little bit more of the effect, but at least you've got the idea. Isn't it amazing what you can do? Now, finally, this one is for you. I would like for you to simply figure out how to make this one on your own. It's an egg. Obviously, it's got a tear through it with a drop shadow that we've created behind. I'll leave that to you, and I really do hope you've enjoyed this set of lessons.